Good morning, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Hawk Blogger Mornings. I am Brian Nemhauser, and on this Thursday, we're going to try something that I've never done before. I've been with you for marathon free agent signing days. We've had tons of fun, tens of thousands of people tuning in and hanging out together. We've been together on draft day. We've done even our 2025 prediction show last night on Real Hawk Talk with the whole crew, 8 folks, Octobox, and that was great. Today, I'm going to be with you for I don't know how long. This could be 5-6 hours. It depends. We're gonna blow this out with a season preview. Some of it I have planned, some of it I don't. There's going to be moments where I need to go and help my son with things. We're just going to hang out together, talk Seahawks, but I'm not going to do it alone. I have got a ton of guests that are going to come in and give us a sneak peek at some of the teams that the Seahawks will be facing on this season. So we're going to start here in just a few minutes with Nick Farabaugh, who covers the Pittsburgh Steelers. We're going to get a look at the Steelers. We have got Brianna Dix, who covers the Tampa Bay Bucs. We've got DJ I'm going to have to figure out how to pronounce his name before he shows up, who covers the Texans. We got Brack, who covers the Cardinals. We've got, Grant Cohn, who covers the 49ers, as we know. Arif Hassan with the Vikings, and then Marc Raimondi with the Falcons. So all of this, a ton of interviews coming up. Plus, I will be sharing some of the best player interviews from this preseason, as well as just analysis of this team and of this roster. And we'll go deep as we normally do, but it's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of conversation. We should learn a lot. I know that we are just like 100 or so folks away on Instagram.com/hawkblogger from getting to 10,000 followers, which means I will be able to give away these seats for the 49ers versus Seahawks game. So go ahead and follow us on Instagram at hawkblogger. We're also closing in on 25,000 subscribers here on YouTube. If we can somehow get there before the season, I will give away more tickets to the 49ers Seahawks game. The Seahawks did just reveal their rivalry uniforms. We'll talk about that in a little bit. I was told a long time ago by my mother that if you have nothing nice to say, do not say anything at all. And so we'll move on. Yeah, I'm very curious. What the what's going on in Pittsburgh? What's going on in Pittsburgh with this Steelers team, who the Seahawks will face in the second week of the season? This is a team that was apparently desperate enough to potentially need to talk to Marquez Valdes-Scantling at receiver. We will find out soon from Nick Farabaugh what's going on there with the Steelers. And with that, let me bring in the man himself, Nick Farabaugh, who covers the Steelers for Penn Live. Great one to follow. If you don't, make sure you do. And here we go. Nick, man, it is great to meet you. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, Brian. Thanks for having me on, man.
Yeah, Nick. So first of all, tell folks about you and how long you've been covering the Steelers.
Yeah, I've been covering the Steelers now. This is my 5th season covering the Steelers. I'm kind of from the area, so I've obviously kind of been ingratiated in the Yinzerness, if you will. I went to Pitt, so I've been around this area for a good while. And so that's kind of how I got to cover the Steelers. I played locally. It's just kind of a coincidence. I ended up playing high school ball with Joey Porter Jr. Like that's kind of some weird stuff. So I have some weird coincidences there, but that's kind of how I've gotten into this thing. And so, yeah, my 5th year on the Steelers beat, and it's been fun.
Well, great to have you. And there's kind of this interesting connection between the Steelers and the Seahawks, even though they're in different conferences, don't play that often. There's some history there, obviously, some Super Bowl history, which is a little more painful for the Seahawks than it is for the Steelers. But also, this offseason, it got a little bit more intriguing. Everybody knows that DK Metcalf ended up in Pittsburgh. We're going to talk about how that's going. But Aaron Rodgers, if the Seahawks hadn't signed Sam Darnold, Aaron Rodgers was going to sign in Seattle. and he ends up in Pittsburgh as well. There's also some other, minor connections. Derek Harmon is a Oregon Duck, and so there's some things going on there. But before we get into the specifics of certain players, zoom out for a second. Pittsburgh Steelers, Mike Tomlin, always good, always in the playoffs. Lately, not great. What's the feeling around what's gone on with the Steelers this offseason? Does it feel like they have taken the necessary step to potentially contend for a ring?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I could tell you in the fan base, just from people I talk to, they're frustrated. I mean, the Steelers haven't won a playoff game since 2017. Just a long time for the Steelers. It's the longest drought for them in literally 70 years. It's been a very long time since the Steelers have won a playoff game. And a lot of that has been draft misses. Some of that has been coaching. Some of that has obviously been the mismanagement of the quarterback position. There's been a lot of things that go into that. This year, I think this year feels like one where they're hoping to crack that drought. I'm not even sure I would call them a Super Bowl contending team. I don't think I would. I mean, you look at their roster, there's holes on this team, but what they're hoping to do is get the monkey off their back, which is that playoff drought. And I think they're just tired of hearing about it. Art Rooney has talked about how they're tired of hearing about it. Omar Khan has said that the players are starting to hear about it. I think it's weighing on Mike Tomlin. And so I think that's kind of the thoughts here is they were going to make big swings like Jalen Ramsey, for example, like Jonnu Smith, like DK, like Aaron Rodgers, go all in on the defensive line and trying to fix that after the Ravens just stomped them in the playoffs last year. 300 rushing yards by your biggest rival. That does something to a team. It hurts the pride of your franchise when the Ravens, you go into their place, you expect to beat them, and then you get stomped out. That's truly what happened. And so it hurt the Steelers. And so they went into this offseason and said, okay, we're going to go out there. We're going to acquire a lot of talent. We'll figure out the scheme and the fit later. And we're just going to accumulate a lot of talent, and we're going to see what we can do this year. And hopefully we can crack this losing streak in the playoffs. I mean, Mike Tomlin is in rare company here with the playoff losing streak. I think he's only alone with Marvin Lewis in terms of playoff losing streak right now. And so, yeah, it's frustration. I don't think they're Super Bowl contenders, but I think they would be content with even winning a playoff game or two this year just to get the wheels in motion for when they eventually, because they're going to get their quarterback next year, at least that's the plan, get their quarterback.
So, Nick, tell us what were the biggest questions going into the training camp, and what have been the answers to those questions so far?
Well, the biggest question was wide receiver. Obviously, they traded George Pickens, DK Metcalf. I think we kind of know what he is, even though the Steelers kind of bill him as this elite wide receiver. He can be a little mercurial at times and a little bit up and down, but he's a very talented player and he fits what Arthur Smith really likes to do. So got exactly what you thought out of DK Metcalf. But the real question was, what was kind of lurking behind that? Who is Roman Wilson? I think that was the big question. And the answers we kind of got were the Steelers have a really interesting array of team speed behind DK. And DK obviously has speed too. They have really good deep threats that can stretch the field horizontally and vertically. They don't really have an underneath producer. They don't really have a true contested catch guy outside of DK. That's not even DK's game. Like, they don't really have a guy that's a true wide receiver too. So they kind of cobble it together. And listen, they might not even have the last guy on their roster there at wide receiver. They're still looking. They tried to sign MVS, for example.
Yep.
So, I mean, Gabe Davis, they've looked at. They're probably going to look at others like Alan Lazard and others like that maybe they can get. So that's one of the biggest questions. The other question was kind of, how's this offensive line going to come along? And the defense kind of had their answers set. We kind of needed to know what Jalen Ramsey was going to do. He's just going to be a versatile chess piece that plays outside slot safety, depending on what they need that week. But the offensive line was the biggest question. If this offensive line doesn't improve, I think the Steelers' season, to be quite honest with you, is kind of in the gutter. I just think that's the truth. When you talk about Broderick Jones on the left side, Troy Fautano on the right side, those guys specifically are huge. They're tackles. And then they have youth on the interior as well, and Mason McCormick and Zach Frazier. So those guys, all of them need to take steps forward. Frazier was great last year. Fautano missed the season with a knee injury. Jones struggled. But the answers to those questions have been their offensive line has settled in pretty nicely, actually, over the last few weeks. And it seems like the arrow is up there. So the Steelers, if they have a solid offensive line, can do some things at least this year and feel a lot more confident in themselves.
Yeah, well, Troy Fautano, obviously a Husky, and so folks up here are familiar with him. He lost his rookie season to an injury, and curious how he's looked going into this season.
He's looked great. He looked fantastic at the preseason. He actually drew Trayvon Walker and Hassan Reddick and did great. 30 pass blockings, have 0 pressures in those snaps. It was really impressive. He's just really quick. He looks actually more advanced than he did last year. Last year he got one true game in the regular season against Nick Benito and did a nice job. There were still some instances when Benito got him. Benito was a great player, but he just looks a little more advanced in kind of his hand usage, mixing up his pass sets. His footwork feels cleaner. Still can open up his chest a little bit and get power inside. But he just has looked really crisp, confident. Once he gained confidence back in his knee, because his knee injury happened when he was engaged with the guy, and he just took the wrong step, and voila, you kind of dislocate your kneecap, and that's unfortunate. But once he got confidence back in that, he really has looked good. So the rocket ship's been up on Troy Fautano.
We're talking to Nick Farabaugh, covers the Pittsburgh Steelers. Is it possible that the Steelers have a profile of a team that would give them trouble? What would be if you're drawing up a team that would be a challenging beat for the Steelers? What would they look like?
Well, I think you immediately kind of look at a team with speed. I think that is the one weakness they're going to have defensively in the secondary is you look at the guys they have, just Sean Elliott, Juan Thornhill, Jalen Ramsey, Darius Slay, Joey Porter Jr. Speed is not the forte of that unit, even though they have many. So if your receiver room and your running back room have some speed that can get them in space and force those guys to pursue angles, I think that is an area that could really get them. So that's one thing I would look at defensively is team speed is going to be an issue for the Steelers. If you can stretch them horizontally and force them to tackle in space, I think that's an issue. I would also say any team that defensively has the kind of upfront stuff figured out, because I just don't really rate the passing game like that, right? The Steelers' passing game is going to probably be middling to below average. If you have bad corners, can they still take advantage of it? Yes. You have to be able to take away DK Metcalf. That's the one thing you have to do in the passing game. So if you have a plan to take away DK, if you have a corner to take away DK, that's going to be the big thing. And the other thing that you got to have against the Steelers' offense is you got to have some team that has size to match their bigs. And the Steelers are going to go big 12, 13 personnel this year, and they're probably going to lead the league in both. That's what Arthur Smith has said. They're going to, use Jonnu Smith, Pat Frymuth, Darnell Washington a lot. So if you're able to kind of mix and match when they go empty out of 12 or empty out of 13 and then condense it, that's going to be a big thing. So you have to have versatile personnel. So that's kind of what I would look at. If you're attacking the Steelers' defense, I think having a deep wide receiver room with some speed, like for example, the Buccaneers came in the joint practice. I mean, they just ate the Steelers secondary. Mike Evans, Jalen McMillan, Emeka Egbuka, like those guys really did eat. And so if you have a deep wide receiver room with some speed in it, that's going to be really troublesome for the Steelers. I think the Steelers are going to be really good up front. So you also have to have a decent enough plan or offensive line to hold them at bay. Because what they're going to do this year is they're going to press a little more. They're going to send some more blitzes. And it's just going to give TJ Watt, Cam Hayward, and those guys a little more time to try and get home for sacks. And if you don't have the ability to win quick as a wide receiver room, you're going to end up running into a lot of pressure, and that's going to be troublesome.
Last question here for Nick Farabaugh, covers the Steelers. So this defense, I'm kind of surprised to hear that the secondary might be a question. It seems like that is a strength. You get Jalen Ramsey, you've got Darius Slay, you've got, Joey Porter Jr. Is it the linebackers that are struggling with speed? Is it the corners? Is it the safeties? Like, where's that struggle coming from?
Yeah, I think it is just kind of, it's an older group.
Mm-hmm.
Ramsey and Slay are not the athletes they used to be. Like, get me no wrong, this secondary is still good. But if you have a team that has legitimate speed, it's going to be tough for them to pursue in space. And I think that's been the big thing. Ramsey has been kind of this interesting, versatile player. And what that has been is he plays in the box, he plays at the slot, they blitz him a lot, they'll rover him around. Sometimes he'll even do like pseudo Sam linebacker stuff. It's kind of fascinating, actually, how they use Jalen Ramsey. He's going to be this versatile chess piece. but they're going to try and play man-to-man on you. And sometimes when they try to play man-to-man on you, the team speed just does show up in the secondary. I think that's the only concern I have with the secondary. They're great technicians. They're great football IQ. They have ball hawking ability back there. But the safeties aren't elite speed, guys. That's never been Thornhill or Elliott's game. And so if you can get guys kind of just open in space, naturally, schematically creating open looks, I think that's going to be the big thing. If you have an OC that can naturally create open looks in space and give your speed guys numbers and try and force this defense, the secondary, to pursue in space, that's where it can be troublesome. And the real thing is the Steelers as linebackers and Peyton Wilson and Patrick Queen are not slow at all. These guys are dynamos that run around. They have Queen himself has had some struggles kind of processing things, so you can kind of sometimes go at him. Peyton Wilson's had a great summer. So it feels like this defense should be pretty good. And this secondary is going to be way better than last year. It's just going to be if you have the ability to scheme up open routes and do that with guys with legit speed and force the secondary to go after them, I do think that's the one weakness. That's how you attack that secondary, even though there's a lot of upside to it.
Nick, I would be crazy to not to ask about Aaron Rodgers and DK Metcalf. So apologies for forgetting to ask that. But how have those two looked through camp?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think Rodgers has looked like his old man version. He is kind of what he is. There's some weird accuracy misses downfield nowadays in his game. He's got that great release still. The arm's live, I'll tell you that. The arm is still very live. But he's going to be a pretty smart player. He's not going to throw a ton of picks. He will miss down the field. He's more of a quick game guy now than he is kind of what he was at some point. He's not moving around like a 42-year-old. I will say that. It's not like old, like, for example, my reference is old Big Ben, when Big Ben couldn't move because his knees are pre-arthritic, basically. Rodgers can at least like do a bootleg or do a sprint out, and you can do things like that. He's not going to scramble, but he will be able to do that. So there's functional mobility at least there. But he's looked fine. He looks like, I don't know, the 18th, 19th best quarterback in the league. I think that's around the way he's looked. And he and DK have started to, I think, foster their connection. DK has won on his usual routes, his 9 routes, his go balls. The slants have been big, digs. I think that's been one thing that they've kind of talked up, is using DK's size and explosiveness as a yak threat. That's just what the Steelers struggled with last year. They didn't really have a lot of yak and easy yards out of their offense. And so I think they're going to try and scheme up DK on some of those slants. So maybe he can house call them on some of those dig routes off of play action. And it's been kind of a weird marriage in some respects, because Rodgers and Metcalf, Rodgers super timing, detail oriented. DK, not necessarily that. And the other issue has been, Rodgers loves those kind of back shoulder balls, and DK's game, even despite his size, is just not contested catches. And so they've kind of tried to figure out different ways, and they've kind of workshopped this odd version. DK's running a few more routes than he usually does. He seems to be doing fine, and they've kind of workshopped it. And at least for right now, it works. But we'll see. They're a little bit of an odd. They're like an odd couple right now.
They are an odd couple. And I will tell you this. I'll warn you, as someone who's watched DK, Yak sounds great until he fumbles the ball 3 times, which he did last year, trying to make something out of good intentions, but ball security is an issue when he is trying to fight for yardage. Nick, I will see you in Pittsburgh in week 2. Until then, man, thanks for coming on, and appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Brian. I appreciate it.
All right, make sure you follow Nick Farabaugh at Farabaugh FB on Twitter and everywhere else. Great stuff at Penn Live. And look, I think the Steelers are going to be one of the really interesting opponents for the Seahawks team, not just because of DK and Aaron Rodgers, but because that defense is just, it's stacked with physical, aggressive players, and you're going to get a test for that offensive line right away. You're going to get a test for that running game right away. And, I'm really, really looking forward to being in Pittsburgh. It's a tough place to play. It's a great home field advantage. And that's the kind of team, like it's like an AFC North team. Is that right? Like that division is a black and blue division. The Ravens, the Bengals, like that's a division that you got to earn your stripes. And I think it's going to be good to kind of measure the Seahawks early in the season. Now, we're going to be welcoming in another expert here in just a moment as Brianna Dix, who is a Tampa Bay Bucs writer reporter, will come on and talk to us about how Tampa Bay looks, which is another fascinating opponent for this team. They will be coming to Seattle later in the year, and we'll be getting the throwbacks for that one, which is very, very cool. So I'm curious to see or hear from Brianna about how the Bucs preseason has gone. I'm curious about what's going on with their injury situation. And there's some question marks on that group, but they've got, as you just heard from Nick, a receiving core that was doing a lot of damage to the Pittsburgh Steelers secondary. We'll hear how that's doing. I'm really curious about that defense as well for Tampa Bay. So we'll have Brianna here in just a moment. We're just getting started here on what is going to be a marathon Seahawks season preview. As I've told you, if you're just joining, we've just talked to Nick Farabaugh about the Steelers. We're going to talk to Brianna Dix about the Bucs. We're going to be talking to a Texans reporter. We're going to be talking to Brack about the Cardinals. We're going to be talking to Cohn about the 49ers, Arif Hassan about the Vikings, Marc Raimondi about the Falcons, and much more. So ton coming up for you. And I think we've got some super chats already. So let me get to those while we are hanging out for Brianna. Jackson 1366 says they gave us knockoff Oregon Duck jerseys. I don't love them, folks. I really don't. I was like super underwhelmed. I don't know what to say. Like it does look like a Duck jersey. I mean, I don't even care. Like, I'm not a Ducks fan. Some of their jerseys are cool, but I have nothing nice to say. I did not like the rivalry jerseys and pretty disappointed. Yeah, I was pretty disappointed. All right. Hawk Maniac says you looked relieved during Hawk Talk as it seemed like they got all the players you wanted on the 53 in practice squad. What else is needed to win? I don't know if I'm relieved. I think that it's really, I think that a lot of things fell their way, which is cool. I think Chris Paul Jr., who knows? This might be a guy that, I mean, I was excited about Michael Barrett last year, so was Griffin Sturgeon, and then he didn't even stay on the roster. So who knows? These are all waiver claims, end of roster guys. But I do think Chris Paul Jr. is a guy that the Rams traded up 29 picks to draft in the 5th round and had a good preseason. That's interesting. That's a guy with upside that maybe will hit and would be great if he does. And I think that Courtney Jackson also looks like a fantastic grab. Like, if he can be your punt returner and be a dangerous one at that, takes Tory Horton off that potential situation as an injury concern, and you get him to just be a receiver, which is where I'd like him to focus his energy and his health. So I think that was also really good. The fact that you're able to get Brandon Peely and Quinton Bohanna onto your practice squad and available for calling up, that's really good. Yeah, I think everything, has been relatively what you hope it would be. What else is needed to win is just going out there and doing it. That's it. Now, where we'll go through, I'm going to go through the whole roster, and I'll show you guys kind of comparing where they were last year to this year. And we'll talk about where there's an opportunity for them to get better. But that's kind of where things stand right now. By the way, if somebody wants to drop in comments at some point time stamps for when I have different people on the show, then I will do my best to kind of get those bookmarks into the show. It's going to be, like I said, 4 or 5 hours of this show. So people are going to need bookmarks to jump through it along the way. All right. Robert Lehman with a super chat here says, what do you think about cornerback Derick Kendrick, and what's your prediction for week 1? So Derick Kendrick, it's interesting. Like, they add him, they drop Shaquille Griffin. Shaquille Griffin's going to still be part of the team. I still think they're going to do what I mentioned before, which is he's going to be a veteran that they don't really re-sign to the team until after week 1. So his contract isn't guaranteed. Artie Burns was also on the practice squad for a few weeks. And I think what they did there is they kind of promised him a full salary, even though he was going to be on the practice squad or something along those lines. And so Shaquille Griffin's going to stick around. We heard that from John Schneider yesterday. Kendrick is a guy that was a full-time starter 2 years ago, had an ACL injury last year and missed the season. Is a guy that Ernest Jones is familiar with. Obviously, Cooper Kupp is familiar with. And John Schneider mentioned that yesterday. So I think the Seahawks know. They obviously played against him. They know what they're getting in Derick Kendrick, but the Rams also know what they were losing and cutting him. So I don't think this is a guy that's like the next great player, but I'll be really curious to see. And as someone who's like, I think Nehemiah Pritchett actually has done better this preseason. He has not been the speed bump that he had been in previous years, where people were just kind of running right over him. I think it's still nice to have some additional competition and some guys that have already proven to be starting quality players, which Nehemiah Pritchett has not yet. So if you end up with Shaquille Griffin and Derick Kendrick, who have both been starters in their career, as backups for you, that's some really quality depth at the cornerback position. And I think you got to feel pretty good about that. All right, next, I think we'll take one more probably before Brianna joins. This comes from, I think, Joey Walker. I remember you getting 12,000 subs just before the Denver last year. That was game 1, I guess. Yeah, right. More than doubling in 1 year is great. Congrats on the deserved success. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're up over 24,000 subs, heading towards 25. I don't celebrate every 1,000 subs like I used to. I think we've got eyes on bigger and better over the course of this year and beyond. Let's see if we can get it to 30, 40, 50. Like, what does it look like? I mean, let's see how big we can build this thing together. And speaking of building really cool things, HBTix, hbtix.com, great place to go to buy tickets to the Seahawks games from Seahawks fans, or sell Seahawks tickets as a Seahawks fan to other Seahawks fans. I take no fees for doing it. You don't have to sign up as a patron, although if you do, it will verify you as a patron on HBTix. We've sold hundreds and hundreds of tickets there already to Seahawks fans. I give you the tools you need to kind of figure out who's who. As we go, I will just tell you, I've got some indication from some people in the know that it's looking pretty good for week 1. Like, it's going to be, I think, fewer 49ers fans, significantly fewer 49ers fans than there were for the time the 49ers came in last year, when a decent chunk of the lower bowl was San Francisco fans. It's trending toward being much better for week 1. So yeah, let's keep using it. Let's keep taking advantage. Make sure people know about it. And as I said before, I don't profit from it. I just want to make sure we get as many Seahawks fans in seats as possible. All right. So let's familiarize ourselves a little bit with this Tampa Bay Bucs team before Brianna joins. So you've got a really good offensive line in Tristan Wirfs and Ben Bredesen and Graham Barton at center. Cody Mauch, who is a former North Dakota State guy, just like Gray Zabel and Jalen Sundell. And then you've got Godecki here, Luke Godecki. And so it's a good offensive line, very good left tackle. You got Mike Evans, you got Emeka Egbuka, who is, he's just a really he's like JSN. He's a very projectable NFL receiver who runs good routes, gets open. I think he's like the quintessential number 2. I don't know if he's got number 1 in him. And that's kind of what we're going to find out with JSN this year as well. So looking forward to kind of hearing more from Brianna about him. And then You've also got Sterling Shepard, and then potentially you've got Chris Godwin. We'll find out when and if he'll be back. Baker Mayfield, who I think we all know, Bucky Irving, who had a great rookie year. So the offense is what's been running that team. But then you look at the defense and you get Jamel Dean, one of their corners who's pretty decent. Their nickel corner, Tyke Smith, another player who he's all right. I don't think he's I didn't quite have him as highly regarded as PFF does here. Interesting to see that. And then Zion McCollum, who at times was victimized for the Bucs last year. So, cornerback room's okay. Obviously, Vita Vea, the former Husky, continues to be a really good player, now over 30, but can dominate a game when he chooses to. Kalijah Cansey, who I was a big fan of as a draft pick back in 2023, he had not the best grades, but is a super disruptive pass rusher, and I still think is a guy that can cause a lot of problems in the middle. Then you've got Hassan Reddick, who they signed, who obviously didn't work out for the Jets last year, and Yaya Diaby, who is one of the most underrated pass rushers in the NFL. So, you've got some good folks there, and as we now have an opportunity to talk a little bit more about that with Brianna Dix, who covers the Bucs. Brianna, welcome to the show. It's so good to have you.
Thank you for having me.
First, for people that don't know as much about your background, talk to us about how you got into this and what you do for the Bucs.
Yeah, so I grew up watching the NFL, loved football. That was always kind of my niche. And then got a degree in broadcast journalism, and then covered the Cowboys for 4 seasons for a small network in Dallas. So definitely a little bit of a different market than Tampa, but you can't beat the beaches here. Obviously, love the Bucs, like the culture, their kind of emphasis on character in the guys that they bring in the draft, the coaching staff here, everything under Jason Light and Todd Bowles. It's truly incredible family atmosphere here. So I've absolutely loved my time in Tampa covering the Bucs, but I am born and raised in Texas, so I did grow up a Cowboys fan, which they always remind me of here. And I try not to wear too much navy or really anything blue, to be honest.
You got all pewter and gold in your closet now, I'm sure.
Yes.
Well, we appreciate you taking some time to talk to us about the Bucs, who face the Seahawks this year and come up. And it's going to be, speaking of colors, it's going to be a fun one. I think that's a throwback week. So we'll get the Seahawks throwbacks and the creamsicle Bucs uniforms. That'll be a good one for sure.
Yes.
Talk to us a little bit about, this Bucs team went through some changes. Liam Cohn, the offensive coordinator, second straight year, the Bucs lose an offensive coordinator. You get a new offensive coordinator in there, but the offense last year was humming. What's going on the offensive side of the ball for the Bucs?
Well, I think you get the continuity and the familiarity with Josh Grizzard, who they promoted, who was the pass game coordinator last year, to offensive coordinator. So I think for Baker, that provides that stability, and that the guy that he had already kind of built that rapport with, and even a lot of the players like Bucky Irving that I talked with, and Josh Grizzard last year was really in charge of kind of strategizing for those third down situations. The Bucs led the league in third down conversion rate, but also he was the guy that kind of looked at tendencies around the league, looked at, okay, how can we utilize motions? How can we utilize some of these pre-snap things to really get our playmakers in space? And I think you saw the Bucs' ability last season with kind of creating those yak yards, especially when Chris Godwin was in, or whether it was Cade Otton. So I think you're going to see an increase in some of those things, but also there's really been an emphasis on, okay, how can we get more of those explosive plays downfield? They drafted Emeka Egbuka in the first round, which, considering, what the timeline is going to look like for Chris Godwin, obviously Jalen McMillan goes down during the preseason. So now he'll probably won't be back until after the bye week. So I think you're in a better place now that you have Emeka Buka, and then they drafted Tez Johnson in the 7th round that I think may end up being a complete steal for this Buccaneers team, and just kind of a little depleted on this receiver core, but the guys that they brought in, Emeka provides, the inside-outside versatility. It's just a savvy route runner, very, very cerebral guy. And I think he's already exceeded expectations in Tampa. And then Tez Johnson's just been exciting, obviously reunited with Bucky from their days at Oregon, but just kind of that shiftiness, the ability to make guys miss. I mean, there were some plays in the preseason where, it would have been like a 3-yard loss, and then he turns it into a 3-yard gain, with kind of just his ability in a phone booth. So I think this offense is going to do some exciting things this season.
Yeah, it's you hit on so many interesting things there. And Tez Johnson was a guy I kind of got to know from the Senior Bowl and at the Combine, and was initially like, there were people saying he might go as high as the 3rd round, and then he didn't run very well, and all of a sudden he slides. This is a really small dude, but
he's so tiny.
He's so tiny.
He's so
and
tiny.
This comes from I'm a short guy myself, but he has such confidence in himself. Had comparisons to Tank Dell, who's also had some injury issues for the Texans. But talk to us about Chris Godwin and McMillan. Obviously McMillan's a former Husky, so the Seattle folks know him. You said McMillan probably won't be back for the game when they play the Seahawks.
Yes.
And Godwin, like, I think I saw recently he came off of an injured list. So what's his prognosis?
So positive news for the Bucs. So it was kind of expected initially that Chris Godwin, Tristan Wirfs may have to start the year on the physically unable to perform list, which would have meant they missed, the first 4 games of the season, probably wouldn't be back till week 5. But then they were activated off the PUP list and can return to practice. So I think it's kind of just that ramp up period of seeing what they're able to do. Todd Bowles said, both of them have to get back into football shape. Don't know if they'll be ready week 1, but it's positive to know that they won't miss as much time as was originally predicted. And then Jalen McMillan obviously had that really, really hard hit, fell down. The way his neck fell, he immediately was taken out of the game with a concussion and then has a neck strain. And he's been wearing a neck brace. So the prediction is kind of after the bye week, and we'll see kind of how he's able to progress, but obviously just thankful that it isn't something that's career threatening, and that he's going to be able to come back this season.
So let's turn our attention to the other side of the ball. As we're talking to Brianna Dix, covers the Tampa Bay Bucs for the Tampa Bay Bucs. The defensive side of the ball, what's the story there? How do the Bucs fans, how the Bucs feel about that defense?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think last year it was really hard to gauge how the unit really performed, and we've written a lot about the secondary throughout the off season. But I mean, I think all in all, the Bucs went through 17 different combinations in the secondary last year. Christian Izien at one point ended up playing corner, something he hadn't done since high school. So it was hard to get any sort of synergy back there. And obviously the defense, that's Todd Bowles' calling card, weren't really able to get enough pressure from 4, which is something that Todd Bowles has really harped on, but also the takeaways weren't really what the Bucs were wanting to see. So kind of ramp that up throughout the offseason, bringing a guy in like Hassan Reddick, who is, at the peak of his performance has been one of the best edge rushers in the NFL. And you add him next to, bring him in with Yaya Diaby, with Kalijah Kancey, with Vita Vea. So I think there's a lot of excitement surrounding that front, and then kind of people that Todd Bowles can bring in on some of those sub packages to really create pressure. And then brought in Benjamin Morrison and Jacob Parrish, kind of double dipped at corner. And Benjamin Morrison is obviously a guy that was more of a first round grade talent, but obviously with the injuries dropped a little bit. But I will say Jacob Parrish has been probably one of the biggest standout stars throughout rookie minicamp, throughout training camp. I mean, he has nabbed I don't even know how many pass breakups at this point. He had an interception in practice yesterday. It's just constantly around the ball. It is a guy that's taken kind of ownership of that nickel role with Antoine Winfield, and then Tyke Smith is kind of your starting safety. So I think he's a guy that's going to be able to help out that position. And obviously Christian Izien was predominantly the Bucs nickel, but he's dealing with that oblique injury. But I mean, Jacob Parrish, just his fluidity, how smooth he is in coverage. I mean, he's been an absolute blanket on guys throughout kind of those one-on-one drills with receivers. So things are looking up.
Well, it's interesting because, I mean, you think about Vita Vea, you think about Yaya Diaby, even Kalijah Kancey, and you think you've got a really good pass rush there, but the Bucs were 23rd in the NFL in DVOA against the pass. They were 6th against the rush. So they did pretty well in defending the run last year. So was that primarily a coverage issue last year? And it sounds like maybe there's some reason to be hopeful that will be better this year.
Yeah. I mean, I think it kind of goes hand in hand a little bit. I think in some instances it was the inability for guys to get to the quarterback. And when you looked at it, a lot of them, they were affecting the pocket. They were forcing the quarterback off, but they weren't able to get home and get the quarterback down. So that created issues. And then obviously when you're not able to get the pressure, that, your linebackers aren't able to flow, and then that creates issues on the back end as well. But then you had the Bucs in a lot of situations, just due to the people that were out there, had to play a lot more zone. So that created issues over kind of the middle of the field with some of those missed tackles and guys getting explosive plays, and the Bucs getting exploited over the middle of the field. So I think the people that they've been able to bring in, and then hopefully you get a guy like Hassan Reddick, they re-signed Anthony Nelson, in the hope that they're going to be able to generate a little bit more pressure without Todd Bowles having to dial up these constant blitzes. And I think you had Kalijah Kancey dropping in coverage at some instances. You had Levante Davis, just because of their inability to get there. And I think hopefully this year that's been something they've really, really emphasized.
So the Bucs win 10 games last year. They win the NFC South, and ends up, given the Commanders, who went to the NFC Championship, all they could handle in the wild card round before falling 23-20. What would you say if you were to say, like, the type of team, the profile of team that would give the Bucs trouble? What's the type of team that would, challenge the Bucs? And maybe what's the type of team that the Bucs would feel really good if they were going against?
Oh, that's a tough one. I think a team that has probably a lot of, or at least last year, the teams that seemed to give the Bucs a lot of trouble were the teams that had a lot of those positionless players, the guys that were generating the yak. Because with us playing more zone, guys having more of a free release, that was something that consistently caused the Bucs problems and exploited them over and over. So I would say teams like that, your 49, your different teams that have a lot of those weapons, where it's a pick your poison type of situation, and kind of some of the coverages that the Bucs were forced to be into. I would say a team that has a dominant run game. Teams have kind of going into Tampa Bay have kind of stopped running it up the middle, going against a guy like Vita Vea, going against Kalijah Kancey. Because again, he was a guy that coming out of Pittsburgh, he had the size knock, the undersized narrative. But I think you're really seeing him honing in on leverage, and especially, facing double teams in some of the, he has to have almost perfect technique every single play so that he doesn't get beat. But I think one of the areas that he's really excelled, and there was a lot of question marks, was how is he going to be in the run game? And I think he's been able to clog holes, and you've seen his ability and what he's been able to do with the tackles for loss and affecting opposing teams' ground games. So I would say rushing attacks, the Bucs have had a pretty good thing with.
That is super helpful. Brianna, hopefully I'll get a chance to meet you when you come up here to Seattle. It should be a really, really entertaining game. The Bucs have certainly become one of the more entertaining teams to watch in the NFL. And Todd Bowles is basically just supplying head coaches around the NFL the last few years. So we'll see if he can do it one more time. Thank you so much for coming on, and good luck the rest of the year.
Thank you so much.
All right. That's Brianna, Dick's Buccaneers staff writer and reporter. Great stuff from Brianna. Clearly a Texas gal who's come up around the game, knows it well, and I think nailed it with, like, this is a team that has some secondary questions, but interesting that she points to a team like the 49ers, positionless players that teams that have really good run games as ones that give the Bucs trouble, especially ones that don't try to focus up the middle. What do the Seahawks do this year? They're an outside zone team. I think we'll find out about the positionless stuff, but I think that that's potentially something you're going to see a little bit more as well with the fullback, tight ends, a little bit of the receivers moving around to different spots. So looking forward to that matchup. And, Brianna was terrific. So for folks that are just joining, we are just getting started today. We're doing a lengthy season preview. We've already talked to Nick Farabaugh about the Pittsburgh Steelers. We just talked to Brianna Dix about the Tampa Bay Bucs. We are going to welcome in just a little bit DJ Bien-Aime, who covers the Texans. So we'll hear about CJ Stroud and that whole group. And then we've got a bunch more folks coming on the show. We'll be talking about Brack, about the Cardinals, Grant Cohn about the 49ers, Arif Hassan about the Vikings, Marc Raimondi about the Falcons, and a bunch more. So DJ is going to join us in about 20 minutes. So one of the other things I want to do for you guys today is not everybody got to see some of the player interviews I did over the course of the preseason, and there's some good stuff there. So I want to revisit some of those. I also will be going over each and every player on this roster, and we'll talk about how it compares to last year's team. So we will talk through all of that. Let's do this. I want to do an interview with one of the special players on the Seahawks. You should know him by now. His name is Tory Horton. Let's go ahead and listen to this interview from the Seahawks rookie receiver. Welcome to another episode of Hawk Blogger Mornings. I'm Brianna. You can find me TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, all the places at Hawk Blogger. And we've got a very special guest to kick off the first padded practice day for the Seahawks in 2025. Tory Horton, welcome to the show, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. I'm excited to be here.
Well, excited to talk to you. You've been a bit of a man of mystery, right? Coming off the injuries, we didn't get to see as much during OTAs and minicamp, but here you are the first few days of training camp and pretty much every day making an impact. How does it feel to be back on the field?
Yeah, it feels great. Having that setback from last season, kind of got to get your mental right, and start with your mental and getting your body right. So just doing all the little steps to get back on the field, and just staying in the playbook, just trying to do the best I could do, and help the team progress in the right way. And Coach harps about chasing edges, and we all got our our own goals, and those goals kind of correlate to the team goals. And I'm just going day by day, and I'm excited to just go out there and do what I can do.
Well, if I'm right, you're not the first pro athlete in your family, is that right? You've had a few folks dabble there. Is that correct? Sisters, brothers?
Yeah, my sister played professional volleyball. She played overseas for multiple years, and then my brother was a defensive back at Boise, and then signed with the Dolphins. So yeah, we run a little bit in the family. So.
All right, you and your brother go head to head. How does that matchup go?
Me, no doubt.
Every time, huh?
I think he knows that now. So
yeah,
there's no debate with that. He may say he still could keep up and stay with me, but nah, there's no debate anymore.
Well, man, growing up in a family full of athletes, what was that like? A lot of competition in the household?
Yeah, it was always a competition. Everything we did was a competition. It could go from video games to who could get the clothes first, or just anything. It kind of just run in the blood. I feel like my older siblings set the mark for me, and I just try to be the best I could be, and just show them the baby's the best.
So pads come on today.
Mhm.
That's also big milestone for you coming back. What does it mean for receiver when pads come on? People always think about offensive line, defensive line. What does it mean for receiver when the pads come on?
Yeah, it's all exciting. You get to go out there, you show some physicality. Get in on blocks, make some contested catches and things like that. So I feel like receiver getting the pads on is just as exciting as the O line and running back. So talking to the receiver room and things like that, we're excited to have the pads on and go out there and perform and execute plays.
Well, one of the key kind of differentiators between college and pros, or at least the receivers that really separate themselves, are ones that can get off the press, and you're going to get tested, and pads, and that starts to happen. Is that a strength of your game? Is that something that you're like really working on? Where do you feel like getting off the press is for you?
Yeah, I feel like that's still something that every receiver can work on. I watch some of those guys that's older than me do it. I see Cup and Jax, two good, vets that's pretty, they're great off the press. So, you just kind of taking notes from them and just trying to harp some little things into your game. So, I feel like my press beater is pretty good, but, it can always get better. So, just learning behind those guys and just sharpening my game.
One of the best receivers I've seen in a Seahawks uniform getting off in his release was Doug Baldwin Jr.
Oh, yeah.
Did you watch Doug at all?
Oh, yeah. He got some crazy releases. He got like the basketball releases.
The Hezzies, right?
Yeah. He got some clean releases. And I actually caught up with him, I want to say like a couple weeks ago. And, it was kind of like that shocking moment where you know who it is, but you got to keep your cool because, at the end of the day, you in the same shoes he was in. So, I don't know. It was a shocking, experience and feeling to meet him. So
Doug's an amazing person, amazing player, and so I'm happy you got a chance to meet him, and hopefully many more conversations you have. But that era of Seahawks football, and Doug's a great example. He came in as an undrafted guy, huge chip on his shoulder, and he was this small guy, but played with like a dog mentality. I'm curious if you were to describe yourself, like your identity as a player, how would you describe what kind of player you are?
I just feel like I'm just a competitive athlete. I kind of let my game speak for itself. Like at the end of the day, we're all competitors, but I want to get that edge on being a little smarter than the defenders, and just having that kind of like chip or like that dog mentality, just to go out there and try to do the best that I could do in every aspect of the game. It could be a runoff, it could be a block, it could be a bubble screen. I just want to be the best I could be in whatever aspect of the game I'm doing.
It's funny. I think people talk about you as the steal in the 5th round. They're like, man, Tory Horton goes in the 5th round. I'm thinking in your shoes, you're like, yeah, I should have been drafted a lot earlier. Like, what's going on? Like, I was glad everyone thinks I'm a steal, but I were you a little surprised where you went in the draft?
Yeah, I was a little surprised, but at the end of the day, it's kind of, it's kind of the politics and things like that. Of course, smaller school, season into injury is kind of it has its tolls, and at the end of the day, they want to get the best guys, and that's in the best shape. And at the end of the day, I know what I could do, and I left it to God and fell in the right spot. So I'm excited to show what I could do.
I asked Jalen Milroe after he was drafted if he had any message for the people that passed on him, and he said something about belt to you know what.
Mm-hmm.
You have any thoughts? Like, is that a chip? Is that a message you're planning on carrying with you? A chip you're planning on carrying with you to the rest of the league?
Not really. I don't really hold grudges. I kind of been doubted my whole life, and the best thing is going and proving them wrong. So I just keep my head down, go day by day. I don't need to try to, call out people saying y'all should have got me or y'all should have did this. When the time comes, then I have my opportunity to prove why I should have higher.
So one of the things I've noticed in the few days I've watched you out here is, there's receivers that come out and they win on routes. There's receivers that come and win on speed, and you've got that. But there's also receivers that are cerebral. They're smart and they can find soft spots in zone and sit. I've seen you sit in zones and catch them. Is that a part of your game you take pride in, going against zone defenses?
Yeah, just with like the extra film studying and stuff like that. Even my role in college, I saw a lot of zone coverage, and that's something that I kind of pride myself in, is finding those soft spots. And you just got to be a smart player in the game. The speed and strength can only get you so far. You got to have the mental aspect of the game, and just finding those little soft spots. So me going out there finding those those little holes in the zones and things like that. It's just something that kind of became natural to me, and at the end of the day, I still want to get better at that, because at this level, there's a lot of disguises and things like that that's becoming harder to see. And just with the extra film study and just the awareness on the field, I feel like I could sharpen that and get that better.
We're talking to Tory Horton Jr. of the Seattle Seahawks. Got a couple more questions for you, let you get ready for practice. So you're catching balls from new quarterbacks. Talk about your initial experience, catching from Sam Darnold, and what are your impressions of Jalen Milroe, another rookie in your class who's seemed to have made a lot of progress since he started?
Yeah, they all got really, really good arms, nice arms. Catching it from Sam is crazy. When he first introduced himself, he was like, I'm Sam. I was like, man, I know who you are. Like, you ain't gotta, I had to introduce myself to you, man. They're all, good people, and they're all there, to win and get better. So I feel like having those kind of quarterbacks in the room, it's the best. It's kind of the best thing you can have as a receiver. They we all own up to our rights and wrongs, and we try to get each other better every day. And just even with Milroe through rookie minicamp and OTA, we took some extra time on our own to just talk over some things. And you could just see how dedicated he is to the game, and the huge stride and growth he's been showing for me too. Just coming into a whole new offense and trying to take those those good steps to learn the playbook and being more confident on the field. I feel like it's just all good steps.
All right, last question for you. Other side of the ball. You're going up against guys every day. Who's been one of the tougher guys for you to face against?
I'll probably say Josh Jobe. He's a physical corner, and that's something that I like to go against, just because you're gonna get physical corners in the league, and that just sharpen your game of beating the press, and then just working on your releases to get off the ball. So yeah, I say him. Of course, you already know we got some pretty good corners on our team. So I haven't really had many chances to go against Spoon and Woolen. So I feel like when I do get my shot to go against them, it's going to be very competitive, and I know those guys bring it every day. They come to practice with a chip on their shoulder to get better every single day, and that's what you want in a team. Them guys is ready to work, and it's going to bring the best out of you. So I just come out every day, giving my all and sharpen my game up.
Tory, I talked to D'Anthony Bell yesterday. You were the person he called out as a receiver that's got his attention. So you're already making an impact. Your teammates are noticing. I appreciate you coming on. Wish you nothing but luck, and have a great practice out there today.
I appreciate you.
All right, Tory Horton Jr. All right, that was an interview I did with Tory Horton Jr. early in practice, and there is zero doubt that Tory Horton's emergence as the third receiver on this team, and in some cases the second receiver on this team, was one of the best possible outcomes you could have hoped for as a Seahawks fan, as a Seahawks coach, front office person, having a 5th round pick who you said, oh man, this guy should have been drafted earlier. We got a steal. He recovered pretty well from that injury. He's pretty fast. He's been productive. He's smart. He's a good guy. Like all these things. You've seen that story before. You've heard that story before, and then they don't work out. And Tory Horton, to be clear, has not yet worked out. Like he has to play the games. He has to stay on the field. All those things have to happen. But he's in the conversation for potentially one of the most impactful picks of what looks to be a really, really good Seahawks 2025 draft class. So, I still have people in my mentions just like, oh, we're so worried about MVS going to San Francisco and giving them the playbook. I'm like, guys, let me tell you, you could literally have MVS fly down to Santa Clara with an iPad with the entire Seahawks playbook and their game plan, which doesn't exist yet, by the way. But all of those things, I would still welcome them having all of that information in exchange for having Tory Horton beat MVS out. Like, that, big picture wise, is huge. And I will say again, I think it is minimal, very minimal impact that MVS has information about the Seahawks playbook. I just don't think that's going to matter. I'll talk to Mike McDonald later today about it when I go down to the VMAC, but yeah, any event, having Tory Horton emerge is a huge storyline. One of the biggest storylines of camp. There's just no question about it. Now, I know there's questions about his injury, but we heard from Mike McDonald last week that Tory Horton, Tyrese Knight should be back to full go, preparing for the game next week. I expect him to play. He was jogging around at practice yesterday. I think this was a basketball ankle. This was not a high ankle sprain kind of thing that's going to last a super long time. So, yeah, any event, really, really good guy. And he climbed the depth chart. And every time he took it, and it didn't slow him down. He still was a productive player in a lot of those practices. And MVS, he was a productive player in like a couple of practices, and that's it. So, looking forward to seeing him actually take the field for the first time. In just a few moments, we will welcome in DJ Bien-Aime, who covers the Texans for ESPN. And one of the one of the things I've got to do right now, my son just got up, so I've got to go tend to Nate. I'll be back in just a moment with DJ Bien-Aime. All right. So hold on for me. I will be right back. All right, folks. Thanks for hanging out. When you're doing a marathon season preview, sometimes you got to go help your kid get out of bed. And that was just a quick runaround. Before we welcome in our next guest, DJ Bien-Aime, who is an ESPN reporter for the covers the Houston Texans, one of the teams the Seahawks will be facing this year, and really excited to talk to DJ, who's just joined now. DJ, man, it's great to meet you. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, doing good. Nice to meet you too.
So, for folks that don't know your background, give us a little bit about how you got into this profession and covering how long you've been covering the Texans.
Yeah, so I went to grad school in New York, probably back in it's kind of crazy, it's been 6 years now. I went to Columbia in 2019, got a master's there and obviously COVID happened, so that kind of cut my school year short. I mean, I still finished, but like I wasn't in school anymore. Like I wasn't physically in school, just kind of doing online stuff. I had went to undergrad a couple years prior to that. I was running track, went to the University of Louisville. So, after I was done with journalism, my undergrad program, grad school program, my apologies. I went and started covering sports in the St. Augustine, Jacksonville area. I did that for about probably like 2-ish months. Then the New York Daily News came calling to cover the Jets. So I did that for about a year and some change. And then I went to Houston in 2022 to cover the Texans at ESPN.
Well, you covering the sports in New York. You've been through quite the jungle, man. That's tough place to cover sports.
There's nothing like. Only thing that comes close is probably Philly. But I mean, but they probably, based on what I've seen, they're probably even. Philly and New York, they're probably even for sure.
So let's talk about the Texans, man. This is a team that I think there's a lot of expectations for last year, and then the offensive line felt like it really struggled, and that seemed to affect CJ Stroud. Mm-hmm. They added a ton on the receiving side. It feels like they drafted a receiver with every pick almost, but and they already had some good receivers to begin with. And then they trade away Laramie Tunsil, right. and like a ton of stuff went on. So give us kind of your overview of like what were they trying to do this offseason and how did they do in accomplishing those things?
Yeah, I think they were just trying to remake the offensive line room. I think Laramie was more about a financial thing because Laramie was going to ask for an extension offseason, potentially, and then or at least wait till the following year. And they had to still pay some guys. They started to pay Stingley. They wanted to pay Danielle Hunter, obviously. They had to pay Jalen Petrie. And then next year, they're going to underpay Will and possibly pay CJ. So I think for them, and possibly Nico again. So I think for them, it was more like, we can't pay everybody. So somebody is going to have to go. So they went with the guy that can give them the most back, which was Laramie. I don't agree with the move because in reality, I think like with this scheme, if you would have had him there, you could have been looking at potentially a top 15 type of offensive line, in my opinion, especially with this scheme that kind of fits them better to allow them to get downhill versus trying to go laterally, especially in the run game. But traded him, and they brought in a lot of guys. They brought in Cam Robinson. They drafted Ariante Ursary out of Minnesota with a second-round pick. They brought in Laken Tomlinson, obviously he was in Seattle last year, didn't play well in Seattle. They brought in Jake Andrews, who was with the Patriots, but didn't play for the Patriots, got cut, and then they scooped and brought him in. He's actually going to start this year. They traded for Ed Ingram, got benched in Minnesota. So right now, I mean, they still have, Titus Howard and got some guys that just dropped it before, but basically like the 5 people that started last year, 4 of them are gone. Or will not be starting this year for sure, right? Jake Andrews is probably going to be a starter. And Ingram is probably going to be a starter. Ariante Ursary is going to probably be a starter. And Laken Thompson is going to be a starter. So that's 4 out of 5 guys that will be brand new starters. So I think they just want to completely revamp the room. And I guess just change the attitude in the room, I guess. They're going to use all the cliches and whatnot. I still think, from my perspective, because some people might look at a shot at Laramie because Laramie was technically the leader of the room. But I think it's just more they wanted to move off of his contract and get some youth and cheap guys in there as they prepare to pay all these other guys top dollar.
We're talking to DJ Bien-Aime from ESPN, who covers the Houston Texans. DJ, the offensive line, I mean,
Yeah.
I think Seahawks fans and Texans fans probably feel like siblings in that regard.
Yeah, for sure,
Struggle. And Arianta Ursary is an interesting one. There's a guy I saw down in Mobile at the Senior Bowl, was not super impressed, like great athlete, was not super high on him. And yet they signed Cam Robinson, and it sounds like Ursary's played well enough that he beat out Cam Robinson.
Yeah. It's funny because Ursary was like battling with like two other guys. He was battling with Cam and Blake Fisher. Blake Fisher at right tackle and Cam Robinson at left tackle. He beat out Blake at right tackle, and then in the blink of an eye, Cam goes down. So then instead of possibly, seeing what Blake could do at right tackle, he did get hurt later on, but they just kicked Titus out the right tackle and then moved Ursary to left tackle. And then he was kind of standing out at left tackle to the point where they were like, we might as well just roll with the young kid at this point, So it's funny, like he kind of beat out two guys at once, right? To the point where it was like, all right, well, let's just put Titus at right tackle and then see if Ingram can be okay at right guard and put Ursary at left tackle. Ursary's looked good throughout camp. He's had his days where he's gotten beat by Daniil and Will, because that's Daniil and Will, both from the Pro Bowl, pass rushers, double-digit sacks last year. But he's looked good in my opinion. And I think that it might still be up and down, a little rocky year one, but I think by year 2, 3, we could be looking at a Pro Bowl level-ish tackle.
That's impressive, and certainly would love to see that from him. I couldn't shake. I saw like Jermaine Ifedi vibes when I watched him pass protect. So let's hope that he does better than that. Similarly, like Laken Tomlinson, that was an interesting one, as Seahawks fans were pretty eager to see him move on, and he was a pretty early free agent signing for the Texans. How's that going?
He's been fine. I know what to expect from him at this stage of his career. Like his last two spots weren't good. The Jets and Seahawks kind of said peace. he hasn't really played good football since he made a Pro Bowl with the Niners a few years back. Even his first year with the Jets, because I covered the Jets when they brought in Lincoln, when they brought in Sauce, all those guys. I was a Warren over Sauce guy for Defensive Rookie of the Year. I want to put that on the record. Interceptions. So he hasn't played, good football in a few years. Maybe it's been like average to below average. And obviously last year if you look at all the advanced metrics, it was downright an atrocity. So, but I think this scheme does fit him a little bit better, right? Especially in run blocking. He could just kind of get downhill instead of having to kind of move laterally. But I'm really big when it comes to O-line. Like, you need coaching and scheme matters, obviously, but you need some dudes. And if you got a bunch of cast-offs, it's hard. It caps the ceiling on your unit.
So, a Seahawks team that's got a pretty good defensive line, and Mike McDonald, who's one of the better coaches at scheming pressures. Mm-hmm. Is that the kind of team that could give the Texans trouble?
I think any team with a D-line will be able to give the Texans trouble, period. I think because there's going to be ups and downs with this offensive line. Mainly because they haven't even none of them have played together, right? Like each guy has never played with each other, and chemistry is very, very important for offensive line units, right? Like we talk about Detroit, we talk about Philly, et cetera, et cetera. They've all played with each other for years, played on the same line with each other for years, right? So this unit, left to right, have never played to the person opposite side of them. So there's going to be a maturation process within that, and I think at the end of the day, like the talent is still limited, right? Again, Lakem, you got him in free agency after he failed the last two spots. Well, didn't do well in the last two spots. Jake Andrews could not make the Patriots roster in the last couple of years, where the Patriots were devoid of talent, objectively speaking, right? Ed Ingram got benched in Minnesota, right? So those three guys on the interior are guys that still have to prove themselves. I'll put it like that. So I think that teams with good defensive lines and good defensive coordinators can give them issues, So I think that the Seahawks, that's going to be a tough game. One, they got to travel a ways away. I've made that trip from Houston to Seattle. That's not a quick trip. It's Monday night also. the Texans, ironically, are at least under D'Amico have been okay in those standalone games, right? I've seen them do well at times, but I've seen them, blow some big leads and lose. They've kind of been as average as you can be in those situations. So for me, it's gonna kind of really come down to, can the Texan D-line outplay the Seahawks D-line in those type of matchups?
Yeah, I want to get to the Texans defense in just a second. Before we do, a couple more questions on offense. So
Yep.
receiver and running back are two
Yeah.
positions I'm particularly interested in with the Texans. Obviously, Nico Collins, I still think is underrated, man. I think
I agree.
he is one of the top receivers in the game. I think he deserves conversation with some of the best out there.
Right.
And then you draft both the guys from Ohio. So you get Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel, and you also bring in Christian Kirk. So talk to us about what's happening with those rookie receivers. Obviously, Higgins and Noel, even though they came from the same school, different receivers, different body types.
Yeah.
How are they performing?
So starting with the rookies, when they've been with the ones, it's been quiet. But when they've been with the twos, they made noise. I think, Cohn, look at some of the reports at Detroit Texans joint practices last week. Some of my colleagues, they reported that Jalen Noel was making some plays, but I don't necessarily know if that was with the ones or the twos, because it's been consistent. If they're with the ones, it's a little quiet. The twos, they make plays. But I think, they've been able to make some plays throughout the year. I think if I had to be honest right now, it's Nico, Kirk, and then Xavier Hutchinson, another Iowa State guy. He played alongside with Jalen Noel. So I think that they're coming along, but I think as the year progresses, I can see Jaden start to make some more plays. Noel start to make some plays. It's just really going to come down to spot situations. Fantasy wise, I probably wouldn't draft them until they start making some plays, in my honest opinion. So, yeah.
And then running back, you've got some injury issues for the Texans. Then Nick Chubb is brought back from the injury pile. Right. How is he looking, and what's the prognosis there for the running back room?
So starting with Nick Chubb, so he's healthy. I think he's going to be RB1 at least to start the year out of respect. I think D'Amico's really big on giving veterans the runway to do their thing, and then if it starts to weed off a little bit and kind of falter, then he'll go to the young guys, because he is a former player, so he tends to empathize with older players a little bit more than I would say maybe some other coaches that haven't, I guess, played in the NFL. So I think Chubb is going to get a lot of run early on, and then we kind of see how it goes. Then I think it's Damian/Woody that could kind of fall into that. I think Dare, he's going to be the third down back because he has pretty good hands. He's caught game-winning touchdowns for the Texans. He's caught important passes that set up the Texans for game-winning field goals against the Bills, game-winning touchdown last year against the Jags. So they trust him in pass protections. And again, in on third down in terms of being a run routes and get open. So I think the way that room is looking is going to be kind of like that. And we'll kind of see with Joe Mixon, right? The Texans brass did nothing to kind of quiet the speculation. If anything, they kind of made it worse. In terms of how long is Joe really going to be out, right? Because again, two people asked D'Amico and Nick directly, will Joe play in 2025? And neither one of them said yes. They all said, we'll see. We'll take it day by day. Joe's ready to be back. He'll be back. And it's like, well, what if he's ready to be back in February? The season will be over. So it's like, so that's kind of where I'm looking at it from that perspective. I don't know when we'll see Joe. And even when we do, what exactly will we see? Because he hasn't participated or played in a Texans game or practice since January 18th when they played Kansas City, if that's the date where they played. But either way, it's January. The last time the Chiefs and Texans played, that's the last time Joe Mixon received a handoff from CJ. And he left that game healthy, so.
Yeah, let's quickly take a look at the Texans defense, which is undeniably one of the best units in the NFL. How's that looking? Now, this is PFF's version of who they got. Yeah. They don't always get it right. So,
right. Pretty accurate. I would say I think Harris is going to start over Toa. Harris had, he was on PUP to start, but he eventually got activated. And ever since he's been back, he's been running with the one. So Henry's been more of a backup. But their depth at linebacker is remarkable. If I'm being honest, I think like if anybody steps off, there isn't much of a drop off. Where like if Will Anderson, again, Will is one of the best DNs in the league, and same to Neil. If they step off, it's a little bit of a drop off, but I would say pretty accurate. Only difference is maybe Henry To'oto'o plays out Christian Harris, and at D tackle Mario Edwards, I could see Mario / Foley Fontakowski. But yeah, everything else is right on par. And they could be potentially like, I think their floor is probably top 10. I think their ceiling is 1.
So first game of the season is against the Rams. And obviously the Seahawks fans are very curious about that one. Matt Stafford's back will be on everybody's mind.
Matt Stafford's back. Matt Stafford's back.
Matt Stafford's back is back. So how do you feel about that matchup to start the year?
I think it'd be low scoring in all honesty. I think both D lines could like abuse the opposing team's offensive line and potentially beat up their quarterbacks. You know, like Stafford, they're gonna be careful in that game because like the D line, once they start humming, they can really make your life hell. You know, I think it's really gonna come down to, ironically, how fast does Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua get open, right? Because one big reason why, like Justin Herbert, when he threw 4 interceptions in the game, he also got sacked a lot. One of the reasons why is because guys weren't getting open quick enough. I think a lot of us, we think that it's that, you know, you got to get pressure so you can take pressure off of the cornerbacks, but sometimes they literally go hand in hand. Like they can't really exist without each other, because if you have no pass rush, then the corners are going to be covered forever and eventually someone gets open. But then if you have no coverage, then it doesn't matter. Then the D line is going to be able to, the D line's going to just be able to get to the quarterback if you can't, you know, hold up long enough, et cetera, et cetera. So they go hand in hand. And I think that it really just comes down to if the Texans DBs can hold up in coverage just long enough. So maybe like make the quarterback hitch, you know, make Stafford have to hold the ball for maybe 3 seconds. Then the D line can do what it does, and then vice versa. Same thing, right? If their cornerbacks and safeties schematically can make CJ hold the ball just long enough, all right, now can that D line be able to tee off on CJ? Because I think both units can objectively come into the game and say we should be able to win that matchup, right? The Rams D line should be able to say we should win that matchup against the Texas offensive line, and vice versa. The Texan D line should say we should be able to win that matchup against the offensive line. So it's really going to just come down to who can hold up longer in coverage to give the D line enough time to get to the quarterback.
All right, last question for DJ Bien-Aime from ESPN. It covers the Texans. Are the Texans better this year than last year, and what are the expectations for this team?
That's a great question. I'm not sure. Like, even though 2023, 2024, they had the same record, that team in 2024 was better. Because the 2023 team played a lot of bad teams and they were able to get those wins. And they squeaked by in a lot of wins, right? Like, they were able to play, you know, even though the Broncos were better at the end of that year, but they were able to play the Saints and play the Cardinals with Kyler Murray just coming back. You know, like, the list kind of goes on and on and on. Like, obviously they had the Titans a couple of times. The Jags imploded. The Colts lost Anthony Richardson that year. So they're able to take advantage of that. And last year they had a first place schedule, so it was just going to be harder. This year they got a first place schedule again. So are they better? I think that the coaching on the offensive line should be better and will be better. I think talent-wise, offensively, it's a little bit less than it was last year, right? Because think about it, no Joe Mixon for some time, no Larry Tunsil. That's 2 Pro Bowlers right there, right? That you no longer have. Christian Kirk is solid, but Christian Kirk doesn't feel as dynamic. You know, Christian Kirk, Xavier Hutchinson, and Nico. That does not feel as dynamic as Nico, Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell, right? Now, granted, Tank and Steph got hurt. That played a factor in some things. So I think talent-wise, they're a little bit worse. But I do think the coaching on the offensive line should be better. Right now, I'm going to call it a wash at OC because Nick Kelly hasn't called a play yet. I'm really big on, I'm not saying the guy's good or not until we get at least 8 to 12 games of him calling plays before I say anything, you know, because we just don't know, right? I think coaching is the most undiscussed, underreported topic in all of sports, thing that we as fans and media members can't quantify properly. So I'm pulling out a watch right now. So I think they're a little bit worse talent-wise, but I think the coaching is better on the O-line. They should have a little bit more success. So we'll see. I still got them kind of finishing 10-7, maybe 11-6, because they do play a lot of really good defenses and with good D lines, and that should give them issues regardless, even though they should be better coaching-wise. So I think it's roughly around the same, maybe one more win.
This is great stuff. I'll have to tell Brady Henderson I've got a new favorite ESPN beat guy. DJ Bien-Aime, thank you so much for taking time and coming out.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
All right. Make sure you give him a follow for all the stuff around the Texans. It's going to be a really interesting week 1 against the Rams. It's going to be an interesting game against the Seahawks. That's a team that, has a lot of pieces, but they've also got, I think, real question marks on the offensive line. And I don't think that's going to go well for them. How do they do against Jared Verse and Braden Fisk and Byron Young and Kobe Turner week 1? That could just be a mess. How do they do against Leonard Williams and Derick Hall and Boye Mafe and Mike McDonald and all that he's going to bring to Marcus Lawrence? That could be a mess. So at the same time, they've got really interesting receiving weapons. They've got a great quarterback. They've got a terrific defense. They've got a good coach. So that's going to be a tough one. That's going to be a tough one for sure. So let me go ahead and before we welcome in our next guest, who'll be Brack for the Arizona Cardinals. It covers the Arizona Cardinals. I'm going to play you a little bit of an interview I did with AJ Barner. And I might have to cut this one short before we get to Bo, but let's give you guys a little bit of AJ from this preseason. Barner is going to join us here. Good to see you, dude. Joining the show.
What's up?
How you doing, dude?
Good to see you.
Good to see you. I was telling everybody that I was happy we're going to be able to sit down because last year when I interviewed you, everyone comments about how short I am, and you were killing me, dude. 6'6". I got burned for that, so I appreciate you coming over here.
No worries.
How you doing in year 2, man? It's a big adjustment coming to the NFL for your first year, and now you got that under your belt.
Yeah, know what to expect a little bit. Kind of just want to take the year 2 jump for myself, and then really just a leadership role in the tight end room. We got like Sabert in there, who's been in the league for a long time. But outside of that, it's a pretty young room. So I kind of have to remind myself too. I'm learning as well. And not to put too much pressure on myself. So, but it's been great.
Well, it's funny you say not put too much pressure on yourself. How do you kind of approach like this is a career that a fraction of the population ever gets to have, and it doesn't necessarily always last that long. Some people are like, they come in the league and they're like, I'm the best. Like, I'm going to be the best that ever played this position. And that's their mentality.
Yeah.
Others, they take it a day at a time. How do you approach it?
I think that like you want to have the confidence and the approach that, I want to be very, very good. And then just remind yourself that it's a process, and there's, especially at my position, there's so much that they're going to ask myself and other tight ends to do, that it takes time to learn all of it, to be consistent at it, and to know what techniques to use when. So it's definitely a process and something that I'm committed to, becoming one of the best at.
You talked about your tight end room being young. It also seems like it's got some wide variety of characters in there. You got Brady, Russell, you got you got obviously Sabert and so forth. What's it like in there? What's that group like?
It's great. I mean, that's what you need out of the tight end room. You get a wide variety of everyone. You can listen to some country music, you get some rap going. You got to be able to mix in with the receivers and the O-line. So it's good. Having Brady back in there is definitely a lot of fun because he's always bringing energy. And just like you said, being that it's a young room, we're all kind of in this together and supporting each other and learning. And our coach Mac, he does a great job of letting us be us, coaching us. But letting us have fun too. So it's a really positive environment.
I noticed during OTAs and minicamp, tight ends seem to huddle up during stretching. Where did that start? And what's that about?
That's Eric Sabert brought that. He just every day he wants the rookies to give us a quote. And so every rookie will rotate and give us a quote, and we'll give them a score on it, whether we like it or we don't like it.
Yeah.
And just something to get the guys going, put the rookies on the spot, a little bit of like hazing, I guess you could say. But, just something to add a little spice to practice.
All right. Is there a quote that's good enough that you remember it?
Not really,
No, it
but
hasn't hit that
I
far.
appreciate, like, if you go up there and, like, bring some juice, bring some effort. Like, I'm more into, like, how the presentation of it goes. Like, don't go up there and, like, be timid and, like go up there and yes, give me something that I want to hear, but, give me some juice, give me a little performance with it.
Are they going for like the philosophical Zen like quotes, or are they going for like the motivational let's kick some ass? Yeah, it's all over the place.
A whole variety of all of it. So yeah.
Well, tight ends seems like it's going to be a huge part of this offense.
Sure.
The amount of there's a lot of 11 personnel last year, a lot of 3 receiver sets. This, Clint Kubiak runs a lot of 22, a lot of 12, and so you're gonna have a couple tight ends out there a lot of time. You guys feel that kind of responsibility and opportunity in front of you to like make a huge impact on this offense?
No doubt. I feel it. I'm sure the other tight ends feel it as well. I mean, we know that, we're going to be asked to do a lot, whether it's 11, 12, 13, whatever the case may be. And I think, like you kind of mentioned, the characters that we have in the room, all of us have a different role. And I think, we can all play into that and feed off of each other. And we know that, like, it's kind of a clean slate on offense too. Like last year, we didn't really have, or we had some different leaders, guys that had been here, but like now we kind of take it as the tight end room. Like, we need to be a spark plug for the offense. We need to, be a tone setter. Kind of like, I guess you could say, like Spoon on defense.
Mm-hmm.
The effort that Spoon plays with, the juice that he plays with. That's kind of what I envision our tight end doing the same. And being that we have the bodies that can do different roles and do different things, like there's no reason why we shouldn't go out there and give 110% effort.
When you came out of Michigan last year, you were labeled for whatever reason as a blocking tight end. Do you see yourself as a blocking tight end, or do you see yourself as more than that?
I see myself as an all-around tight end, and that's really what I pride myself in is I love the block and I love being physical, and I think you see that when I get the ball too. Like, I'm never looking to run around people. Like, when I get the ball, I'm on defense now, like I'm tackling you with the football, but not going down. But so I think both. Like, I really want to be all around, and I think the more you can do, the better, especially at the position. They can't key on, if you're in there and you're going out for passes, or, what I'm saying, then if this guy's in there, he's only in there for pass pro and run blocking, where if this guy's in here, they're throwing the ball. So that's really huge for me, and I think I continue to take strides in both those directions,
Did you know that, you had 4 touchdowns last year? That's more than in any season you had in college.
Yeah.
So you got the pros. You already set a personal record.
Yeah.
And it's the second most by a rookie tight end in Seahawks franchise history.
Yeah.
Is that what you expected? Were you excited to see that kind of come about?
Yeah, I mean, that's awesome. Got to just build off of it now.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, coming in last year is really, I kind of was limited in OTAs. I had like a hamstring injury, and my mindset was just like, let me just take every opportunity and run with it. And, those things happen. I think in the NFL too, these quarterbacks are paid to go through their progression, see the whole field. And like, if you have a route, like you have a chance to get the ball. Where in college, it's like, if you're not the number 1 look or the number 2 look, like, you're probably not going to get it. Where in the NFL, they're covering that number 1, the quarterback's starting on this side and going all the way back. So you can get the ball on any route. And that's kind of what happened.
You also, if I were to tell you caught 75% of your contested catches, is that what you expect?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know if you've seen, but your new quarterback, Sam Darnold, he will put it into tight spaces. He'll ask his tight ends to make some really, tough catches.
Yeah.
Are you ready to be a guy that's going to be, catching that and maybe delivering some of the hit?
Of course. Yeah. Just give me the opportunity, and, I'm going to come down with it. And I think that's just all you can ask for, is just get open, and the ball's up there. Just know it's yours, and go take it.
So a couple other guys in that tight end room, Elijah Arroyo, Nick Caller, up two of the newer names in there. Obviously Eric Saubert as well. Tell folks about those guys, what you've noticed about them.
Yeah. They've all done a really good job, first of all, of coming in, knowing their playbook and all that. And I think really easy mover. I'm talking to Elijah here. Very easy, smooth, fluent athlete, good kid, comes in, does his job, catches the ball, and is very puts his best foot forward in the run game too. Like, he's not going to shy away from that. And I think the sky's the limit for him. And
that was part of an interview with AJ Barner, your tight end for the Seattle Seahawks. And we're going to pause it in process as we've got our next guest queued up. He's on the move, but he's got time for us. And hopefully we don't see any traffic violations during this interview. Brack, who covers the Arizona Cardinals, is with us. Bo, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, Brian. Thanks for having me. And look, I'm going to be focused on the road ahead and just be listening like we're doing an old radio hit here, if you don't mind. But
absolutely,
I was enjoying the interview with the tight end there, listening about the new is it Elijah Arroyo? It sounds like he's got some juice to add to this team in his first year.
He does. He is he's an easy mover, really, really nice athlete. And I think the question mark for him has always been durability. So far so good in that regard. He made it through all training camp. We'll see how he does once the regular season starts. So Bo, talk to us a little bit about this Arizona Cardinals team who, my gosh, it's this weird thing, Bo. I don't know if you get this, where they're either the darling of national media who's obsessed with the coaches and Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr., or they're the forgotten dumpster fire that's like, hey, it's the Arizona Cardinals. They're never interesting. What's kind of the vibe around the Cardinals this year?
Yeah, I think they've finally ridden themselves of consistently being that dumpster fire, right? I think that you could kind of kiss that goodbye at the end of 2022. There was the regime change, and then you talk about all the run that this coaching staff gets, and it's deserved because I think they've really, truly changed the culture around here. And it also includes general manager Monty Ossenfort. He was a big piece of that. They switched from this team that would never truly embrace a rebuild. They were always trying to retool on the fly with over-the-hill veterans that didn't have anything left in the tank. Now they're a draft and develop team, and in year 3, you've got these guys that are ready to take a step in year 2 and year 3 as far as their draft class, and some guys from those recent draft class that I think can be contributors instantly. So the expectations are high, Brian. I mean, this was a team that was 8-9. There are Trey McBride turning his head around from being 9-8, 8-9, 9-8, just basically the same. I think they could be a double-digit win team and be knocking on the door like the Seahawks last year to the playoffs with 10 wins, or maybe kick the door in.
Yeah, I think Seahawks fans would say there is a big difference between the Cardinals being 8-9 or 9-8, as that game would have made a big difference for the Seahawks.
Yeah.
But, you talked about Trey McBride, and obviously one of the best, if not the best young tight ends in the game. Obviously, Brock Bowers should have a word about that. But there's another tight end in that room that I've been kind of interested in. I love this guy pre-draft. His name's Tip Ryman. And based on what I've heard, he and the offensive line have been having a contest to who can have the most pancake blocks going, and he's winning that contest. How important is it that he develops as a blocking tight end for what's been a pretty powerful running team?
Yeah, as you said, you've probably done your homework, and you know that he came out of college, Illinois, as one of the best blocking tight ends in that class. In a role that I asked him about the other day, and he said he had to kind of come to grips with it. Like, he wasn't going to be a guy that was a vocal point in the passing game. He was going to make his name known by being a bully in the run game. And he embraces that, the physicality that comes with it. And he's a tone setter. Like the Cardinals, the offensive line, like he's an extension of that. And a lot of people get carried away. They see Kyler Murray, the arm talent there. They see Marvin Harrison Jr., Trey McBride, what he can do in the passing game. But what their kind of identity is on offense is running the football with James Conner and making, rush lanes with the offensive line, and also Tip Ryman being, coming in at 12 personnel and being that extra blocking tight end. So he's a big part of what they do, and him going into year 2, I think you're going to see him even develop more as a blocker. And he's been, one of those guys that has been a talk of training camp for the specific skill set that he has. He's never going to be a guy. Don't ever Like, just listen to me here. Don't ever pick him up on fantasy. Don't ever. He's never going to give you any value there unless you get something for pancakes. But he's going to be a huge part of what they do offensively.
You know, Bo, they just finally added an award for the best blocker, like the best offensive lineman of the year, which I think is great.
Yeah.
I think there should be fantasy points for a pancake block. So count me in on that if they figure that out. But offensive line in general, interesting. I think this is one of the more underrated offensive lines in the NFL. I'm curious what you think is going to happen. They bring back Will Hernandez, who was a starter last year. He goes down with an injury. He just got activated, and yet they've got Isaiah Adams, a young player. Who do you think is going to end up being their starter in the first few weeks of the season?
I think Adams is untouchable. I think he's emerged as a former third-round pick from last year. He's a guy that they see as the present and the future at that spot. They brought Will Hernandez because of the familiarity and the want for depth. And Will Hernandez coming off the injury, understanding what his role is going to be. That was a big part of it. If he was going to come in, I think he could have gone and maybe competed for a starting spot, but he's going to accept it as he gets healthier. I don't think he's close right now, even though he was activated to the 53-man roster, but there's still a return to play here that I think he's a couple weeks away from. I think it's more realistic, barring injury, that, Evan Brown, who you guys are familiar with as well, maybe he could take over Evan Brown. But I think with both those guys, at left or right guard, it would take an injury to take those guys out of the lineup unless there's just complete poor play. But Will Hernandez it gives you a lot of confidence as far as the depth of this team. I think they go, 7 deep at the interior spot. I'm sorry, 4 deep at the interior spot of guard with John Gaines, who's also a nice versatile piece as a backup.
So then, obviously, Marvin Harrison Jr., who's one of the most storied prospects of what wide receiver come into the NFL, had a good rookie year, but maybe not up to the really, really high bar that was set for him. He looks like he's turned into a defensive end with how much muscle he's added this offseason, which I'm not sure how that's going to work out. How has he looked? Has anything looked different other than his bulk from year 1 to year 2?
Yeah, I think he looks the same. He has the same explosiveness. Like the biggest part here wasn't, what he did in the weight room, which will help him. I mean, he was 6'4", but had room to grow. So he added to his frame that was sustainable. So he goes from 209 to 220. And, he's a bit stronger top of the routes. I've seen some defensive backs kind of bounce off him, which is going to be helpful as far as creating separation, which is a big knock on Marv. But I think just the comfortability, just being in year 2, he's just a very quiet and shy guy. And just getting and playing a diva spot where you kind of have to command the football, I don't think he was comfortable doing that. So just getting more comfortable in the offense was big for him. And having those reps with Kyler Murray is going to be valuable for him to make a jump here. I anticipate, like you guys saw with JSN from year 1 to year 2, you see some similar things happen with Marvin Harrison Jr. And JSN told us that bunch when we talked to him at the Super Bowl this year. He's got a lot of confidence, as does everybody else, because the work ethic is there, and it's not going to be for lack of that for Marvin Harrison Jr. to have another kind of underwhelming season due to like the high standard that we put in place for him. I think he should cruise past 1,000 yards. Like, is he ever going to be that 1,400-yard guy? That remains to be seen. But I think he's going to be consistently, one of the top targeted guys in this offense and make plays.
All right, we're talking to Bo Brack, who covers the Arizona Cardinals, among other things, down there in Arizona. And we talked about the offense. Let's talk about the defense quickly. The team brings back some vets in Calais Campbell. Obviously, Dalvin Tomlinson is signed to help in the middle. Run defense was a problem. Roy Lopez, who I really liked, went to Detroit. But then you got some other guys. Darius Robinson, first-round pick, who missed most of the year and was not that impressive when he was on the field. How's Darius Robinson looking? How is the rest? I mean, you miss Walter Nolan for the first 4 weeks of the season, which is a bummer. I was looking forward to seeing him. How's that defensive line looking?
It completely revamped. I mean, as you mentioned, when the Hawks came to Glendale, specifically, Charbonnet ran all over them. And that was a product of not having an NFL caliber defensive line. By that time, they had all their starters who were fringe starters probably in this league, and they were down to practice squad caliber players, where now they made sure that didn't happen again, even with Walter Nolan not being available. the addition of, I know it like going to be 39-year-old Calais Campbell and Dalvin Tomlinson, but Darius Robinson, as you mentioned, he looked great in his first training camp before the calf injury, and then he was never healthy again. He had a setback as he came back to practice and just was never fully healthy. He's fully healthy now. He looked just as good as last training camp, if not better. I think he's going to be a guy with the elevated talent around him and just being healthy. He's going to be a guy that's going to make some noise there. Like Dante Stills moving down the depth chart, but being kind of part of the defensive line as a former 6th rounder. He's going into year 3. And then like LJ Collier, I know he's a 4-letter word around there, but he's been a nice kind of depth piece for the Cardinals. Like no longer are the days like, hey, we need LJ Collier to start for us. That looks horrible. But if he's a rotational defensive line piece, it's fine. And I think he had some depth there. So a major upgrade as far as the front 7 goes.
All right, and then on the secondary, I love how the Cardinals have just added a lot of youth to that cornerback room. It's also high risk, high reward, right? You got Will Johnson, you got Max Melton, who did not have a great rookie year. You've got Denzel Burke. You've got some guys. You also lost a couple of players, Starling Thomas and Sean Murphy Bunting for the year. So how's the cornerback room looking?
Yeah, very useful. It's exciting to think that it's fully homegrown. Like all 6 guys in the cornerback room were drafted and are developing with the team, but some guys are going to have to be ahead of schedule. Like you thought you had the luxury of having Sean Murphy Bunting, who suffered a knee injury, away from the facility earlier this offseason, and then Star Thomas, who I think was going to add some depth and help you maybe ease in a guy like Will Johnson, who fell in the draft because of medical flag, but I think he's proven that might have been a little bit of a fluke or made too much of. Like Will Johnson looks like he's going to be a big-time player for this team. Is it asking too much in year 1? Well, that's going to be the big thing to follow along. Like he's going to take his lumps. We know so much about that position, but they've got guys that can compete. And I think, are they going to be a little too raw and green? That's going to be the biggest thing to find out this season. But Max Melton, Will Johnson on the outside. Garrett Williams is one of the best kept secrets in the NFL, but he's primarily a slot nickel corner. That's where he thrives. So it's really going to be a big question mark going into the year.
All right, Bo, as we kind of wrap up here, looking at broader at the NFC West, I've been saying kind of the opposite of where everyone else is. I think it might be the Seahawks and Cardinals that battle for this division at the end. Everyone else has the 49ers and Rams far above these two teams. How do you see this division shaking out?
I agree with you. I think that especially with the 49ers, there's been a roster erosion over the last couple of years, and there's just not the depth. And you see them just day by day tweaking that roster with guys who aren't NFL caliber players. And they're going to rely on some guys that haven't traditionally been healthy to be healthy. And that's a tough game to play in this league. The Seahawks, they match up about as well, if not the best, against the Cardinals in this division. They kicked their butts twice last year. The line of scrimmage play is unreal. And like, as well as the offensive line play, they didn't play well in both games against Seattle. I think that depending on how Darnold looks with kind of the changes on offense, like they could very much be in the picture. I'm not going to discount the Rams, but they're relying on Matthew Stafford, who's got like an incubation tank outside the facility, just trying to get ready. He's probably not going to practice fully every week this season, and you already saw kind of like a pedestrian season to his standards last year. They're a play away from not making the playoffs, and everybody's high on them like they're just going to run it back. I'm a little skeptical. So I think like all 4 teams have to have a lot go right for them to have success, but teams that are poised and on the right trajectory, I think both Seattle and Arizona are those 2 teams in this division.
Bo, we all appreciate you taking some time as you commute between wherever you're going. Hopefully it's to someplace great, and I will probably see you down. It's practice. That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
I will see you down in Arizona week 4 for that Thursday night game, hopefully up in the press box if you're around.
Let's do it. They'll be wearing those new rivalry uniforms that dropped today. So you got any thoughts on those?
They're awful, man. The Seahawks are awful. I mean, some people like them. I'm not a fan. Not a fan. But you know what? I'm an old man, so they're probably not targeting my
Yeah.
demographic. So we will see.
Well, Brian,
All
thanks,
right,
man.
Bo
Appreciate
Brack.
it.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you. And you can find him at Bo Brack, BRACK, on Twitter and other places. He covers the Cardinals for Phoenix Sports and does a podcast for them. A lot of good stuff there. And, you know, that was, I mean, I know Bo's pretty high on the Cardinals. I've been seeing that from his coverage through camp. And, you know, not everybody's as high. But I put some, like, people say, preseason vibes, that don't really matter. I think they do to some regard. Like, they matter when it comes to health and injury. They matter when it comes to, is this player you drafted looking like the guy you thought he was going to be? Is he looking better than who you thought? Is he looking worse? Are you starting to come up with excuses about, well, maybe it's this or that? For the Cardinals, the vibes are pretty good. Like Will Johnson, he's had some tough moments in the preseason games, but by all accounts in practice, he looks like he could be a top quality corner. That's a huge, huge development because the Cardinals already have Garrett Williams, who, as Bo said, and I've told you all, is one of the top 3 nickel corners in the entire NFL. Like, he's a very, very good player already. And then you've got to hope on some development for Max Melton, who was a 2nd-round pick last year. Yes, he is related to Bo Melton, who was a Seahawks draft pick now, with Green Bay. Interestingly, he was drafted as a receiver. Now he's playing cornerback for the Packers. So both Melton brothers are cornerbacks in the NFL. So that secondary had some injuries that could have been a big deal if their young cornerbacks weren't developing. That still could be a question, but there seems to be positive signs there. And then you've got that defensive line group that was a real problem for them last year that added some veteran quality. I mean, Calais Campbell was one of the best run defenders in football last year, even though he's almost 40 years old, still bringing it. And Dalvin Tomlinson is a fine interior run stuffer. And then you've got some interesting edge players. You add Josh Sweat. You've already got Baron Browning, who's got some opportunity, has been a good pass rusher at times, and you throw in Darius Robinson. I just think there's upside in that offense. While the Seahawks dominated their offense, the Cardinals did pretty well offensively through the year. They were a top 12 offensive unit in most categories. So you take what was a bottom half of the league, bottom third of the league defense, and you make that a top half of the league defense. I think they could easily challenge 10 plus wins this season. And I don't think a lot of people see them coming. So I think the Cardinals are going to be a tough team this year. My hope as a Seahawks fan is that Mike Macdonald seems to have really figured out how to cause Kyler Murray a lot of problems. The Seahawks in general have always played well against Arizona. The Seahawks fans travel well to Arizona. So, yeah, I think that's going to be a team to really watch in this division. And, I'm curious to see how that plays out. Now, we got a little bit of time. Before our next guest, Grant Cohn, is going to join us at 10 a.m. to talk 49ers. We'll have Grant on for a little bit longer than some of these other folks. Enjoy catching up with him on all the stories, and who knows what Grant's going to say. He's a big superstar now. If you didn't know that about Grant, super well-known across everywhere. All of a sudden, he's just started blowing up. It's kind of hilarious. But well deserved. I mean, he's a treasure, and everybody should know Grant Cohn if they don't. But before we get to Grant, let's do some checking in on some other guys. I had a few interviews that I want to play. One of my favorite interviews of the preseason was with Riq Woolen. And I want to play that one for you. So let me cue this up real quick. Let me cue this up for you real quick, and we will get this playing for you guys. I think this was a guy that I just continue to feel like is misunderstood or underestimated by a lot of fans. And I really like what Riq Woolen had to say in this conversation. So check it out. Into one of the most talented, if not the most talented cornerback in the NFL, Riq Woolen joins us. How you doing today, man?
What's up? Sure. Nothing, just happy today was ACT practice and the weather was good. So yeah, today been smooth. We got a nice quick day today.
What do you like about ACT practices?
Just it's a lot of mental. You gotta stay locked in, and it's just a lot of good things like getting reps, but just being light on your feet, not all the banging up, so you get to be healthy and shake your legs and stuff. So I love ACT.
So I think I saw the other day you were playing Madden and you put yourself in at wide receiver, yeah?
Oh yeah.
So you're switching back. Is that going to happen on the field here?
I wish, but no. I just on the video game, I just like to do it just because I get to play as myself. So whenever I see I can play wide receiver, I'll just leave them in there just so I can always play as myself because it's pretty cool.
What would happen if Riq Woolen, the wide receiver, went up against Riq Woolen, the cornerback?
I don't think anybody catch the ball. That's how I get the competition to be. I go back and forth.
Who do you think on the Seahawks, since you play Madden, who do you think of all the guys on the roster is the most criminally underrated on that game?
The whole team.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think the whole team is underrated because our overall is kind of iffy, you know what I'm saying? But I think as a whole team, we're underrated.
Yeah, why do you think that is?
I don't know, maybe because we just not like a team that's always in like the hype or the media or like in those big places where like it's like LA, Miami, Dallas, Houston, New York and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Rather than we in the place in Washington where people be like, "Oh, you mean Washington D.C.?" You know what I'm saying? So it just be pretty crazy.
Do you kind of enjoy that, being able to sneak up on other fans, other teams, other places that don't really respect this team the way maybe they should?
Oh yeah, no, I always think it's pretty cool, especially for away games because it's like leaving the first impression on some people. You know, some people whenever you go to games, they're a fan of their team, but it's hard to be like, oh, that guy is good. It's hard to not like a person or a person on the other team when that guy is showing out versus your team. And that's how you like take teams of the fans and stuff like that.
Well, I was giving you, I was hassling you about Jerry Rice Jr. the other day, talking about Tory Horton, and someone asked me a question I should have followed up. Did you ever watch Jerry Rice play? You weren't even born when Jerry Rice
was playing. I wasn't born, but I done seen a lot of his highlights and stuff like that. So, it's just pretty cool just, calling that just because when you look at Jerry Rice and then his routes, he pick up his knees, he strides a little bit. And that's what Tory looked like, so it's pretty cool.
That's what I was going to ask you. Of all the players, why? And so that's why. It's a stylistic thing. So if I were to ask you, of all the cornerbacks in your rookie class, who has the most interceptions since you came into the league?
Shit, me.
You and Derick Singling tied for number one.
Oh, yeah. I did see that.
If I asked you, of all the cornerbacks that came in when you were drafted, who had the most passes defensed?
Sure, it's me.
It's you.
That's what I'm saying. It's pretty crazy.
How do you when you were playing wide receiver in college, can you imagine like not only making the transition to corner, but being this productive and this good at the position?
Honestly, I just knew that I had the ability to do it. I just had to, go out there and show it and trust the technique and all the work that I've been putting in. So that way, whenever I am out there, it just feels like second nature.
Well, obviously it's a big year coming up for you, contract, and those are going to be some numbers. I'm sure your agent. If I was your agent, and if you want to give me a cut, I'm happy to represent you. But if I was your agent representing you, I'd say like, look, this is a guy who burst on the scene as a rookie, and has continued to be productive as a man cover corner. He's improved as a zone cover corner, and there was criticism like, hey, maybe he's not as good against the run. You put on weight last year. If I told you your cornerback buddy, Devin Witherspoon, was the number one rated run defending corner in the NFL, I'm guessing you wouldn't be surprised. You were top 11.
Oh, wow.
So, you made a big jump in that part of your game. So, how do you feel about your development as a player from where you came into the league to now?
I feel like I've been getting better, in different areas, and I just keep progressing in those different areas, and it's crazy because I do feel like that the tackling thing was one thing people would say, but over time, I feel like it kind of went away. I mean, some people still got their say so, whatever, just because they felt away. But at the same time, I think I'm improving. That's all I care about. You know what I'm saying? Like last year, I got my first forced fumble. I punch out versus the Jets. So I feel like that was big to me because I never had a punch out in my career at playing defense. You know what I'm saying? On any level. So it's just crazy because. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like in the meetings and stuff. Whenever I got the punch out, like the whole team was like, "Oh, okay, you see, like it's pretty cool." So. I'm just happy that I'm improving. It's pretty cool to see.
Well, maybe Kobe Bryant, man. That guy certainly has the knack for knocking the ball at. Has he given you any tips? You watched him at all?
Oh, of course. I mean, I watch him all the time. He's kind of a fierce guy, especially when it comes to getting that ball, man. It's like he has the ability and the instincts. It's like if he sniff it and see it, it's his. You know what I'm saying? And just his ability to punch the ball out is crazy.
So I gave you the if I was your agent tack. If I was a GM and an owner and I'm trying to figure out, all right, is this a guy that I can park a boatload of money in an extension that I can trust to be a leader, that I can trust to be, to get that money and be better as a player? What would you want to tell them? Because you talked about the fact that you're kind of like people see you as a chill guy, that, you're not always the most intense guy. Like, what would you say to those people to convince them, like, hey, I'm a safe investment. I'm the right place to park that money.
Honestly, just with my style of play, because as a person, like you said, I'm real chill, and I feel like some people, especially like if you don't even know me or if you just meeting me for the first couple of times, some people may take that as, oh, I don't care or something like that. But it's really just my nature of just me being a person that's chill, not letting stuff get to me, and like I think about it sometimes, but also it's just the fact that you can't just be a person to worry about what everybody has to say or what goes on. You only control yourself. So that's why I keep myself in a controlled state, like a pretty chill state, because I can't control what somebody else is doing. The only thing I control is what Tariq does. And what I do, it affects the other things that I can't control. So, other than that, just a chill guy, a baller for real, and I let my game speak for itself.
So, last couple things for you. We're talking to Riq Woolen of the Seattle Seahawks. You've talked about the fact that you kind of want to work on focusing, locking in. How do you work on that?
In practice, because in practice, it'd be days where you may not see a ball, and there's some days where you'll see like 5 balls, you know what I'm saying? So you just got to make sure on one of those days or every time on those days, you just got to answer to yourself, like, just technique. Because, like, you can't get bored, and the moment you get bored, something crazy happens, or the moment you have a mishap on the technique, something can happen, and it may lead to something big. So each play, I just been making sure I just get my lineman assignment, just making sure that even if the ball not coming my way, I still got to do the same thing every time and not get bored.
You had, a ton of big plays last year. You also had, like, in some big moments, didn't quite go your way. Do you have any, like, when you look back at last season, like, do you have a diagnosis about why, like, in those moments things didn't exactly go the way you wanted?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's all different parts of the plays and stuff like that, and in the play, some things like my technique may put me in the wrong spot and it may make it harder in the later part of the play. You know what I'm saying? So, it's a couple moments and stuff like that, but it all comes down to just having great eyes and not getting bored. You know what I'm saying? You gotta trust the call. You gotta trust your leverage. You gotta trust you doing your 111 and your teammate doing his 111, and those moments sometimes it's just crazy because everybody else do their 111, and when you don't do yours, it literally is in the spotlight just because it's in a big moment, So just making sure I do my 111 and make sure that I don't have those hiccups is what I'm trying to work on this year.
All right, last thing, Nicky Manwari. I mean, when you came into the league, Riq, size, speed, haven't seen. Nick seems like another size, speed, we haven't really seen. What's your impression of the Rook?
He's gonna be great, man. He's a cool guy to have in the room, and he gels in real cool. He's one of the younger guys, and probably is the youngest in our room, and very talented. Very coachable. Instincts is crazy. He got a knack for the ball and being around the ball. Like, he got a good knack for it, and can play in space as well. And as you watch him in camp and stuff like that, he gets better every day. He comes to work, and even if he may not be feeling it, he still goes out there and gives it his best, And that's cool to see from a young guy because, some people, whenever they not feeling it, they get to overthinking, especially because they new to the team. And whenever you see stuff like that, you just kind of bring them in even more to show that they can be comfortable out here. And it's okay if you may not be feeling it, but I'm saying still go out there and do your thing, because it's gonna be dog days. So he's been doing a great job. He's been working and he's been making a lot of plays.
I lied. One thing.
Mhm.
Byron Murphy haircut, JSN haircut. Is something coming your way? Are you happy with where
no, I ain't getting no haircut. Those guys getting a haircut. Maybe it's a camp thing, the guy maybe starting to look kind of crazy a little bit, growing the facial hair out, and maybe he wanted a fresh start, but not me. No, I'm letting my hair grow out. I ain't cutting my dreads.
All right, man. Riq Woolen, your cornerback, man. Appreciate you taking the time.
Yes, sir.
Take care. Big year for him. Big year for the Seahawks. Keep an eye. So that was Riq Woolen. I mean, I just think that guy is criminally underrated, I guess. And I understand, like, he has been benched by 2 different coaches over 2 different seasons. First was performance related from Pete Carroll. I think he was getting targeted in run defense and was really becoming a liability, and so pulled him out. Then Mike McDonald for some kind of discipline related issue. We don't know the specifics, but that was not great either. He did give up some big plays. He gave up the game winner against the Rams to Demarcus Robinson in overtime. He also didn't jump a route that in zone coverage that was basically should have been an interception in that same game. Justin Jefferson with Sam Darnold streaked down the field. It was Riq and Julian Love in coverage on that game-winning touchdown. He also made the interception that sealed the win against the Bears. So it's not all bad, but this is a guy that by almost every metric is a top 10 cover corner, probably a top 5 cover corner in the NFL, especially when you're talking about man-to-man, and has improved as his own corner and has improved as a run defender. And so I think that his build is going to always be a challenge in terms of being able to be a true run defender and stay healthy. Last year, late in the season, I distinctly remember seeing him do what is a form tackle and tackle with his shoulder, but the force of that tackle injured him. Like, it wasn't because he wasn't trying or wasn't willing, wasn't because he hadn't put on weight, but he's a lanky dude, and his frame is not built to be compressed. His frame is not built to absorb a lot of contact. It's built to move. It's built to be fast and to be long. And I don't think you can blame him for that. So I think the Seahawks, indications are the Seahawks do not plan to bring him back after this season. I'm really wondering, like, that's an open question for me going into this year about, so what's your other plan? Because I'm not sure what the Seahawks have in terms of, I don't love their depth at that position in terms of young players ascending. I don't think Nehemiah Pritchett is your next Riq Woolen. I don't think that's at all his potential. And they don't have a lot of other guys that I would put in that category either, or really any other guys I would put in that category. So that's going to be one to watch, because here's the thing. If Riq Woolen has a terrific year this year, does that make it more likely that he's back with the Seahawks or less likely? I mean, he's going to earn probably close. He could easily earn close to $30 million a year. I mean, that's what the Sauce Gardners and the top, Stingley, like the top cornerbacks from his class are getting. And Riq's numbers, if I'm his agent, like I said in the interview, they compare favorably to those guys. He's got significantly more interceptions than Sauce Gardner. He's got more passes defensed than Derek Stingley. Like, anyway, I just think that one's going to be an interesting one to watch going into this season. So if you are just joining us, welcome. This is a crazy experiment I am doing today with all of you to do a marathon Seahawks season preview. So we started at 7:30, a little bit before 7:30 this morning, Pacific time. We're already 2 hours in. We are going to be going all the way through at least 1:30. So we have got a number of interviews left to do. We've already talked to 4 people. We're going to be talking to Grant Cohn of who covers the 49ers. You guys already know that. He'll be coming up here at 10 o'clock, so in about 25 minutes. And then we've got Arif Hassan joining, and we've got Marc. I should know his last name off the top of my head, but I don't. Marc Raimondi, who covers the Falcons. So we're going to have those guys on as well. But we're also going to dive into the team and dive into this roster. And so with a little bit of time here, it's a good time to do it. If you haven't given the show a like and click subscribe, please take a second to do it. Let's get to 25,000 subs on this channel. We're over 24. Let's get to 25. We are literally, my gosh, on Instagram, folks. We are just a few people away from getting to the point where I'm going to give away tickets to the game. Yeah, we are, my gosh, 53 followers away on Instagram, instagram.com/hawkblogger, 53 followers away from giving away club level seats to the Seahawks versus 49ers. So let's get that done. Take a second if you can, go follow us there. Follow us on TikTok. All the places. Would appreciate you for doing that. Let's take a moment here. Actually, before I do that, let me get to super chats because I think there's been some that I've been waiting on. So the real LTV says, chat is split, Brian. We need your opinion on the rivalry unis. Yay or nay? I'm actually glad to hear that chat is split. I'm glad that somebody likes these uniforms because I think they're atrocious. I was super disappointed. Like, it's a white uniform that looks like it's been speckled with what's supposed to be feathers. It looks like an Oregon Duck uniform, and I'm not even saying that derisively. I know everyone, like, some people really hate the Ducks uniforms. It doesn't look like an NFL uniform to me. It looks. I'm not a fan. Not a fan at all. The helmets are okay. But I don't know if you saw the video of the Seahawks players getting to see it for the first time. I think it came out last night, and they have video of their faces. There's some guys that had my reaction that tried to be positive, but you could see they were not loving it. So I don't know, man. If you like them, I'm happy for you. I wish I liked them. I wish that they were better. But as I said to Bo, I am a old man, so I'm probably not their target demo. Maybe the younger folks like them. I just think they're not a fan. Armando Cruz, when will they announce the Chris Paul signing? That'll happen today. So let me explain that, actually. Let's explain that because I think some people got confused. So the Seahawks announced their practice squad yesterday. It included Brandon Peely. It included there was another player that, let me pull it up so I can make sure I'm getting the right names and don't say the wrong thing. So Amari Kite, the left tackle, and the reporters that were in attendance for practice did not see Brandon Peely or Kite at practice. So I kind of deduced that those guys were the odd men out because what's going to happen today, that was yesterday's practice squad. Today, we will see transactions take place. We should see Chaz Surratt, the linebacker, signed to the 53. That will take the place of somebody, which we don't know yet who that will be. I would expect that to be either Nick Callerup or Cody White, or potentially, who was the other person that I was surprised about? There's a third player. It doesn't matter. Anyway, one of the offensive players that I think will probably go down. Maybe Connor O'Toole could be one of them. But anyway, I think it'll probably come from the offensive side. And then they will also announce the Paul signing, Chris Paul Jr., who's known as Paul. The linebacker, he'll sign to the practice squad, as will Courtney Jackson, the kick and punt returner from the Broncos. He will sign to the practice squad. So they will take 2 people off of the practice squad from yesterday. I'm kind of guessing it's going to be Amari Kite and Brandon Peely, since those were the guys that people didn't see yesterday. It could be anybody. It could be, I mean, honestly, I am shocked that Anthony Tyus, the running back, made the practice squad. Like, I am shocked. I don't understand that one. They have 2 other running backs on the practice squad, and Jacardier Wright and Damian Martinez. I don't know why they need a third, but that's what they got going on. So he could be the guy that loses his spot. I don't know. We'll find out here in a little bit what they decide to do. But yes, we will hear Chris Paul Jr. should sign today, as should Courtney Jackson, as should Chaz Surratt. So 2 of those guys are going to the practice squad. One of those guys are going to the 53. Chaz is going to the 53. Now, other bits of news that I hadn't had a chance to cover yet. I've teased this because I had some sources I had talked to about this and got insight that I think Dalton Reisner was never coming to Seattle, the free agent offensive guard. There was no visit ever planned. And so when it's reported that there's a visit he's headed to Seattle and there's no visit planned, that means that it's coming from the agent. And it means that the agent was trying to imply there was a market for his client to drive up the price with the one suitor who had a starting position, which was the Cincinnati Bengals. Whether that worked or not, I don't know, but Dalton Reisner signed with the Cincinnati Bengals yesterday. He's no longer on the market. I don't think he was ever coming to Seattle anyway. So, yeah, that's the deal for what's going on there. Now, I want to take a second here and well, I think I'm going to hold off and save this for after we talk to Grant. I'm going to go through the whole roster. I'm going to kind of compare it from this year to last year, and we'll talk about that. Let me just check to see if there's any news before I continue on. Interestingly, Marquez Valdez-Scantling is going to the 49ers practice squad. Not on the active roster. So that's an interesting one. I still think, he can be elevated for week 1. I would still expect that to be the case, but that's interesting. Shaquille Griffin was released yesterday to make room for Darian Kendrick. I still will, John Schneider confirmed yesterday, Shaquille Griffin's going to be with the Seahawks. This is like the Artie Burns thing where they had him on the practice squad last year. If they don't have him for the first week of the season, then his salary isn't guaranteed. So don't read anything into the Shaquille Griffin news. That's just, it's a nothing burger, really. Sorry, I'm scrolling through all these pictures of the rivalry uniforms, and the helmets, I do like the helmets. They're fine, but not a big fan of the rest of it at all. Yeah, I don't like it. All right. So before we talk to Grant, let's listen to another player interview and get that going, and then I will come back. We'll talk to Grant Cohn about the 49ers, which will always be fun. And we will take a look at this roster, and we will start figuring out exactly where this team stacks up relative to the rest of the team from last year. Let's start with a little conversation with Jake Bobo. And this got a chance to talk to him in the indoor practice facility, or what is known as the IPF. If you want to sound like an insider at the VMAC, you talk about the IPF. And this was Jake Bobo. You'll hear it toward the end. He will look to his left because Cooper Kupp poked his head in and was like, "Man, are we going to do our workout?" Like, dude, how much longer is this going to take? So you're going to see Cooper Kupp's leadership in action toward the tail end of this one. But this is Jake Bobo early in training camp. Welcome to another player interview with me, Brian Demhauser from Hawk Blogger Mornings. Today, we get to talk to the man, Jake Bobo. You said you wanted more Bobo. You're going to get more Bobo. Jake, man, how you doing so far?
Good, great. Good day out there today. Sun was shining, so can't ask for much more.
It was more than just a good day, man. You had some of the highlight plays of the day. What are you talking about? That catch, that one-handed catch right in the middle of the field.
Yeah. Well, you got to catch the ball when it's thrown to you, and it was a good ball by Drew and in the right spot, probably the only spot it could have been. And yeah, you got to make the plays when they come to you.
Well, I think the defenders had a few words for you about what would have happened if pads were on. Am I right?
Yes, but you are correct. They are incorrect.
So you got obviously Drew's a guy that's been here before, but you got Sam Darnold, you got Jalen Milroe. Talk about the changes you've seen at the quarterback position.
It's been really cool so far to see those guys. Drew's been here before, knows this building, knows the locker room. So he's huge, just coming back. But Sam being here, immediately taking the reins, and he's the captain of the offense, made it known. We knew already, but the fact that he came in here and has put in the work every day of OTAs, he's been here since we reported, and won't leave till we get out from minicamp. And so he's been great for us leadership wise so far, and obviously can sling the ball around all over the field. And then Jay Mill, man, he's been great so far too, working his tail off.
Pretty special group you got there, and the receiver room as well. You got some changeover there, and bring in Cooper Kupp. Is that a guy that you've watched before he's come over here?
Yeah. As a receiver, you got to watch the greats, and he's one of them. Especially the last couple of years, doing what he's done. It feels like it was 10 years ago, but it was 3 when he went Triple Crown. And he's still got it, man. You guys see it out there on the practice field. He's rounding guys up in a way only he can. And so the rest of us are just trying to learn from him and take pieces of his game, take pieces of Jack's game, Quez, MVS. And so it's a good room to be a part of so far, for sure.
Well, so it's a Seahawks Legends Day. They got folks coming from all past history of the Seahawks, and I've been doing top 50. No, I'm not going to put you on the spot if you have a Seahawks historian kind of take, but if you do, that's fine. If you could have a guy from NFL history, okay. With Seahawks history, it's a bonus, but any team that you could sit down with and just pick his brain, yep. Who would it be?
Boy, that's a good question. I'm biased because I have been able to pick his brain, but Bobby Wagner. I'm assuming he's in the top 50.
He has to be.
He's got to be, right?
Absolutely.
Top 5. But just being, just seeing the way he worked the last 2 years being here, and I guess my rookie year. Yeah. Now he's over in Washington, but just being able to watch him work and pick his brain about, not necessarily scheme things, but just how to take care of your body, how to be a vet, how to survive, for lack of a better word, in this league, and also be a great player. And he's done all those things. So I'm sure he's doing the same thing in Washington, but that was a cool experience for me, for sure.
So more Bobo. Do you remember where you were when you first heard that came up?
Yes, I think I was in this building around this time 2 or 3 years ago. The years are starting to blend together, but it was a lot of fun coming in my rookie year. And then obviously when it's that loud, you got to back it up. So, just continuing to try to work on my game, work on my craft, and, get as good as I can be.
You had a really productive rookie year, not only as a receiver, but as a run blocker as a receiver, which, is not something a lot of receivers take as much pride in. How do you feel about your second year?
It was good. Obviously didn't have the same offensive production that I wanted to, but the biggest thing for me last year was being able to contribute on special teams. Didn't do as much of that my rookie year as I would have liked. And then being able to have the opportunity to do that was big for me in my development as a player, as a person, as a leader in this building. So just being able to do that, and then also hopefully, we'll bring some offensive production as well. But both those things I take pride in, and we'll continue to work on.
Was there something, maybe a few things that you walked away from last season that you wanted to work on coming into this year?
Yeah. For me, a lot of it's always physical. Mm-hmm. Just being able to get stronger so I can go in and help out in the run game like I do, and then faster to be able to stretch the field a little bit more. So I've been working on that. And then honestly, just trying to get comfortable. And, this game is fast. And that's what people don't realize when you're out there is, things are moving. And so when you're having to think about not only my assignment, what the defense is giving me and all the above, it gets hectic out there. And so just being able to hone in on my craft and be able to realize what I'm trying to do on a play in and play out basis is something that I've worked on, and it's mostly mental, but some physical tools as well.
Well, and you got a new offensive coordinator coming in. This will be your third OC in 3 years. Yep. Is that true?
Yeah.
So Clint Kubiak and outside zone receivers blocking is a pretty big part of this. Talk about how much that's come up so far.
It's come up a lot, which we knew. The cool part is teams that run this scheme. Obviously, Kubes has his own twist on things. He's going to put his own twist on different routes and different run schemes and stuff. But being able to, when we play Minnesota, when we play San Fran, and seeing some of the concepts and how the run game and the pass game really go together, and being able to play off each other, making comments on the sideline, that was a cool concept they just ran, and now Kubes is bringing it here. So just being able to do a lot of that stuff. Obviously, he does stress receivers in the run game. But the big part of that is just being able to open up the pass game through the run game. And so making, it sounds weird, your path to go block a safety look the same as my path to run a pylon route off play action. And so just doing that stuff and how the two are intertwined is going to be big for us.
Well, and, obviously this is an offense that has been run in a few other places. And you go down to San Francisco and people talk about Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, who's no longer there, but Juwan Johnson as receivers. Yep. I don't know that they realize how good those guys are as run blockers and how key they are to that run game that's breaking a lot of big plays. So is that something that you do you take pride when you're able to open up a hole for one of your backs?
Oh yeah, for sure. And for me, it's not going to be a highlight block every play, but I just like getting in there with the O lineman and just getting dirty down in the trenches and springing guys like K9, because they only need you to get a piece. K9 and Sharps, Kenny, whoever's back there running the ball, they only need you really to get a piece of somebody, and they'll do the rest on their own. So we know that as receivers in the run game, just do your job. And you don't necessarily have to make a highlight block every play. Just get a piece of guys, and the other guys will do the rest.
All right, last question for you. Mike McDonald comes into his second season. This is my observation. You check me on it, but he seems more comfortable in his own skin. He's a little bit more, saying what's on his mind. Do you guys feel a little bit of a difference in him, and maybe just in the familiarity in the locker room?
Yeah, he really did. When he came in, we felt his presence in the building as a commander, as a leader, kind of right away. Now, what has started to show in team meetings and stuff is sense of humor, guys cracking jokes when you don't necessarily expect him to crack jokes. But we knew he was a good guy immediately upon his arrival here. He was a leader immediately. But you're right. I think there is an aspect of it that. Are we going?
All right, dude. I'll get you out of here. That's Cooper Kupp telling Bobo he's got to get a move on. I won't ask you what that's about. So, man, I'll let you go there. We got you standing in the end zone, which I feel like is a good start.
Good
hopefully that's the first of many for you. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have a great rest of your OTS.
Appreciate you.
All right, take care. Thank you. Okay, that was early interview with Cooper Kupp, who we all hope is recovering from what was a really scary collision in the final game against the Packers. I personally like him as a punt returner. I think he's sure-handed. I think he's physical. I think he's just going to get the yards. I hated seeing that. I would hate seeing that with any player, but now I think with Courtney Jackson, I think you have to assume he's going to be your punt returner, which is great. And he looks electric as a punt returner. If you haven't seen Courtney Jackson highlights, I would suggest you take a look. This guy has housed multiple punt returns for touchdowns in his last year at Arkansas State, has 3 punt returns for touchdowns in the last 2 years of his college career. So a really, really good punt returner there. And maybe one of the last missing pieces for this team, which is, they just haven't had a dangerous punt returner for a long time. They thought maybe they had one last year in D. Williams. He was dangerous, and I really like D, but he was dangerous in all the wrong ways. He was more dangerous to his own team than he was to the opponents, and he didn't last. And so let's see. Let's see if Courtney Jackson can be the new answer. And I think all signs sound positive about Jake Bobo. We have not had eyes on him yet. I'll feel better when I see him actually out on the practice field. But from Coach McDonald's words on him, it sounds like things are going pretty well in terms of his recovery, and I think should be available for week 1. Now, we are in just a few moments going to welcome in the one, the only Grant Cohn to talk about the 49ers, and can't wait for that. So if you haven't already taken the chance to like and subscribe, now's a great time to do it. And curious, I think I've got a couple super chats. I will get to those in just a moment. Let me just do a quick promo of Grant. It's almost time. Grant to join the show. Come on over. All right. So I think there were some super chats I missed while we were doing those interviews. So let's get to those. All right. This is from Boklo. Says, I don't remember hearing much about Cooper Kupp through the preseason. What is your overall evaluation of his preseason? This is a really actually underrated good question. You are correct that you have not heard that much about Cooper Kupp during the preseason. And there are two ways to think about that. One, good news. Let's do good news first. What has been one of the biggest question marks about Cooper Kupp over the last few years? Health, durability. Cooper Kupp practiced every single day. Didn't see a single nick. Didn't see him grab anything. Didn't see him slow down. He was there every single day. From OTAs, minicamp, training camp, preseason, all of it. So in that regard, that's really good. The others, and so you didn't hear about him getting injured. That's why that's good, right? The not as good. He didn't make a ton of plays. I mean, he made a lot more plays than MVS, so I don't want to put him in that category. But, he had some good practices. I would say somewhere kind of in the Tyler Lockett category of, a guy that made some plays but was not taking over practices, was not like, I wouldn't call him a problem that teams did, the defense didn't know how to handle him. I don't know what to expect from him going into this year. I really don't. Like, my best prognostication about Cooper Kupp is that he's going to be okay. Like, that he will catch the passes thrown his way. He'll probably be a decent third down target, although JSN was one of the best third down targets in the NFL. So I still think he'll be the primary. I think he's had some good red zone moments in practice and also throughout his career. So maybe he'll show up a little bit in the red zone. I think he'll be a good outlet for Sam Darnold at times, but I didn't see a lot that was like, oh man, he is going to really cause problems for opponents. So it's very possible that once you get into the season and they're running their full offense and they figure out how to, utilize folks, that he could be a much bigger part of this offense than, it looked like to my eyes. But I don't know. He's a huge question mark as far as I'm concerned going into this year. All right. Next super chat, old school Seahawk. Good to hear from you. OSS, who's been a member for over a year, says, thank you for everything, HB. Love the marathon preview. You are the GOAT. Well, man, that is very nice of you to say. And thanks for being a member for so long and a great part of this community. So, and I see that someone's asking, has the Atlanta beat writer been on yet? No, he is coming on at, I think it's 1:00 Pacific time. So we've got 3 hours between now and then before we get to him. I'll obviously probably take some breaks at some point to eat and parent and whatever. But we'll be going to at least 1:30 on this marathon Seahawks season preview. I tried to get somebody from every single team the Seahawks will face, but couldn't quite pull it off. Still pretty excited about we're having what's going to be 7 different folks come on the show, and we're not done yet. We'll see if we can get more people on, certainly as time passes. I've also got a show I'm working on. I might do it tomorrow, not sure when, but I've been working on what I think everybody's getting wrong. And I'm looking forward to unveiling that. Some of these are things you guys have known already. Some of them will be new, but I'm going to tell you where I think, especially national media, and where the general narratives are just consistently missing some pretty big storylines heading into this season. We'll talk about that. I will at some point today also share some research I did. I've talked about just how young the Seahawks offensive line is. Well, I went back and tracked the age of every starter for NFL offensive lines. Now, even since I did that, there's been some changes because of injuries or whatever. I'm not going to go back and redo it, at least now. But I will tell you just where did the Seahawks offensive line rank in terms of age. And then we will also, be going through comparing each position to where they were a year ago. And I'll do that right after we finish with Grant. So a lot of good stuff coming up. Happy to hang out with all of you. And if you didn't see Real Hawk Talk last night, check it out. We had the whole crew, the octobox of folks, talking about their previews and their predictions. And it was the most pessimistic of us was Derick Gebby, and he had the Seahawks winning 10 games. So either I think this group is set up for a very hard fall and a season that's going to be much more disappointing than we all think it will be, or the national perception has it really, really wrong about this team. And that's kind of my favorite situation. Like, there's nothing I think I enjoy more than when the Seahawks are overlooked, underrated, ignored, and they go out and they beat ass. That is the best. And I hope that those folks keep that same energy once the season starts, when they start finding out that I think they're going to be wrong about this team. So now we're going to be talking to Grant Cohn in just a few moments about this game against the 49ers. It's a huge way to start the season. So looking forward to that. And I think that is going to decide a lot of things. So let me go ahead and make sure Grant remembers that we're meeting today. The guy's busy. But I will shoot it to him. He's about to come over. He needs a couple more minutes. And then he'll be here. So the 49ers roster, let's familiarize ourselves while we got a second with what's going on with that 49ers roster. Now, first we'll look at this PFF version. Now, I'll zoom in a little bit more so you guys can see it, but you've got this offense, and right now they've got Marquez Valdez-Scantling as one of the receivers. Now, we just found out who's to the practice squad. Still think that's probably accurate. Ricky Pearsall at one receiver. Juwan Jennings may be playing, maybe not. Not really sure how that's going to look. And then George Kittle, obviously, was the best tight end in football, at least last year. And then Trent Williams, who is, 37 now. Is that how old he is? 37 years old. And started to drop off a little bit last year and has been injured. Ben Barch is a guy that takes over for Aaron Banks at left guard. Jake Brendel, not a great center. Dominic Pooney, really good rookie last year. has been fighting a knee injury. There seems to be some optimism that he'll be ready for a week 1. We'll talk to Grant about that. And Colton McKivitz, who at right tackle has been a real problem for them as far as pass protection. And we'll kind of see how that holds up. But that offensive line, I don't think it's great. And we'll see how that goes. You do have Christian McCaffrey back. That's a big deal. And they added Brian Robinson as another running back. He's a very good, productive runner as well. So they've got a good 1-2 punch there. And then defensively, I mean, this is a mess. I think it's a mess. Like Nick Bosa, terrific. Diamador Lenore, very good. I think Renardo Green, their other corner, has a chance to be quite good. If we let's look at their nickel defense. Upton Stout, I like, but he's a rookie. I think Bryce Huff is a good pass rushing addition for them, especially because Robert Saleh knows how to use him. But I mean, they've got Michael Williams as a defensive tackle. I don't think that's how that's going to actually play. Let's look back at base. So we got Jordan Elliott as one defensive tackle. You've got Alfred Collins potentially as the other. Evan Anderson, I think, went on IR for them. It's kind of a shit show on that defensive line. It literally could be the worst defensive line in the NFL. Like, that's how bad I think that defensive line could be. Kalia Davis is listed right now as potentially a starter at defensive tackle. Now, off-ball linebacker, they've got Fred Warner, the best off-ball linebacker in football. And then D. Winters. Nick Martin's a rookie that they've got in depth that I like, and I think it's been coming on a little bit in preseason, but currently is the backup behind D. Winters. I think Winters is okay, but then you go to the safety position, that group, there's some question marks. Now, Jason Pinnock might be a starter. Marcus Siegel, who is a very athletic rookie safety, sounds like he might be sneaking into the starting lineup. But you've got Richie Grant, you've got Jair Brown. Jair Brown was a starter, and now there's some question about whether he's going to continue. With that, I see that we've got a certain person who's joined the chat. Let's bring him on. If you didn't know him before, you know him now, because it seems like every single fan base has discovered Grant Cohn in the last couple weeks, and he's handling all this attention the way you'd expect him to. Grant, man, good to see you. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I'm as confused as you are, man. I haven't changed at all. I'm not that entertaining, but maybe it's because people look at Kyle and John as being vulnerable for the first time in like 30 years, and I'm the guy sort of talking about it. I don't know. I don't really explain it. Maybe it's my face. I'm handsome.
It's true. It's all those things are potentially true. I like every day I turn into Twitter and there's some other fan who's quote tweeting like, why don't we have a reporter like this covering our team? Like, are you the new model that everyone's trying to?
It'd be cool if there were like more salty reporters around the country. That would make me happy. I feel like every beat needs one guy to be hard to please. It couldn't hurt. I think it'd be good for the whole American Idol experience. You know, you got to have your Simon Cowells in there.
100%. And I think one of the cool things is people are also recognizing you're not just a little salty and a little funny, but you also know what you're talking about. You're actually asking questions that some reporters just refuse to ask because everything the team does seems like it's perfect. Let's talk about your 49ers team that you cover. We talked about this before camp, and one of the biggest question marks was that defensive line. And they drafted Alfred Collins, they draft CJ West, and you get Michael Williams. How's that going?
Well, here's how it's going. They all need to be really good week 1 to beat the Seahawks, because the Seahawks have a really good running game, as we saw in the preseason. 2 really good running backs, an improved offensive line, and a good coordinator who wants to run the ball. So you got to stop the run. And Michael Williams played no preseason games. CJ West played 1. Alfred Collins played 3 and was good in none of them. So I don't know. Can the Niners stop the run week 1? Maybe. I have the utmost respect for Robert Saleh. And just because he has young guys who aren't proven doesn't mean that he can't find a way to win this game. But this is a very young defense, and it's going to be way worse week 1 than it will be week 12. So from the Seahawks perspective, it's a good time to face him.
You talk about Robert Saleh, and Grant, I got to say, I went back and I looked at the 49ers defense and their ranks when Saleh was there from like 2017 to 2020. Actually, it was 2016 to 2020. They were dead last his first year, 25th in points allowed, then 24th in yards allowed his second year, 28th and 13th the third year. And I got to top 10 finally in 2019, 8. And you want to know what happened in 2019? Who did they draft that year? Any guesses?
Nick Bosa.
Nick Bosa.
They had Nick Bosa, DeForest Buckner, Eric Armstead, and D Ford on the same D line.
Yeah. And so then the next year, Nick Bosa got hurt and went back to being 17th in points allowed. Are we sure? I know you got a little relationship with Robert Saleh. Are you sure Robert Saleh is good, or is he a Nick Bosa merchant?
Well, he did a good job with the Jets defense for a few years. Maybe he was a Sauce Gardner merchant, but no, I do think he's good. He's a lot better than what the Niners had the last couple of years. I think he's better than even D'Amico. I think what makes Robert Saleh good is he can get his players to play fast and violent. He can get young guys on the field, but his third down pressure packages are really good. I'm not saying he's Mike McDonald here, because I feel like Mike McDonald and Brian Flores are kind of the gold standard for modern blitzing. But Saleh's very good, and it's impressive because he came from the Pete Carroll school of like, don't ever blitz and just play cover 3 the whole time. Like, he's not like that at all. He's a very shrewd coach and a big upgrade from what the Niners had. Like, going from Nick Sorensen to Robert Saleh is a lot like going from Ryan Grubb to Kubiak.
Interesting. Yeah, that's an interesting compare. There's also been some recent news between these two teams. The 49ers receiver room, another group that you and I talked about. I was like, what's going on here? How's this going to shake out? And it didn't get better, Grant. It seemed to get worse and worse and worse. Two questions for you there. First, let's talk about MVS, Marquez Valdes-Scantling, who we found out just recently signed to the practice squad. And what's the situation that
Is
MVS?
that true? He's actually in the practice squad, not the actual
practice squad. Just came out this morning.
That makes sense, because if they put him on the roster, they have to guarantee his salary.
Exactly.
And they're not going to do that for MVS.
Yes. So
God.
What was your reaction when they signed him?
LOL. I think I tweeted it. Like, I saw your tweet the night before, like, hey, Niner fans and Steeler fans, I know you're really hoping to get him, but keep in mind that Steelers cut him even though he had guaranteed money and was the guy who knew the system the best. Like, we've seen Marquez Valdes-Scantling at his best. He could run in a straight line. That was his skill set. Now he does that slower. But the fact that he's on the practice squad, it kind of makes sense. The Niners have a bunch of practice squad guys. They might not even elevate him for week 1. Their starting wide receiver opposite Ricky Pearsall could be Robbie Chosen. Should be Robbie Chosen, who's better than Mark. It feels like they signed this guy just to ask him about scheme. Hey, what's Mike McDonald doing? I don't know. I play offense. I don't know. Or maybe they'll tell him about Kubiak. Maybe Saleh's going to be picking his brain about that scheme.
Every fan keeps bringing that up. I can't imagine. I'm going to talk to Mike McDonald about that later today. I think that's so overplayed, man. I don't think it matters at all. And like, if anybody knows what Clint Kubiak's doing, it's Kyle Shanahan, who is the guy who's doing the offense that Clint Kubiak, is related to. So
here's how I took it. When they signed this guy, my initial reaction was, I guess Juwan Jennings isn't playing week 1.
That's where I was going next.
Yeah.
What's the deal, dude? Juwan Jennings, wants to be traded, says he wants a new contract, has a calf injury. Hear from John Lynch yesterday that both things are true, but that they're not going to trade him. Is this guy going to play? Like, what's the deal?
I don't think they know. I think they're getting scared. I think they've underestimated Juwan Jennings. He is trying to do the Brandon Ayuk, but he's not Brandon Ayuk. And I think the Niners are like, you want to trade? You want an extension? Cool. Like, we'll see you week 1, dude. I don't know what leverage you think you have. And I think they just kind of dismissed him. I don't know. And I think he took it personally. Whether what he's asking for is reasonable or not, I think he wants to take this all the way. And if he doesn't play week 1, does it hurt him? Yeah, he'll lose some money. But does it hurt the team too? Yes. And it could help Juwan prove his point. I'm important. You need me. Don't treat me like a B-list player on this team because I'm not. What do you got without me? Robbie Chosen, good luck. And I think the Niners are really annoyed that they might lose a game of chicken to Juwan Jennings.
Well, I mean, they did just sign him to a new deal last year, right?
Yeah. They gave him a 2-year extension, and it was like commensurate with his role as the number 3 receiver on the team, $7 million a year. But then guy goes down, he becomes a number 1 receiver on the team with 113 targets, and he's like, all right, well, Marc says I'm worth $25 million a year. And I was like, oh, no, we just gave you a bunch of targets because we sucked and we had to throw to someone. And he was like, all right, well, good luck week 1 without me. So it's a good point. I mean, I can see where the Niners are coming from. I wouldn't want to pay him. That's a lot of money for a guy who's slow and older. And but what are you going to do without him? You either extend him or trade him. But the Niners always take option C. Let's just wait around and do nothing and see if it resolves itself. Hasn't resolved itself yet. And again, I still feel like this is happening because they blew it so hard with Brandon Ayuk. You just caved in after trying to act like you didn't want to pay him. So guess what the next wide receiver is going to do?
Well, and I think people forget this about Juwan Jennings. He's also one of the best blocking receivers in the game.
He's one of the best blocking receivers, and he's one of the best contested catch receivers in the league. I'm not saying he's elite, but he does 2 things at a very high level. Robbie Chosen doesn't.
Yeah, and is Brock Purdy's preferred third down safety blanket.
Correct.
So he is really important to that team. I absolutely, from the team perspective, can understand, like, we just gave you a new deal. We're not going to do this again. If I'm Juwan Jennings, I'm like, fire my agent. Like,
it's Drew Rosenhaus. Which is another reason I feel like he's not going to play week 1. Like, Drew Rosenhaus is not just going to give up and be like, oh, well, we tried.
No, that's not how it goes with him.
No, he's not fucking around. Sorry, excuse me. I'm not on my channel. Sorry about that.
You're good. You're good. Yeah, so I'm fascinated by that one, man. And he does deserve more money. I don't know if the 49ers are going to do it. And so you get this weird situation. And then Brandon Ayuk out for at least, sounds like, half the season. What's going on there?
What happened with Ayuk last year was at the last minute when they were trading him to the Steelers, which is what the front office and the bean counters wanted to do. Kyle Shanahan ran in like the end of The Graduate and like broke up a wedding. Like, no, we can sign him. And they did. And I think those days are over. I think the days of Kyle Shanahan coming in at like right at the last minute being like, we got to have this guy, pay him. I think the Niners are like, make it work with the rookie, buddy. Sorry, we just sold 8% of our team. We just bought 2 soccer teams. Like, we're not just going to throw all of our cash into this one venture. We diversified.
So let me tell you what my impression is from the outside and about the 49ers. And you tell me where I'm right. You tell me where I'm wrong. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
My impression is Brock Purdy looks like he's continued to improve and is ready to take on more responsibility.
Agree.
He still has George Kittle. He's got Christian McCaffrey. Looks like he is ready to be, a central part of the offense. And now they add Brian Robinson, so they don't have to have as much weight carried by Christian McCaffrey.
That's good.
The offensive line, Trent Williams is absolutely in decline. And while he's probably going to be there for most of the season, you can't count on him to be there for all the season. The rest of the offensive line, question mark. And kind of curious what happens with Ben Barch and those kinds of things. And defensively, I feel like
you glossed over someone kind of important on offense.
Who did I, George Kittle? No.
Ricky
Pearsall.
He's kind of important.
Yeah. So Ricky Pearsall, my impression is taking a step, ready to be a meaningful part of the offense. I'm not sure that he's the blocker that Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, or Juwan Jennings was in the running game. And I'm not sure that he is like number 1 receiver material. I wonder about his hands and his durability. The guy seems to have a lot of injury issues, and I'm not talking about the off-field stuff. So let's start on offense. Where am I right? Where am I wrong?
I think you were absolutely right on everything. I wanted to go back to Ricky because I think he might be really good. I'm not sure. I keep going back and forth. He can get knocked off his route. He's not much of a blocker, and I wouldn't put him at X because I wouldn't want him dealing with press coverage. But as a Z or a slot that you could put in motion and get free releases, once he's into the secondary, he's got a lot of juice. Like, he's got more speed and quickness than Ayuk. Doesn't mean he's better than Ayuk, but he's kind of unique. And really the guy I would compare him to, and this is a stretch, but if you look at their athletic testing numbers, they're very similar. He reminds me a lot of a Caucasian Odell Beckham Jr. And I know Odell was special, but he was kind of larger than life because of that one catch. This guy has juice like that. And if you get your hands on him, he might, I mean, Odell had like 3 years and then he got hurt and was never quite the same. He's going to get so many targets this year, man. With Jennings in and out and Kittle's 32, this guy's going to get like 120 targets this year if he stays healthy. He could go for 1,200 yards. Doesn't mean he's elite, but it's going to be very important for them. And at week 1, him against Devon Witherspoon is like the key matchup.
I want to come back to that a little bit because I have some questions about the Shanahan offense and your insights. We're talking to Grant Cohn, who is the best on the beat for the 49ers. So defensively, I feel like it's a shit show. Honestly, I look at that defensive line and I'm like, Alfred Collins looks like that might not be working out. And as soon as CJ West looks like he might work out, but if only one of those two work out, then you're depending on a Kalia Davis or, a Jordan Elliott or someone else in the middle. And I'm like, ugh. And then Michael Williams looks like could be all right as a run defender, but I don't know, maybe an interior pass rusher in certain situations. The secondary, like the safety position, looks questionable. D. Winters might be fine at linebacker, but he's definitely not Dre Greenlaw. So everyone's like, Hufanga and Greenlaw didn't play last year. Okay, but they weren't good last year. They played the year before, and those guys were like all-pro kind of players. Have they really found anyone to replace the Eric Armsteads and all the other guys that they had on that defense?
No, you can't be like, oh, well, they have Nick Martin, so they don't need Dre Greenlaw anymore. I mean, they have a lot of guys who may be good and have promise, but it's a really young defense, and they're going to make a lot of mistakes early on. So again, this is when you want to face them, but I actually think, again, I have a lot of respect for Saleh. So what they're going to do, instead of just run the wide 9 and expose Alfred Collins and Michael Williams and be like, good luck, they're going to do some 5-man fronts. They're going to try to help these guys and give them one-on-one matchups. So maybe that'll help their run defense a little bit. But the back end of the defense, I kind of like. Like, Lenore's a really good player. Green is a good player. Stout's a rookie, but from what he showed in training camp, you saw him. He's a good player. Dyer Brown is not a good player, but I don't think he's going to start. They got this rookie in round 5 named Marquise Siegel who had a good preseason. So we'll see. And then Jason Pinnock, he's a bit of a journeyman, had a good preseason. Malik Mustafa's coming back by week 5 or 6. So actually the linebackers and the DBs are promising. It's that D-line, man. And as much as I respect Robert Saleh, he drafted Solomon Thomas. He drafted Javon Kinlaw. He seems to have a much better feel for the back half of the defense than the front 4. So I want to, like, Alfred Collins is very much like Javon Kinlaw. Michael Williams is very much like Solomon Thomas in that tweeners. Like, what position does Michael Williams play? Is he a defensive end? Is he a defensive tackle? Does he have to go back and forth? Like, is he a pass rusher or just a run defender? You can't take players like that, top 10, top 11. He needs to be a really good pass rusher. He needs to have a position. So that's my question with the Niners defense. I see Robert Saleh's vision, but I question it on the D-line.
Well, and that's the thing, Grant. I mean, they were the 23rd ranked run defense in DVOA last year. They were the 29th in points allowed or something like that. It's not like they just have to be a little bit better. They have to be a lot better. And
a lot better.
Walk me through. Like, I'm glad to hear that you actually see some positive there because you can balance my perspective. What's the storyline for them being a lot better on defense? What happens?
Okay. I think it's, again, a lot like the storyline for the Seahawks being a lot better on offense. You lost a good quarterback, you lost some good receivers, but you gained a much better play caller. And that's going to have a big payoff down the line, or maybe right away. So with the Niners, they struggled stopping the run last year. They also had a defensive coordinator who only used the wide 9 and didn't have any switch ups because he's a special teams coordinator now in Dallas. He didn't really know what he was doing. Now, I don't think you're going to see just a steady diet of the wide 9 week 1. I think with Milroe as someone who's probably going to play a little bit, the Niners are prepared for the zone read, for the quarterback running game. You're going to see a 5-man front with this guy, Sam Okwanu, number 91, playing like a stand-up outside linebacker. They're going to have things they can do schematically to help out these players that Sorensen didn't do last year. So just there, like the floor should be a lot higher. But you're right. Like, is this a dominant defense? Not now. Maybe next year, maybe at the end of this year, but definitely not now. Like, again, this D-line could get absolutely baptized week 1 by a really good run game.
So you look at this 49ers team that is the favorite to win this division by almost all accounts.
Yeah.
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah. Yes and no. Yes, in the sense that they have the easiest schedule. All these teams have easy schedules, but they have the easiest schedule. And when healthy, they have a really good starting lineup. But they're not healthy that often. And it seems like a lot like the team that went 6-11 last year, in the sense that you don't have depth. And once Trent goes down, or if Christian goes down, or if you don't have George for 2 weeks, you're screwed. You don't have Bosa for half of a game, you're screwed. So this doesn't really seem like a team that's just going to have great injury. Like, never a team that has great injury luck. That's where we're at. Meanwhile, and they're old. Meanwhile, the Seahawks seem to be ascending. The Arizona Cardinals seem to be ascending. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I did a show earlier about ascending players in the NFC West, and I was going to the 49ers, and the guys that came up for me are Ricky Pearsall, Dominic Pooney. I'd put CJ West is probably on that list, but you kind of see, right?
Got to see a game.
I mean, I started struggling, man, to like really, who are the ascending players?
Maybe Renardo Green.
Renardo Green was on my list. Yep.
Okay. But that's about it.
Right.
It's not Kittle.
It's not Kittle. I mean,
not
it's not Fred Warner. It's not Ayuk.
Like Bosa.
It's not Bosa. They're already who they are, and that's good. But they're trying to hang on to who they are. So one of the questions that's come up about Clint Kubiak that maybe you can help with is, people are like, oh, did the Seahawks have enough speed at the receiver position? Are they going to be able to like stretch the field? I think back to the 49ers offense, which is very similar to what the Seahawks are going to run. It hasn't been about a lot of like deep over the top shots. It seems like it's a lot more horizontal. Ayuk was maybe their best deep threat over Kyle Shanahan's career. Am I forgetting? Like, who have been the other guys? Have there been other guys that have been real deep threats for them?
I mean, they had Marquise Goodwin like 8 years ago, but no, they don't really operate that way. They're very much the yards after the catch team that throw the ball over the middle team. High percentage throws. So I think you'll see from him is you have two essentially slot receivers in JSN and Cooper Kupp. You're going to see a lot of formations with tight splits, both guys kind of inside the numbers, not in the slot, but inside the numbers, essentially the same thing. And then running deep crossing routes off play action or dig routes over the middle. Like, that's how they're going to be used. They're not going to be running fades up the sideline. I'm not going to throw those.
So when you look at this division, you step back from the 49ers and you look at the division, you look at the Cardinals, you look at the Los Angeles Matthew Stafford lower backs, like you look at the Seahawks. What do you see, man? Like, when you look out there, what's caught your attention? How do you assess this division?
If Matthew Stafford is in and out, I don't take the Rams seriously. It's Jimmy Garoppolo. Full stop. The Niners, I could see why they should be expected to win the division. If they win less than 10 games, someone could get fired. That's how high the stakes are. But that doesn't mean they'll win it. I mean, it still seems like the Seahawks and the Cardinals are the teams that improved the most this offseason. Both teams seem really well coached with young defensive coaches who have their teams steadily ascending. And the Seahawks were better than the Cardinals. The Seahawks won 10 games last year with a bad offensive coordinator, with a college offensive coordinator. Now you let him go, and Geno was good. No disrespect to Geno, but you let him go and you bring in a good coordinator who has a quarterback who fits his system and he's coached before. I feel like the Seahawks offense is definitely going to be better than it was last year when they won 10 games. So they're kind of scary. I mean, no one's scared of Sam Darnold, no disrespect. I think most Seahawks fans are kind of hoping that Milroe takes the job sooner than later. But still, he won 14 games last year, and it's not really going to be about him.
Yeah, it's about the running game. It's about the offensive line. And question on Dominic Pooney. First week, how is that looking? Like, what's the prognosis right now?
Well, here's the thing: the Niners said he's looking good, so he might be out there. So that if they say a player is looking good and is almost back, that means that he's probably out for another 3 months. At this point, it's hard not to laugh in these press conferences when they're like, "Oh, yeah, he's fine." It's like, okay, well, we'll see. That's what you said about Christian McCaffrey.
Interesting.
We'll see. Yeah, I don't really trust. I don't really put any stock in anything they say about injuries anymore.
What about Christian McCaffrey, man? Like, does he look all the way back? How much of a factor is he going to be compared to what he was 2 years ago when he was the Offensive Player of the Year?
That's a great question. I think it's hard to judge running backs in practice, but my opinion is that he has been managing himself. He hasn't missed any practices. He has had no injury setbacks, and I feel like he hasn't quite gone, 100% all out he's been 90. He's been close, but I feel like there's this last little gear that he's going to have to either that he will try to kick into during games, or he can't anymore because he's 29, or he's afraid to kick into because last time he tried, his Achilles hurt. That's the test for him to me. Like, how fast are you really? You're durable. You're healthy right now, but last year he never reached more than 17 miles an hour in a game. This is a guy who was routinely hitting 20, 21 miles an hour. You're supposed to be the most explosive. You're supposed to be Jahmyr Gibbs. You can't be slow Jahmyr Gibbs. Then you're just not good anymore. Now you're washed. So I don't know, man. Your guess is as good as mine. I'm very interested to see what it looks like. It seems to me that the Niners are hoping people still focus on Christian McCaffrey as the catalyst of their offense, but the guy with juice this year, real juice, is Ricky. Not Christian, not Kittle. Those guys are still really good and dependable, but the explosive chunk play dude in this offense is Ricky, and that's their secret. We'll see if they can make it happen.
All right. I think this is my last question, unless there's something I'm forgetting you think I should be asking you. But if you were to say, like, build a team that was going to be the most trouble for the 49ers, what would that team look like? What would they do well that would give the 49ers difficulty?
I think if you're strong in the trenches, you really hit the Niners where they're weak, because the Niners are all about the small guys on their team, the weapons on offense, the linebackers and DBs. But if you can push around their D line, if you can push around their offensive line, everything falls apart. And I feel like the Seahawks are at least building themselves a little bit more that way. You really address the offensive line in the draft. Niners never do that. And that D line's pretty good. I mean, the Niners isn't. So a team that's built like Philly gives the Niners problems. They just want to dazzle you with motion. Oh, our offensive line is kind of weak. Doesn't matter. You're on your heels because we just put 3 guys in motion. Like, all right, well, if we can just win in the trenches, then none of that really matters. So that's a team like right there.
I lied. One more question. If the 49ers do what they did last year and
That's the question.
If they end up 6-7 wins, what happens to this team?
I think they fired John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, and I don't think the fans would be upset. I think fans are getting a little tired of this whole regime, and if they manage to have a good season and go to the playoffs, then they'll be right on board. But I think most fans are looking at this saying, like, man, this feels a lot like last year. And you saying things like, oh, we believe in Jake Moody, like, doesn't make us feel better. It feels like you're gaslighting us again. Like, why is Jake Moody still on this team? What are we doing? How come the Raiders signed Amari Cooper for $4 million and the best you could do is Marquez Valdez-Scantling with $45 million in cap space? How come you spending so much money on football players, soccer players for Leeds United, but you can't get a freaking wide receiver? You'll get a midfielder, but not a. I think fans see this. Like, what is going on? So if they have another down season, I think fans would welcome a change. Welcome a change. We're 10 years into this. It's a lot. I mean, Bill Walsh didn't get more than 10 years. Why should Kyle?
Yeah, it's going to be a fascinating season. Expectations are high.
Seahawks fans get kind of like tired of Pete Carroll deep into the tenure. I mean, how do you not? Even if you won a Super Bowl,
that is still, even to this day, a little bit of a rift in the franchise. There's folks that are, Raiders fans.
Die hard. Yeah.
And like back in the day, it was Pete Carroll versus Russell Wilson, and you were either one or the other. But that kind of got resolved when people saw Russell Wilson was the problem, But Mike McDonald, he's not exactly the personality Pete Carroll is. Not that most people are. And I think it's taken a little while for people to acclimate. And even there was an interview with Tyler Lockett last night I heard for Tennessee. And he was talking about how like Mike McDonald's, military style and a lot of work. And Tyler's very nice. That's as close as you're going to get to criticism from him. And there's guys that left, but this is the first year where I think that all the players kind of know what they're in for and they're kind of bought in. And I think fans are, I'll tell you this, Grant, if they have a decent offensive line for the first time in like a century, fans will be all in.
As a UCLA alum, I love Zach Charbonnet. He's so good. And I think the fact that the Seahawks have two, I mean, Kenneth Walker's incredible. I really like him too. But you have two really good starting running backs. I think the Seahawks backfield is better than the Niners backfield.
That's a bold take, dude.
It is a bold take. And it wouldn't be correct in 2023, but in 2025, I think it is.
I got a lot of shit
Brian
for
Robinson
having
Jr.'s
that same take, by the way.
He's okay.
Yeah.
I'll take Charbonnet over Brian Robinson.
It all comes down to, like, honestly, if McCaffrey's healthy and his full self and Kenneth Walker is healthy and his full self, then it's,
McCaffrey.
Then I think you got to go with McCaffrey.
What is Walker, like 25?
24, I think. Yeah.
24. Okay. All right. I love that.
Well, dude, I don't want to keep you much longer. Appreciate you coming on. What's coming up for you on the Cohn Zone?
Well, we got practice in about an hour. We talked to Salah after practice. We're going to go in the locker room. If any player wants to tell me that that I should die, then they're welcome to. That's fair, and I won't make a big thing of it like I did with Kinlaw. That was immature. I can diffuse these things. So we'll see how the locker room goes. It's always interesting. And then tonight I will do a show about any locker room confrontation I had just to really capitalize on drama.
Did you up your shoe game at all?
No.
I'm
wearing Vans. I feel like I'm getting too old to wear Vans. They're not comfortable.
I don't know, man. I think Vans are pretty great. I wear them.
I like them, but I'm getting old, man. I feel like I need some arch support. And then you wear Air Force Ones. I'm like, man, these are really comfortable.
Yes, this is true. Really well, we all want to know what George Kittle thinks of your shoes, and we want to know.
I don't think he really likes me that much.
What about?
I was thinking suspicion.
Were you excited when Kyle Juszczyk re-signed with the 49ers?
It really made my day. Nay, the whole year. Anytime you can get a player like that, friend of yours, back in the organization, is nice. It's nice.
One of my favorite things
today. Give him a big hug.
One of my favorite things that happened with all your new celebrity is people posting their favorite clips of you. And one of my favorites was you doing the Kyle Juszczyk shuffle. Yeah, that was really good.
Only he could do that. Should we talk real quick before we go about the unis, the new unis? What do you think of the Seahawks unis? What do you think? Not good?
They're awful.
I don't like the Niners ones either.
I didn't see the Niners ones.
They're black on black.
Well, see, that's not,
okay.
That's not bad. All right, I'm pulling them up right now.
It just feels super generic. Like every team has black on black uniforms. The
Seahawks don't. Yeah, the Niners are fine. They're like nothing special.
Yeah.
I mean, but the
Seahawks are kind of strange though. They're like, what are you going for? What happened there?
I don't know, man. They look like Oregon Duck unis. Like
they kind of do. Yeah.
They're. I mean, you are younger, so I was like, maybe you're the demographic. Maybe my son is probably excited about them. I think they look like ass.
To me, when I see a black on black uniform, I'm thinking you want to be like the Raiders. Why would the Niners want to be? Can you imagine the Niners wearing these uniforms against the Raiders? It would look ridiculous.
It's true.
And the Niners have like. No disrespect to the Seahawks. Although the Seahawks do have kind of a nice color scheme, but I feel like the Niners have like an iconic one along with the Raiders and the Packers and the Steelers. And why would you give that up? Can you ever imagine the Cowboys wearing black uniforms?
No.
Can you imagine the Raiders wearing red uniforms? Like, why would we do that?
No, it's true. But see, hear me out. Like Bobby Wagner was on this as well. A Seahawks black uni with the green highlight would have been sick. Would have been sick. That would have been really.
You guys don't have really like any loyalty to any color scheme anyway. You guys can mess around, and I feel like the Jaguars can have an all black freaking you who no one cares. I don't need to. I'm not taking shots at the Seahawks. I just feel like you guys have been embracing new trends more. The Niners, you're as conservative as it gets, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah. The Niners. I mean, they are one of the iconic franchises. So
you either have a throwback or nothing.
Yeah,
none of this new shit.
I hear you. Well, the Seahawks throwbacks are the only good uniform they got going right now, to be honest. So
I love those throwbacks. Those are so nice. I feel like the Pete Carroll ones are a little played out, but you stick with them because you won a Super Bowl in them. So that's important.
I think they got to go, man. I really do. Yeah.
They look like they're stuck in 2012 with the little.
That's
you know
it.
I mean?
Like if you don't have like the Steelers or the Cowboys, like you don't have like the Browns, you end up getting like too trendy, man. So they either they got to go like bare bones and get something that can last, or they got to
go back to what you had in 1995, which was nice.
Exactly.
They tried to make the Seahawk look more tough. It's like, nah, it's a freaking Seahawk, man. No one's scared. I'm sorry. Your mascot doesn't have to be like menacing. Like, oh, that's a mean bird. Ooh. The Niners have some freaking miner who's drunk. I mean, come on.
I think the Niners mascot is one of the least told stories. Like, it's one of the stupidest mascots out there. Do 49ers fans like the mascot? Or they?
I like them. I mean, at least the whole thing is like thematic and it's like historically relevant and culturally. Like, I think the 49ers is the best name in football. It's a great name, man. It's you have to understand the reference. It's like it's part of our local history. It's a great name. Better than the 76ers, 49ers.
But, all right. I'll have to think about that. But
I'm not big. I'm not partial to like team names after animals. It's like, watch out for the bears. Like, they're big.
What's the name of the 49ers mascot?
Sourdough Sam.
That's what I thought.
Dude, he will kick your ass.
Really?
He will throw down. Do you remember when they used to have mascot fights? I miss those, dude. What happened?
That was they stopped doing that. And
they should do that.
Dude, I forgot the Super Bowl is in Santa Clara this year, isn't it?
Yeah. It's going to be really cool when the Seahawks are playing the Chiefs here. Sam Darnold.
Oh, man.
If Sam Darnold beats Kyle Shanahan, do you think Kyle gets fired on the spot? What's that? If Sam Darnold beats Kyle Shanahan this year, do you think Kyle gets fired on the spot? Do you think he makes it home?
That's a question for you.
Kyle could have to face Sam Darnold. He could have to face Jimmy Garoppolo. He already faced Trey Lance. That went okay. But those two guys could be going to town. One is.
If Sam Darnold wins the division.
It's so bad. It's so bad for the Niners.
That makes it all the more appealing. All right.
Quarterback, Sam Darnold or Brock Purdy?
Oh, Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been a Brock Purdy believer since I saw him dig out of a number of holes, like backed up in his own end zone on the road, long third downs. I think he's a smart dude. I think he's inventive. He's resourceful.
Yeah.
I also think, Grant, that the 49ers are in the middle of what the Seahawks went through with Russell Wilson, where they're transitioning from what was a defense run-centric team that could beat anybody anywhere to
I would beat you up.
A quarterback-centric team that's
kind of finesse
can get pushed around.
Yep.
Like when they traded Max Unger for Jimmy Graham, the Seahawks went from a offensive line run at you to we're going to finesse you. And
didn't work.
Like when the 49ers drafted Ricky Pearsall in the first round instead of an offensive lineman, for me, that's kind of the same thing. They've needed to go tackle for years. Why the hell will they not draft?
And as good as Ricky is, or as talented as he is, he's a finesse player. He's not going to break one tackle. No. And he's replacing Deebo Samuel, who was the most physical wide receiver in football and really the identity of the 49ers offense. So, yeah, you're right. They went from the team that would come out with the boombox like they're Mike Tyson, like we're going to punk you. Our best player is named Deebo. He's going to snatch your chain and take your beach cruiser bike like that. He's literally named after the guy from Friday. And now it's like, well, we are going to out scheme you. And it's like, okay, all right. That's not what you did in the past.
When I look at that roster, dude, it is the least intimidating 49ers roster I have seen in years.
Yep.
In years. So,
because they have those 8 players, right? They got your 8 core players that you've paid, and then you're really scared of no one else. Ricky still has to prove it. And it's like, how many bad teams have 8 players they've paid? All of them. Cowboys have 8 players. They got their core. Every team has a freaking core, but that's not really what makes you good. It's like a whole team. You have to have a lot of players.
Yeah.
And the Seahawks seem to have them. I don't know.
Yeah, there's not a clear weakness on the Seahawks. So,
People just
there's
kind of
also
fade him
not the
because of
same
Darnold.
upside.
If we're being honest, why are so many people thinking the Seahawks might finish last in the division? Darnold
But I
think
and
that's
the offensive
unfair.
line.
Okay. But I think the offensive line and the quarterback are both better than what public perception make of them.
I think you're right, but we won't know until the season starts. That's going to be a couple weeks. You going to be coming up for the game?
Hell yeah.
All right,
I'll see
man.
you.
Well, I won't see you in the press box because I'll be in the stands. But if you want to get a drink ahead of time,
I would love to. Of course.
I
Yeah.
can show you.
We'll do it.
All right,
Sounds
dude.
good.
All right, Grant
Thanks for having
Cohn. Thanks, dude, and all the best to him. Make sure you follow him on all the places. This is the most entertaining follow on Twitter, at least for my money, and a guy that I have enjoyed following for years and getting to know as well. Hopefully you guys all enjoyed all of that Grant had to offer. And look, I mean, yes, everyone's like, oh, he just trolls the 49ers. But part of the reason I wanted to say, like, here's what I think of the 49ers is I know he's going to give me his honest review. He thinks Ricky Pearsall is going to be good. Okay, that's important to know. He thinks Renardo Green is going to be good. I know he's a big Diamador Lenore fan. He's been a big Lenore fan since before he popped as a corner, which further indicates that Grant kind of knows what he's talking about and has had good eyes on these players over the years. He likes Marquise Siegel, the safety that they drafted. That sounds like he may start. That's worth knowing. I think he's right that when Malik Mustafa comes back, assuming he's close to what he was last year, he played really well. I liked Mustafa's last year. I think that's a big help. We'll find out if Nick Martin eventually overtakes D. Winters. I think Nick Martin is a really interesting linebacker, and the 49ers have had a really good history at drafting linebackers and not always early. Like the Fred Warners, the Dre Greenlaws, the Al-Aziz Shairs, like they have found impact linebackers all the way back. Navarro Bowman, Patrick Willis, like it has been a linebacker rich team for many, many years. And so we'll find out if Nick Martin is the next one or D. Winters. I'm not big on D. Winters the way Dre Greenlaw impressed me or Al-Shair impressed me. Nick Martin, to me, has a little bit more upside and might be a guy that ends up snatching that role. I don't know. I don't think he's going to do that by week 1. So the 49ers are going to be a team that the Seahawks catch at a time where there's all sorts of question marks. And it's, those situations where, not situations, those movies or shows where they have like a big medieval battle, or Game of Thrones, where you've got two armies, two infantries, whatever you want to call it, running at each other, right? And that eventually they're going to collide. And once they collide, you're not exactly sure which side is going to push the other side back, which side's going to do more harm to the other side. I feel like that's what's going on with when you get to an NFL season opener. You haven't seen these two teams collide with anybody really yet. And so there's that moment in the first game where honestly, within the first few snaps, you're like, okay, who's winning the line of scrimmage? Who is causing problems for the other team? Who's executing better? And for the first time I can't honestly remember how long, I think the Seahawks have a meaningful advantage in the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball against the 49ers. Usually that determines who wins that game. And I will admit, though, there is absolutely a chance that the Seahawks offensive line has its worst game of the year in the first game because it's their first game together against a division rival and Nick Bosa and Robert Saleh and, Fred Warner, and maybe they just aren't ready. And maybe all the things I've seen so far don't compare to what they're going to face in that first week. That's a possibility. But I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think it's going to go the other way. And I think over the course of that game, it's going to become more and more clear how that's going to go. Now, I'll do a full game preview next week, so I'm not going to get into all the details now, but that's kind of what I see going on there. All right. I'm checking in on one thing, and then we're going to get to a fun part of the show. So we are 40 followers away on Instagram, instagram.com/hawkblogger, 40 followers away from 10,000. when we hit 10,000, I will be giving away 2 club level seats to the Seahawks versus 49ers game. So come on, take a second. I've already taken 3.5 hours. Take a second to go over to Instagram, click follow. Let's get over to 10,000 followers on Instagram. Would love to do that. Let me do a quick check of what's going on news-wise and see if there's anything else there. And then I'm going to get into talking about this lineup and the Seahawks lineup compared to last year. So let me do a quick refresh, check to see if there's any news that we need to know. Bengals signed Dalton Reisner. We know that already. Shaquille Griffin is back on the practice squad. So let's actually look at this. So it does not say who they dropped. Oh, no. Anthony Campbell. Anthony Campbell, the defensive tackle, was dropped to make room for Shaquille Griffin. So Shaq Griffin back on the practice squad. Anthony Campbell gone. Now, Anthony Campbell, I will say, I really thought he came on a ton toward the end of camp. He was a monster in 1v1s. The guy is 6'7". He is, first time I laid eyes on him, I'm like, dude, like, who is that guy? And he was kind of looked like Tarzan, played like Jane a little bit early, like had the body, but I just didn't see the actual production. But then he came on. He came on pretty strong. And so, you know, he's off the practice squad now. Wouldn't be surprising to me if he ends up back on in a little bit. But also maybe not. I mean, he's a fringe player for them. We'll see how that goes. And I don't think he showed a ton in preseason games. So I don't think a lot of other teams know about him the way the Seahawks do. So I think he's a guy that you can probably kind of hide to some extent. So that's the most recent news. We are going to be talking to Arif Hassan who covers the Vikings in just a little bit. He's going to be coming on here in about 10 minutes. And we'll talk about this Vikings team, which is pretty stacked outside of the quarterback position, which we just don't exactly know what to expect. We'll also be able to talk to Arif about Sam Darnold. Now, Arif is one of the guys who is a pretty big Darnold believer, actually. He thinks that everybody who's been so down on Darnold doesn't really get it, and he sees a lot of the progress. But if you look at, let's take a look at this Vikings lineup before Arif joins. And Arif will be the last guest for a while until at least 1 o'clock. So we'll have some time to get into deep Seahawks preview stuff after we finish the conversation with him. But if you look at this lineup for the Vikings, there's Will Fries at right guard, Brian O'Neill, the right tackle, Christian Darrisaw, left tackle. Those are all like good players. Now, Will Fries, we'll find out if he can continue his rise. Donovan Jackson, the left guard. Loved Donovan Jackson out of Ohio State in the draft. For me, he and Gray Zabel were kind of 1 and 1A. I was really going to be happy with either one of them. So I'm curious how Jackson's been doing. Ryan Kelly, the center, is older player, but has been pretty good in the past. I think the run game is a question mark for this team. Now they've got a running back in Aaron Jones, who's very productive, but I just don't think that run game it was like a 17th ranked run team by like EPA, or depending on which stat you want to focus on. But they did just add Adam Thielen back. Homecoming for Adam Thielen coming from Carolina. So he joins Justin Jefferson and Jalen Naylor, and Jordan Addison, if you don't know, is suspended for a number of games. So that's why they felt the need to go out and grab another receiver. Defensively, like, it's a lot of good players and one of the best play callers in the NFL on the defensive side of the ball in Brian Flores. So you've got really good coaching. You've got a defense that was among the best in the NFL last year. Every reason to believe it should be as good or better. They added Jonathan Allen to the interior. They added Javon Hargrave. I actually like the Hargrave addition for the Vikings because they're such an attacking, pass rushing kind of crew. Hargrave's issue is that he's not a run defender, but I don't think they're going to ask him to be that much of a run defender. And I think that he can get upfield and do some damage. So we will see what happens there. But, they've got the cornerback room. Don't know about the cornerback room, like that's a weak spot. I love the linebackers. Ivan Pace Jr., Blake Cashman, great linebackers there. Safeties, Harrison Smith is old, and I think there's questions about whether he's going to retire. So there's some secondary questions, but the way that Brian Flores coaches that defense is they just go hard after you with blitzes and just constantly putting pressure on you. And so they kind of cover up their secondary because the offense is usually having to kind of scramble for its life and is off schedule anyway. That's kind of how Flores approaches it. So, the Seahawks actually produced pretty well against the Vikings last year. Sam Darnold, as a quarterback, went up against that defense a lot last year. So you'd think maybe the Seahawks would be in decent shape there, but I don't know. We'll find out a little bit more from Arif when he joins here in just 5 minutes. And then offensively, basically, to me, this is a team that is a Super Bowl level team with a quarterback shaped question mark. I think what I've heard about JJ McCarthy during camp has been relatively concerning if you are a Vikings fan. I don't think it's been, man, this guy looks like the next great player. I think it's been more, okay, this might be a little bumpy. And I've just never been a big JJ McCarthy fan. I thought he was horribly inaccurate at times, especially to certain parts of the field at Michigan. I know that there was at least one practice he threw 5 picks in one practice. I am really eager to hear from Arif, what the story is right now on JJ McCarthy, because if he's just a typical rookie, if he's a Zach Wilson or a Sam Darnold as a rookie, or, a lot of these high draft picks that struggle their rookie years, the Vikings are going to have a hard time winning 8 games because they don't have a great run game. They have not been. Now, they did add some different offensive line, so maybe they'll be able to run better this year. Maybe that's the formula. But last year, that was not the case. And so there's going to be a lot of pressure on that quarterback. And when you've got a guy like Justin Jefferson, they really rolled the dice on this guy because they didn't bring back Sam Darnold. Daniel Jones, they tried to bring back, but he went to Indianapolis, and now he's the starting quarterback there. They kind of they traded for Sam Howell. They signed Sam Howell. Then they traded for Sam Howell. They've already traded him away. And now you've got this kind of situation where, I don't know how they feel. I'm really eager to hear a little bit more about this guy because this is a team that is one of those wild card games for the Seahawks. It is in Seattle, so that benefits them, but we'll find out. I see there's a question. Someone saying, is anyone selling 3 tickets to the season opener? Season ticket or ticket sites are so overpriced. Go to HBTix, HBTIX.com. There are absolutely Seahawks tickets available there for the game against the 49ers. In fact, I will go ahead and bring it up for you right here since we've got a second till Arif joins. Let me share this and bring it up for you all. So check this out, guys. This is all 49ers tickets available on hbtix.com. There are no fees. I don't charge any fees. And you've got, if you're looking for 3 tickets, there's a couple with 4 tickets. But you scrolling through, like, look at all these 49ers tickets that are available for that season opener, man. There's a lot of them. And when you've got a check here, that's somebody who is a paying member of the of patreon.com of Hawkblogger. So you have a pretty good idea that this is a legit person. When you click into it, you've got the screenshot, that these are actually real tickets, which is great. And then you can message the person right here to ask about the tickets, and then they can go back. Now, I highly, highly recommend you do a couple things. In this place, you've got links to the person's Twitter account. You got their Discord username. So if you're a member of the Patreon community, you can talk to them on Discord. Go to Twitter, see what they're tweeting about, and make sure that Seahawks stuff. Ask them to DM you from that account to make sure it's they actually own the account. And then I've also put these do's and don'ts together about how to make sure you do not get scammed. Like, I'm not promising that all these are legit. 100% there are going to be scammers that try to use this thing. So be smart. Be smart about how you do it. I've done research. I've written on here how to protect yourself as a buyer or a seller. And then, even though this is a place where you can find people that have these tickets, it's not the place where you actually do the transaction. So it's just a matter. It's kind of like Craigslist, except for Seahawks fans and Seahawks tickets. So you still have to do it offline. You also, if you want to do something nice, take a second to vouch for people. When you buy tickets for somebody, when you buy tickets from somebody, this is how you can make sure that the community is aware of who is worth vouching for. So if we let's go to Derick here. This is a guy we just saw vouch for. He's got 1 vouch count. So that's good to see, right? And if you actually look at tickets available, you can find whether other people have any vouches. So right here, vouches for Troy Fowler. In this case, we don't have a vouch yet, but that does not mean you can't buy from him. So there are plenty of tickets up there. Make sure you take advantage of hbtix.com. With that, let's turn our attention to talking about the Minnesota Vikings, a fascinating team that has some really interesting connections with your Seattle Seahawks. Let me bring Arif Hassan to the stage, our good friend and one of the most famous members of Seahawks Twitter.
All right.
How are you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm so glad you had time to do this. It's good to see you, dude.
Yeah, of course.
So, man, there's so many places to talk, so many things to talk about. I think there's only one place to start when it comes to the Minnesota Vikings, the quarterback spot. I mean, I just went through the roster and I'm like, this looks like a Super Bowl team with a big quarterback-shaped question mark. What is the word on JJ McCarthy?
I mean, to some extent, the word doesn't matter, right? Because there's no way we have enough information to say anything about him. But the word is pretty positive, right? Even after you kind of filter through all of the, beat reporters tend to be positive about new quarterbacks. Coaches are always going to, stick behind. Even after you kind of filter through all of that, you look at the up and down days he's had in camp. You kind of read between the lines and the way that coaches talk about players. It's pretty positive, right? I think that they're really optimistic about what McCarthy can bring. They're really, really happy with his offseason work, including within training camp and the preseason. Admittedly, like 2 drives in preseason. But, he looked largely positive in joint practices. Of course, there were some downs, against, a Patriots defense that is like Christian Barmore and Christian Gonzalez, but I think for the most part, they're pretty optimistic. Like if you were to just take, the reports from camp and the way that you talk about him and how the coaches have talked about him, even after filtering out through the optimism filter, I would say you'd probably get an above average rookie year if that's the information that we get to use to project, the kind of season that we expect them to have.
So the Vikings over under for wins on the year. after winning 14 games last year, is 8.5 this year.
Mhm.
How was that kind of received within the Vikings fan community?
It kind of depends on like what corner of the community you're looking at. So, for the more analytics minded folks, it's like, yeah, I get it. Right. And for a lot of other people, it's like, well, they won 14 games last year. I don't know about that. Some of that, of course, like people recognize, like you move on from a quarterback, that's going to change things pretty significantly. But, I think for the most part, and I think even within the sports book, the odds are a little bit more favorable for the under. So you get paid more on the under than they are for the over, which suggests that there's more people betting on the over right now. So there's like a little bit of that, but I've been talking to some bettors about this because it's such a fascinating question, right? And the ones I've talked to, which is not an effective sample at all because we know what the betting markets are saying, all have the Vikings taking the over. So I think the discussion has been like defensive regression. How do you project a quarterback like McCarthy? Those are the two primary kind of elements that are at play here, and it kind of depends on how strongly you believe in defensive regression and how much you think that McCarthy has the ability to play at or above a level of a Sam Darnold. So I think most people are kind of skeptical, but I think a lot of people that kind of like break down what the reasoning behind a lot of it is, understand it even if they don't necessarily agree with it.
Yeah, we talked about this during the offseason where there was other connection points between the Seahawks and the Vikings, including both teams wanting to remake their offensive line and both teams aggressively going after Will Fries. Word became that the Seahawks wanted to fly Fries out for a physical before they signed him to the deal. He said, nah, I think I'll just sign with the Vikings. And now he's the right guard for the Vikings. How is that going? I kind of heard different things. I'm curious, your perspective on how that's going so far.
Yeah, I mean, so they weren't able to access, his workload during OTAs or a very early portion of training camp. But it seems like, people are pretty optimistic about it. I don't know if he'll play at the level that he did last year, which admittedly before the injury was still a small sample. So, we don't really know kind of what his true level of play is. But my understanding is that like, a lot of teams were really spooked by his injury history in a way that was more serious than I think was well communicated by the media at the time when he first hit free agency. And so, whether or not those teams had a better read on maybe what was going on than the Vikings remains to be seen. But I think from a play perspective, it very much seems like things are kind of in order. I think that people are pretty happy with like the chemistry, how fast his eyes are when it comes to picking up stuff. Like this is like a really great testing environment for communication for offensive linemen because of how psychotic Brian Flores is and what they see in practice. And, they're pretty happy with kind of how that has panned out. Actually, the bigger concern is the rookie Donovan Jackson, just in terms of what, playing quickly enough, reading quickly enough, and figuring kind of it seems like there's a little bit more in terms of what are we going to get, in the first couple of games or maybe even year one out of this guy than there is a real concern about Fries.
That's interesting because that's the next place I was going. I admit I was pretty enamored with Donovan Jackson during pre-draft analysis. And so interesting to hear, that, he's a guy that sounds like maybe has not had as positive of an early camp as maybe I would have expected.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair to be a little bit surprised by that. I was a little bit surprised by that too. And I was a little bit down on Jackson, but I still kind of expected, first of all, I still think it's going to be an immediate upgrade over what they've had. But I think the issue is more just kind of the complexity and speed of the NFL game more than it is, an inherent long-term problem that we're going to see over and over again. Because you take a look at kind of what problems he had in the preseason and in camp, you take a look at what his scouting reporter, what he did at Ohio State, back when at least he was playing guard at Ohio State. They're different. And I think that's meaningful. Like, I think he is picking up on like stunts and blitzes quickly, but it seems like the rest of him is operating a little bit slower. And I think he's just kind of adjusting. Like he played faster at Ohio State than he's playing with the Vikings right now. And I think of all the problems that you can have for an early rookie, that's probably a good one because it, to me, suggests that this can resolve itself over time as he kind of gets used to the cognitive load of playing in the NFL versus, playing in college where, blitz pickups are a lot easier. Teams don't do as much, weekly game planning defensively and stuff like that. So I think that he'll play faster when his brain kind of catches up to everything. But the first couple of games are concerning. Long term, I don't know that there's a serious concern here outside of like, you never know with a rookie. But based off of what we've seen so far, I don't know that there's any weaknesses standing out from a scouting report that make me concerned about his level of play in the NFL, at least so far.
You know, we're talking to Arif Hassan of Wideleft.Football. So talking about the Vikings, given that Sam Darnold came to Seattle, I obviously spent a fair amount of time looking at Minnesota's offense last year. And something that most people don't seem to get is that the offensive line was a problem. Everyone's like, Sam Darnold's going to go play behind a crappy offensive line in Seattle. He's never done that. I'm like, well, really? And then the other thing was, there wasn't a great running game. Now, like everyone knows Aaron Jones, but this efficiency wise, this was a bottom half of the league run game. And so I'm curious, is part of the hope with what they've done in the read on offensive line? Most people think about it as pass protection. I would assume some of this is they probably want to take some pressure off the rookie, second year quarterback, first year playing quarterback with a better run game. You think that's accurate?
Yeah, and that's what they've attempted to communicate to a lot of us is that it is obviously pass protection was an issue, but it is a lot of it's focused on making sure that run game is a lot more effective. If you take a look at how the Vikings were in short yardage, or especially near the goal line in running, or when they did choose to run the ball, outside of like trick plays and stuff where they're doing like end arounds with receivers and stuff like that, they were truly abysmal at goal line, running the ball. Now, I think the red zone touchdown percentage is okay. I think they did make up for it a little bit with the passing game, but you don't really want to live like that. And so I think a lot of it is to make sure that you can kind of relieve a lot of the pressure. Maybe running on first down isn't necessarily that efficient, but being able to get 4 yards a little bit more reliably on first down does make those second and third down calls a little bit easier for the quarterback, and it kind of opens up the offense, and it allows the quarterback to do stuff like take a check down on third down when maybe they wouldn't have necessarily been able to do that because you ran for 1 yard on first down instead of 4. So I think that's a big part of it, and they've been focusing a lot on that interior run game, which is another reason they brought in Jordan Mason, who's got a little bit more capability in that regard. I mean, Aaron Jones, obviously a great running back, but like you don't really want him running the ball more than like 16 times a game. And so having, options that might increase your efficiency because you've got less wear, having, that interior offensive line a little bit rebuilt, I think a lot of that is to help kind of support that running game in addition to the benefits that you expect to see in pass protection.
Yeah, I like Jordan Mason quite a bit. I think we obviously saw him with the 49ers. He's got some juice to his game, and I think that was a really good ad for the Vikings. Now, they also just decided to go back to the future, bringing Adam Thielen back from Carolina with the Jordan Addison, suspension news. What's the thinking there? How important is that move for this team?
Yeah, I think even without the Jordan Addison suspension, there was already a depth problem for the Vikings at receiver. Rondale Moore out for injury. Some of the guys that they had hoped would step up in camp didn't really quite do that. People like Lucky Jackson, who, he's on the practice squad. It's not as if they don't have access to him or anything like that. But Jalen Naylor, I feel like, is not as reliable as you might want. He has a bit of a drops problem, and that concern didn't get resolved throughout camp of the preseason this year. And Ty Felton is a rookie, and personally, I don't think he should have been a third rounder. He felt like more of a fifth rounder to me. And that's kind of what he's playing like, and his role more seems to be kind of on special teams at the moment right now. So you already have a depth problem, even without the suspension. And then the suspension comes in, you're a team that probably doesn't have a lot of wiggle room when it comes to the playoffs. And so adding a player that might be able to produce a win or help produce a win over, whoever would normally be playing in place of Jordan Addison is pretty significant. I think that they were going to make a receiver move no matter what, whether or not Carolina was going to play ball. That could have been like a Kendrick Bourne. It could have been like a KJ Osborne, another former Viking who just got released. They could have added somebody that I think would have been an improvement, but Adam Thielen not only has actually chemistry a little bit with JJ McCarthy because they worked in the offseason together, but is familiar with the offense, is somebody that you will reliably get to his spot on time. Now, he's a little bit slower than he used to be, so on time does mean something different, but it's consistent. You know where he's going to be, and that's really helpful and was a big part of what he did in Carolina. Personally, I think it's a little bit of an overpay, but it is like a great story, and there's like a lot. Well, I mean, it's functionally like a late fourth, early fifth, as it all kind of, And this is a guy that I think would be traded typically for like a sixth. So, I mean, yeah, a little bit of an over. I'm not going to, and they're going to rework his contract apparently. So that's going to help too. But I'm not going to I'm not going to
It's
emphasize.
a day 3 pick. It's not the end of the world. I hear you on that. So Arif, let's talk about the defense, which, I mean, Brian Flores is the love of many a film analyst out there and coach, because he is so exotic in how he attacks offenses. Now, they add Javon Hargrave. They add Jonathan Allen to the middle of that line. Hargrave, Seahawks fans know from San Francisco, also in Philadelphia, pass rush specialist, struggles in run defense.
Super struggles in run defense.
Yeah. And I just wonder how much that even matters for a Brian Flores defense. And then the secondary, I wonder about the coverage and how much they're reliant on causing chaos up front to cover up maybe some deficiencies in the back end. What are your thoughts on the defense?
Super reliant on their ability to cause chaos. And it feels like a very like knife's edge approach, but it has worked for like 2 years, right? So you kind of wonder, like, it feels inconsistent, but it like produces itself in consistent ways, except specifically against the Rams and the Lions. But other than that, it's fantastic. I'm really curious about it, because it feels like as they've emphasized the run game on offense, they seemingly have de-emphasized the run game on defense, not only by adding somebody like Javon Hargrave and potentially giving him, significant snaps, but they moved on from Harrison Phillips, who's their only, after cutting Taki Taimani, the only player over 305 pounds on the defense, right? And so your nose tackles aren't really kind of run defending specialists. I think, like Allen is going to be an upgrade over like a Jonathan Bullard, right, against the run. But still, like, I don't know. These don't seem like moves kind of positioned to really focus a lot on the run game. Plus, one of your starting 2 linebackers is Ivan Pace, who is a great pass rusher. And that's it, kind of. Like, I love Ivan Pace, don't get me wrong, but he is very specialized in what he does. And I think that, he's a pretty poor coverage guy. He's an okay run defender. And so really your run defense is all pivoting around Blake Cashman, who is super underrated. But it's not like, when we take a look at the kind of the Brandon Staley defenses, or even just like the more recent iterations of the Rams defenses, where it's like, yeah, we don't care about the run game up front because the linebackers will just kind of take care of it. Or you've got a super athlete at defense. That's not the issue here. That's not how the approach is working here. It really is just focusing on finding ways to create chaos for a quarterback. So it is a concern of mine, but it hasn't. I mean, the Vikings were like second or something like that in success rate against the run last year, right? Some of that obviously has to do with Harrison Phillips, but it just seems like it's kind of like, if you can get them behind the sticks on first down, now they don't want to run the ball. It might be the approach here. And again, it is chaos is kind of the factor here, because they haven't made a move at cornerback, which means they're relying on one good corner, Byron Murphy, and then Jeff Okudah, who is a rehabilitation project, maybe at best. Isaiah Rodgers is a bit of a flyer who looked really good in a small sample. And I don't know, they traded away the other guy I was going to mention, Mekhi Blackman. And so it's Dwight McLaughlin, a second-year undrafted free agent, who I liked a lot, but like there's a difference between liking a UDFA and being like, that guy's your CB3, right? So I don't really know what the plan is here. I hope that they add some more. Some of the safeties have a lot of experience playing nickel corner, so they're going to be depth at that position, but it is an interesting approach to problem solving here. I'll say that.
So I want to talk to you about Sam Darnold here in a second. Before I get to that, Arif, give me the range on outcomes here for the Vikings. Like, what is the win total if things go well, and where do they end up? Where does their season end? Where does their win total go if things don't go well? With the question marks that they have.
Yeah, I think the Vikings have something like the 5th toughest schedule, to the degree that we can like measure schedule strength. And so it's going to be difficult to replicate 14 wins, even if everything goes well. But I would say things go well, that's a 13-win team. Obviously that means McCarthy is playing well. Doesn't have to play at like a CJ Stroud or Jaden Daniels level for them to hit 13 wins if that defense is also playing well. But that's kind of like, wow, we've kind of threaded a needle here. Everything is going right. 13 wins would surprise me, but it wouldn't like baffle me or shock me. And to the same degree, 7 wins wouldn't baffle me or shock me. Anything below 6 wins would. I would be genuinely surprised if they had something below 6 wins. So I guess to me, it is like 6-13 kind of at the extreme ends, which is a really good place to be. And it's difficult for me to square that with like normally reliable bookmakers saying it's 8.5, right? But that just seems to be, maybe it's a skewed distribution, right? That just seems to be the way that shakes out. I know that people covering a team are always more optimistic than, you know, national media. And so you end up with like more wins than there are wins to be handed out. But I still think, even kind of considering that this is a team that really has a really great opportunity to grab 10 wins and be a playoff team despite having like an unknown at quarterback.
So that matches my expectations, which is this is a team that can be like a wide variance team. Part of the reason it's a wide variance team is they moved on at quarterback. And Sam Darnold's a guy that you got to watch up close and personal. And the book on him was everything he did last year, everything he did can be set aside as it's a product of where he was, his surroundings, his play caller, his receivers, his offensive line, like all that is why they won 14 games, 35 touchdowns. He didn't really throw them. They just got caught by good receivers. So
right.
Like, and that basically the way I kind of thought about it is he's the inverse of Matt Stafford, where everybody focuses on the last two games that Sam Darnold played and forgets the first, majority of the season. Matt Stafford, everyone remembers the last two games being good and forgets the rest of the season being pretty much not good. What's your expectation around Sam Darnold? Like, as you saw him go exit, do you feel the same way others do, that this guy is just going to kind of crash and burn back to earth after his good year last year?
I don't think he will. I don't think that he'll reach the heights of play necessarily that he did with the Vikings. I think it was a combination of a genuine improvement and some good luck, as well as obviously having a supporting cast that brought him to kind of some of the highest levels of play that he had this last year. He did, have moments during the season where he struggled. There's a stretch, right? Like, I think it was like around the Jaguars game, around like week 7 or something like that, where, it kind of felt rough. The Vikings had like 2 losses that year at that point, and people were calling for him to be benched, which is, I mean, some of that's just like fans are just impatient, and it's like, are you benching him for like Nick Mullins? What's the plan? But, he obviously, put in some pretty spectacular games too. And to me, this is a guy that he's always going to have maybe some risk of producing, turnovers and stuff like that. But he's not nearly as aggressive as I think maybe Geno Smith was at his highest moments in a Seattle uniform. And so you're not going to get as many giant big plays, but it's a big play offense. That's what the Vikings are. And so you saw, a reasonably deep depth of target. You saw kind of a lot of shots being taken. But I feel like kind of the biggest area of improvement was his poise, right? That was the big thing with the Jets, right? It's so much so that we've got like memes and quotes about the guy, right? He has improved in that really significantly. And the thing about a Kevin O'Connell quarterback is that what I've noticed is that any guy who sticks around for more than 3 games, and it's crazy that we have enough of a sample to say that, is a guy that'll stare down the barrel of a gun and take a hit when it's coming up the middle and throw the ball and create a completion. He does do a little bit of improvisational stuff, but he was a lot more between the lines than I had expected, and kind of fit within the nature of this offense that asked him to hold on the ball a little bit more. Not the most accurate guy in the world, but a really good intuition of where the ball kind of needs to go. And that gives you, that goes a long way in terms of, throwing with anticipation and creating exclusive real estate for the receiver and stuff like that. The question is, it's not the pressure of the pocket that seems to get to him. It might be the pressure of the moment. And it's so hard to be like an armchair psychologist about a guy who has 2-3 samples for like where he might have collapsed. But my understanding is that, these Lions games in the playoffs and in the regular season, it got really big for him. And that's part of the reason maybe that the Vikings moved on. And the thing about that is that the person you are last year is not the person you are this year, right? That can always change, but it is, I think, kind of the primary thing to kind of address here. He's a guy who likes to live in aggression. He's a guy who kind of thrives on his confidence more than every quarterback needs to be confident, but I think he thrives on that a little bit more. And so that's going to be kind of the thing that needs to be managed more than is he going through his progressions? Because he is he, dealing with pressure well? He usually is, right? It's really just kind of managing that level of confidence so he can continue to make big throws, because that's more often than not just going to create a bunch of big plays.
Well said. And you addressed one of the things I was going to bring up, which is he was actually one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL when under pressure last year, which seems like nobody wants to talk about. The other thing that I found recently that was interesting to me, he was the number 1 rated passer in the NFL in close and late situations. Late in games, within 1 score, had 135 passer rating. That seems to belie some of the implications about him as well. What do you attribute that to?
So every quarterback that has had late game situations in other contexts before being coached by Kevin O'Connell has improved really dramatically in late game situations. Take a look at what Kirk Cousins did the final 2 minutes once Kevin O'Connell took over. Take a look at any of the many Joshua Dobbs starts for like the 4 teams that he's played for in close games versus what he's done with Kevin O'Connell in close games. And O'Connell barely even got to coach the guy, and he seemed to be dramatically better, right? And then here with Sam Darnold, I think some of that is just you've got a coach that does a really good job of creating the parameters for success in those situations for quarterbacks, whether it is directly coaching the quarterbacks to get them to improvise a little bit more, be a little bit more aware of situation, because that's like one of the biggest problems in 2-minute drill is the situational awareness of a quarterback, knowing the clock, knowing the sticks, knowing that, you can't just take what the defense gives you because the defense is giving you that for a reason. Understanding that sideline throws are riskier but more worth it, that kind of stuff, like all of that situational awareness stuff. It seems like he does a really good job communicating with those quarterbacks, but he also designs plays really well within that context. He is not bad at clock management, which puts him above like 90% of coaches in the league. And that's going to get you additional wins. It's going to get you fourth quarter comebacks in the stat line. I think it's going to get you the ability to produce like high EPA per play or, a passer rating in those situations, because you're designing plays that are pretty difficult to intercept, or designing plays that create a relatively high completion rate, but also get the receiver out of bounds. And so I think a lot of that's Kevin O'Connell, but I think you can't do that without a quarterback that's maybe a little bit built for that. And so that, I think, is the situational awareness element that you really want in a quarterback, because I don't tend to judge quarterbacks by wins, but I think that the best argument you can have for doing that is that some quarterbacks who are really good in the first 50 or so minutes don't understand the context of how they need to throw the ball in those late game situations, and that can produce wins or losses. So that's what is kind of important here.
Last question for you. Appreciate all the time you've given us. So one of the things that we heard from Packers reporters, which is interesting, is they said that they obviously saw Sam Darnold plenty last year, and they're like, he carved up the Packers. They couldn't get pressure on him, and he would make big plays, but he held on to the football. Their observation in joint practice with the Seahawks was he was getting rid of the ball much faster. And so that it seems like the Seahawks are trying to get him to get rid of the ball more quickly. And I can tell you from all the practices, it's a lot of play action, a lot of under center, a lot of bootlegs, a lot of like Shanahan, Kubiak style offense, right? Mm-hmm. My question is that, from your perspective, after seeing him for a full season, is that a good thing, or are you taking away what he's best at, which is some of these explosive passes, which he led the NFL in explosive passes last year?
I'm curious about whether or not that's a good thing. I can explain the reason for why that might be the case. That, again, the Kevin O'Connell offense is a slow throwing offense. You take a look at quarterbacks before and during Kevin O'Connell, or during and after Kevin O'Connell. They always have, it seems like, their longest time to throw inside the Kevin O'Connell offense. And Kirk Cousins actually explained this the first year that O'Connell was the coach. It was, hey, so O'Connell keeps on telling me to stick with my first read for a beat longer than I normally would. And that first read, of course, is Justin Jefferson. Typically, right?
Pretty good first read to have if you can have one.
It's not bad. It's not a bad situation to be in. But, O'Connell's talked about it a couple of times, and it is like the timing of the offense is built around just waiting a tick longer and making sure that first receiver is maybe not clearing, right? Because that's not what NFL Open is, but about to clear that window before you make a decision. And if he's not about to clear the window, then you go to the. So that's part of it, is that the offense has deeper routes than most other offenses, even without play action, which is typically when you see a lot of these explosives. So some of that is just structurally, it's just going to be different. So of course he's going to throw the ball faster in an offense that isn't really designed around that kind of thing. But is it a good thing? Or are you taking away something that he's kind of good at? I don't actually know. I think you're trading a strength for a strength. I think that he does a pretty good job of evaluating where the ball needs to go really quickly. It's just that's not what the offense asked of him. Like, are you taking away some of the explosives and something that he's good at? Yeah, probably. But like some of that, you have to understand the context of the rest of the offense and what you're trying to accomplish with the offensive design, because the quarterback's the most important member of the offense, but he's not the only member. And you're designing an offense around the capabilities of everyone. When you don't have like a DK Metcalf, you just got to design the offense a little bit differently. So not a huge concern, but it is interesting.
We got a shout out to Seahawks super fan Arif that I had to put out there, super chat.
That guy's one of my favorite follows on Blue Sky, by the way.
Yes, actually, great follow, Shiv over there. And then another super chat says, today's program's good. I'm getting smarter. And I think that is due to great guests like Arif Hassan. Arif, man, anything that people should be checking out from you coming up?
Yeah, so for at Wideleft.Football, I've got a guy that's going to be doing crazy film breakdowns throughout the year for Vikings football, which to me is always an opportunity to learn about a lot of football. But we've got a lot of new writers this year. So James Foster did a piece about, hey, does having a large pass rush bag matter, or who are the 10 quarterbacks that are actually worth watching in college football? There's some incredibly good deep dives there, 5,000, 6,000 words, a bunch of film attached, a bunch of great graphics and metrics. This is going to be the best year that Wide Left has ever had, which is awesome. I'm so excited.
Congratulations on getting James. He's always been a great follow. I saw him, like Theo. There's a bunch of guys that came open as free agents. I'm so happy he landed with you, and I'll definitely have to check that out, man. Thank you so much. And maybe we will see you when the Vikings make the trip out to Seattle later this year.
Maybe.
All right, dude. That is Arif Hassan. Make sure you check him out at Wideleft.Football. All things Vikings and a lot more. So, folks, we're 4 hours in. We're 4 hours in. We're just getting started. Like, that concludes a bunch of the interviews. We've got another one with a Falcons beat writer at 1 o'clock Pacific time. But we got a ton more for you. So one of the things I wanted to share with you before I get into the actual lineup and going through, we're going to have basically after this interview, I'm going to probably go deep into the Seahawks roster and kind of talk to you through each of the starters and what the implications are and where this team is. But I wanted to share with you an interview I did with Anthony Bradford before he had earned the starting right guard position. And I thought this was an illuminating interview for a guy that I think is going to figure into a huge part of how this season goes. Check out this conversation with Anthony Bradford, and I will be back in just a bit. This is what I've been looking forward to doing this entire training camp. Anthony Bradford's with us. Man, Anthony, it's great to have you. First of all, how you doing?
Yes, sir. I appreciate y'all for having me. I'm doing good.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of a big day, not just for you, but the big dog. I mean, I called you the big dog walking up here.
Yeah.
The GM gets extended for a few years. What do you think about the news?
It's awesome. We all love John out here. He's a great guy. He loves the team. He loves everybody in the building, and that's good news to us. It's kind of, kind of knew it was coming. Who else would you want here? You know what I'm saying? So
exactly.
Well, good for him.
And people know about how players interact with coaches, but how does John show up? Like, how often do you get to see John?
You see John almost every day. Either out here on the field when we're practicing. You see him throughout the building saying what's up to you. He might chop it up with you every once in a while. See him in the weight room. So he's all around for sure.
So the other day you were walking off asking someone to toss a bottle of water you're done with, right? And I said, man, you look great. And you said, I'm on a mission.
For sure.
Why are you on a mission?
Well, what else is there to do? You know what I'm saying? But for me personally, it's like my first 2 years in the league wasn't really ideal for me, knowing what type of player I am.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, why not make this year for a mission to be completed? You know what I'm saying? For myself personally. So I feel good. Thank you for telling me I look good. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just trying to stay locked in and have one of the best seasons that I had in the league.
Well, honestly, I mean, to my eyes, you have come in, transformed a little bit. Is this offseason different for you than past off seasons?
Just more tapped in mentally, you know what I'm saying? Just making sure I'm paying what's important first, other than, you know what I'm saying, chilling time and off season, you know what I'm saying? So this past off season, it was just like a lot of work, a lot of O-line work with a good dude. I know Juan Castillo at Michigan, so I worked out with him over there over the summer. And that was pretty good for me. So just a little bit more locked in than the years before.
Well, I mean, I look at you and I see a guy that can be one of the most dominant run blockers in the league and definitely on the team.
Yes, sir.
A tone setter, physical. We'll talk about that a little bit more in a second. And also, sometimes pass protection hasn't always been what you want it to be, and maybe some penalties sneak in here. Is that a fair evaluation of your first couple of years?
Yeah, for sure. That's what I'm talking about for sure. Just having those first 2 years not really ideal to what I know that I can do. Last year being like penalties it was out the gate, just penalties. You know what I'm saying? And that just left a bad little mark on my heart because that's not me. That's not my game. My game is being aggressive, being clean, and bringing that, you know what I'm saying, type of vibe to the O-line. So, yep.
How do you like, people can think about, okay, I want to improve on this part of my game. How do you improve penalties? Like, what do you do to not get penalized?
I mean, Coach Mike always says, like, some flags are just dumb flags, you know what I'm saying? Stuff that you're not supposed to do. But some flags is what come with the game, you know what I'm saying? So I'd rather have more flags that come with the game than stupid penalties, you know what I'm saying? So what come with the game is being physical, showing that intensity, and you might get flagged for some unnecessary roughness, you know what I'm saying? But that's just part of the game. Other than that, it's just like holding, offsides, just small stuff like that can be alleviated.
Well, the best teams that have ever played in Seattle came with a few personal fouls now and then because, you got to have an identity, right?
Yeah.
And so, when you hear Mike McDonald bringing in Clint Kubiak this year and John Benton and that whole line coaching room, and they're like, we're going to set the tone as a run-oriented team.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean to you?
It's everything. I feel like I can speak for many O-linemen. Nobody wants to set back and pass block for the whole game, you know what I'm saying? So run blocking kind of lets us off that leash, you know what I'm saying? Show our coach what we've been going through through training camp and what he's been teaching us, transcribing that from practice to the field, game days and stuff like that, and really just letting all that frustration out in strength and being just nasty and just running somebody off the ball.
Well, I think about, you guys are starting this year with the 49ers, division rival, first game of the season at home.
Yep.
And the difference between dropping back 45 times and hitting them in the mouth, 40 times is a pretty big deal, right?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like it's going to help us. It's going to make other teams respect our run game, which only opens up our lanes for the passing lane. You know what I'm saying? So it's gonna work. It's gonna work good for us.
How do you feel like what are some things that are different with John Benton, Rick Dennison, Justin Alton, this offensive line coaching staff and their approach versus what you had in the last couple of years?
I feel like JB is a wonderful O-line coach. I feel like he's very demanding of what he wants and how he wants the O-line to look, and we respect that. You know what I'm saying? We come out here every day with a clear mind, just ready for what Coach JP got us going. And I really just feel like he instilled, like in a short period of time, he really put a mindset in all of our heads to just be like an O-lineman. You know what I'm saying? Go out there and put somebody in the ground.
What are your take on some of the new guys? Gray Zabel, Bryce Cable, Mason Richmond. Those guys are coming in.
All the young dudes is great. I love all of them. Gray obviously is just like a great player, smart kid. Cool to be around, you know what I'm saying, the whole nine. So I'm very happy that we got Gray up in there in the mix. He's going to do wonderful this year. He's already, like, you know what I'm saying, going up each day. And all the other dudes like Cable Dude, all of those boys, they just cool to be around, you know what I'm saying? You don't really get that with rookies. They usually like to themselves and trying to like stay in the background. But with those guys, it's like they fit right in.
Well, I got to tell you, Anthony, I put myself out there and said, I don't think the Seahawks offensive line is just not going to be bad this year. I think it's going to be one of the better offensive lines in the league. And I think at the end of the year, people are going to say this is the most talented part of that offense.
For sure.
Am I crazy?
No, you're not crazy at all. I say you're right on point for real. Like I said, it's just like we all feel that ourselves. Like we talk amongst ourselves outside of the building, and we just kind of feel it. Like, and us coming from like different colleges, like we know what it feels like that type of vibe when you on a good team or when you on a good O-line. And it feels like that this year, like with the team also, and not so just for the O-line, but like for the whole team. So it's going to be a good year.
You know, you're a big man, and big men don't usually move the way you move. Yeah. And so people see outside zone, wide zone, they running off the ball, and they're like, well, is that a great fit for Anthony Bradford? Mm-hmm. Based on what I'm seeing, man, it looks like a terrific fit for you. How do you feel in that type of offense?
I feel like it's good. Like you said, I can move for a big guy.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? So that's kind of works plus for me. But it's just cool to be like as big as me and be able to get dudes on the run, like get dudes running on an angle, and then using my strength to get them off that angle. You know what I'm saying? So it's only gonna work best for me. So getting in shape and stuff this offseason was a big help to that for having a good training camp for sure.
I saw a couple plays that I got to talk to you about. There's a couple earlier. There's play probably, it might have even been spring, I can't remember, but Brandon Peely, big 340-pound guy, and you lifted him off the ground. Man, like full sprint. I don't know if you remember that play.
Yeah, I do.
What happened on that play?
That's my game. That's been my game since high school. I've been naturally strong since a kid, and I can't hide it. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like going back to what you said, just getting dudes that's going on an angle and just me be able to use my strength that I've been given by God. It's just crazy. It's gonna work out for me.
All right, and then the other thing I got to mention, 1v1 startup, and every time there's 1v1s, any team, there's always gonna be a little bit of intensity.
Yeah, for sure.
Every time I see someone get in a shoving match, you're involved. What's going on, man?
I don't know, man. No, that's just like I said, it's just me, bro. Like it's just me. I bring that energy. Like I'm trying to finish the play. Yep. I'm trying to finish the defender. Even though as in practice, you know what I'm saying, I'm holding off a little bit, you know what I'm saying? But we out here to make each other better. No matter if it's a vet, if it's a rookie, you know what I'm saying? We all out here to get each other better. So that's just me working on my game, trying to really condition myself too within the play and working on techniques and stuff. So that's just me. It's always going to be like a little rowdy between O-line, D-line, and the one-on-ones. And that's what I like. I like all that.
All right, last question here for Anthony Bradford, right guard for your Seattle Seahawks. You said you feel like there's a vibe that this is going to be a good team. It's not just offense, it's the team.
Yeah.
Where's that coming from? Where are you getting that vibe?
Mike is instilling this in this. Like he started it off last year, but like this year is like really sticking to us. Like 12 is 1 is our thing. You know what I'm saying? And every Tuesday after before practice, after practice, we'll all like get up into these mixed up groups within like special teams, offense, defense, a coach, strength staff. You know what I'm saying? We all get together and talk about how 12 is 1 registers in our mind. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that's real good because like we get to connect with people that we probably won't talk to. We just walk by in the building and give them a fist bump. You know what I'm saying? So that's cool for me, being around a team that does that. So.
All right, I lied. One more question. Yeah. You got a new quarterback.
Yeah.
Talk to me about what's Sam like in the huddle versus what you've been used to the last few years.
Sam, he's a vet. Sam is a vet. He's demanding for what he wants. He, like, you know what I'm saying? He's gonna run the offense, but I feel like Sam is just he's just a general. You know what I'm saying? He know everything. He know where everybody got to be at, and he just want everybody to be as efficient as we can. And I love that. You know what I'm saying? He's not really like a get where you know what I'm saying? He's not really only like we all understand. We all is one. So that's what I like about Sam. Sam's locked in. I feel like it's going to be a good year for Sam, for sure.
Anthony, man, I wish you nothing but the best. Thanks for coming on. Anthony
sir.
Bradford, your right guard for the Seattle Seahawks. Thanks, everybody. So that was Anthony Bradford, and that was before he had won the right guard spot. And I've been talking to you all about the fact that I thought he was going to win the right guard spot, and not because I was necessarily rooting for that to happen. I mean, I think we all would have been thrilled if Christian Haynes had, realized the potential of a third-round pick and looked like this was a great fit for him in the zone offense, wide zone offense like he ran in UConn. That would have been great, and that was what the Seahawks tried to do. They basically gave Christian Haynes every opportunity to win that spot. From the first practice I witnessed, I was like, Anthony Bradford looks in better shape. He looks stronger. He looks quicker, which is crazy because he's definitely heavier than Christian Haynes. He just looks like the better player. And eventually, like after practice, like he earned that spot. Now, I think part of the reason that the team hasn't really announced him as the starter in the last few weeks, even though he's been playing exclusively with the ones, is that he just is a guy that I think historically has needed motivation, is needed to be encouraged to give his best each and every moment of practice and game and those kinds of things. So I think they're just trying to keep his feet to the fire a little bit, but realistically, I'm not convinced that that is as necessary. I mean, I've talked to him a couple times during camp, and my impression is he knows that this is a make or break year for him as far as his career. And for him to have, he had lost the starting job. They gave it to Christian Haynes and he took it back. So his career was going downhill. Like he was going to be maybe not even make the team. Like, that was a possibility. But to his credit, he turned things around, had a good camp, had a great preseason. And now we're going to have to figure out if any of that's going to last into the regular season. I've got Josh Cashman in the chat harassing me because Josh Cashman is convinced that Anthony Bradford is going to be a bad player again. And I'll tell you this, just so no one can get this twisted. You can bookmark this, you can clip it, whatever. Anthony Bradford's going to still have problems in pass protection. It's going to happen. Like, I'm not telling you Anthony Bradford now is a terrific pass protector. I don't think he is. But here's what I think is going to happen. He's not going to be pass protecting nearly as often. He's going to be run blocking much more than he did in the previous 2 years of his career. That is his strength. When they are pass blocking, it is going to be off of a lot of play action, a lot of misdirection, a lot of moving the pocket around. So he's not going to have nearly as many straight drop back pass protection snaps to deal with. Those are the ones that I have the biggest concern about for him. And he's going to have Abe Lucas to his right and Jalen Sundell to his left. I think he's in better position to have help than he has in previous years. There was a snap during the preseason in one of the games. A guy beat Anthony Bradford to the inside, and Jalen Sundell blocked the living hell out of him. Just knocked the guy sideways. And I've seen Jalen Sundell do that at center, clean up other people's messes like a center should do. So I think that the issue with Anthony Bradford that is most prominent and I think is hardest to fix is, 1v1 pass protection, being on balance and not getting like out over his feet. And like I've seen him kind of lunge to pass protect and just miss and get beat by fast or strong pass rushers. I think that's just going to happen a lot less. And so I know Josh is assuming I'm going off to do some things when these interviews are playing. You are right that I'm going off and doing things, but not what you think I'm doing. I'm going off and taking care of my son. I'm taking Finn outside and letting him do his business and getting my breakfast that I hadn't had. So all those things are happening. Folks, we are 4 hours and 20 minutes in to this Seahawks season preview. The idea is we're going to go till at least 1:30 because I am going to be talking to a Falcons beat writer about their team coming up at 1 o'clock. We'll see. As far as the things that I want to cover next, let's get into it. I've been teasing this for a while and I want to do it right now. So let's talk about this Seahawks. Let's talk about this Seahawks lineup and compare it to a year ago. All right. So I'm adjusting the size here. Hold on 1 second. We'll get this so it is the right size on the screen. And let me zoom in a bit. All right. So let's first look. What I've done here is just basically compare starters from 2024 to 2025, position by position. We're going to talk you through each of them. And I wanted to make sure there's no new news that has come out because I thought people might be announcing stuff. All right, just taking a quick look. All right, no, it does not look like there's any new news. All right, so I'm going to mostly be talking about kind of where they ended last season, but generally I'm looking at who's the player that played the majority of the snaps at this position last year and how does that position compare. And the way I will do this is, we'll go through quarterback first. And we'll say, okay, so Geno Smith was the quarterback last year. Sam Darnold is the quarterback this year. Statistically, if you look at these two, there's no comparison. Sam Darnold was a significantly better quarterback than Geno Smith by a statistical comparison last year. From a win total perspective, he was better. From a offensive output perspective, he was better. I still believe Geno Smith he's just a much more accurate passer than Sam Darnold. I think that he has shown the ability to do a lot of things at the line of scrimmage to get his team in good looks. I think Geno Smith is a better passer of the football overall than Sam Darnold. That being said, what Sam Darnold brings, and by the way, Geno Smith also was one of the best quarterbacks in close and late or clutch situations. He had more game-winning comebacks and fourth quarter comebacks than almost any quarterback over the last few years. Sam Darnold is going to be a guy that comes in, and we just talked about with Arif. Like, this is a guy that everyone's assuming is in for a big fall, that last year was a mirage. I don't think that's going to be the case. I also don't think he's going to be asked to do nearly as much as he was last year. He had 35 passing touchdowns. I would be shocked if he has 30 passing touchdowns this year. I don't think they're going to have that many passing touchdowns compared to how many rushing touchdowns they're going to go after. So I think he's going to be asked to do different things. He has gotten much better as training camp and preseason has gone on. And I think the connection between him and Clint Kubiak has been really strong. And the connection between him and JSN has looked really good. So I would say I would have given Geno Smith like a B+ as a player. I know everyone wouldn't agree, but that's kind of how I see him. I see Sam Darnold as like a B, maybe a B-, but like somewhere in that range. So not a significant downgrade. And as far as whether the quarterback play will be better, because that's not just about whether the player is better, it's about the whole situation. I think we're going to get a better quarterback season this year with Sam Darnold than we got last year with Geno Smith, where he threw a ton of red zone interceptions, where he threw a bunch of interceptions overall. And just with like until the last game of the season, that was basically a throwaway game against the Rams where he had 4 passing touchdowns. This is a guy that had 17 touchdowns last year and like, what was it? 16 picks, 15 picks, something like that. So I just think they're going to be in a much better situation at the quarterback position, even if I think Geno Smith is a better quarterback. Now, running back. So I'm just going to do running back 1 and running back 2, and it's the same guys this year as it was last year. Now, everyone's like, oh man, Ken Walker missed so much time. Not really. I mean, I'm not going to try to like gaslight you, but if you look at Ken Walker last year, I think he missed like 6 games, which is not great. I'm not saying it's ideal, but it's not like he was absent from football last year. So he missed 6 games. He missed 6 games last year, which isn't awesome, but it's not terrible. The year before that, he missed 2 games. So, I know that the word is the guy's not available enough. I think that is something he's going to have to prove differently this year. I think this duo could end up being lethal, and I think they're going to be a huge part of determining how this season goes. Ken Walker's talked about the fact that he has changed his routine. He's sleeping a little bit more. He's eating better. he looks like the best offensive player on the team from my perspective. And so we will see very soon whether or not that is the case. Fullback. So fullback, they didn't really use a fullback last year. Brady Russell played some fullback snaps, but generally speaking, they didn't use one. Robbie Oots is the fullback this year. I think this is a massive upgrade, not just because they didn't really have one, but I think this guy looks like he could be a major difference maker at fullback, which doesn't come around very often, honestly. Like Kyle Juszczyk was a major difference maker when he was younger at the fullback position. People forget it because it's been a while, but this guy, that guy used to be a big part of the 49ers offense. And if you zoom back, like he started his career back in 2013, but if you go back to, let's go back to 2016, his first Pro Bowl season. He only started 7 games. He played in 16, but he had 37 catches for 266 yards, 37 catches as a fullback. He also had only 5 carries for 22 yards. He didn't carry the ball very much, but was a real weapon as a receiver. In 2015, the year before that, he had 41 receptions. He had from 2015 until 2018, he had 4 straight years of 30 or more receptions that during those years. So this is a lot more than like when people talk about Patrick Ricard as, another fullback that is, the all-pro fullback in the AFC. Patrick Ricard has not caught more than 11 passes in a season in his career. He has not run the ball more than 7 times in a season. He has not had more than 16 rushing yards in a season. So Patrick Ricard is just in there as a 300-pound bowling ball to block people. Kyle Juszczyk was actually an offensive weapon earlier on in his career. Now, last year, last couple of years, 19 catches, 14 catches, 19 catches. He's kind of like, he's just not the same guy anymore. But Juszczyk also is a different type of body, like 6'1", 240 versus Robbie Oots is 6'4", 275. So I think Oots has a chance to be much more of an offensive weapon than I would have even expected, honestly, coming into the season. But his primary benefit is going to be to support the guys ahead of him or on top of him in this list, but behind him during the season, which is the running backs. He's also going to be able to help clean up, some missed blocks by the offensive line. It's just one more guy. Also, having a fullback, one of the things that does is it helps allow offenses to force defenses into base defense. One of the things that is most common with a 21 personnel offense, that's 2 backs and 1 tight end, is that it usually forces an extra linebacker onto the field to account for that linebacker or to account for that fullback. So this is going to allow the Seahawks to force some teams into base defense, get some linebackers on the field that they might not want to play, and give JSN and Cooper Kupp or JSN and Tory Horton a chance to sometimes get matched up against a linebacker, or Elijah Arroyo sometimes get matched up against a linebacker instead of against a corner or against a safety that they might have a tougher time with. So I think Robbie Oots is a huge, huge change for this team, and it's going to be a big difference maker this season. Now, going back to tight ends, give you the tight end 1, tight end 2, tight end 3. I'm not going to get into their specific Y, F, all that kind of stuff, because they're probably going to play some different things there. But last year, it was Noah Fant, AJ Barner, and Pharaoh Brown were your 3 tight ends. And Noah Fant was your primary. AJ Barner was, a secondary guy. And then Pharaoh Brown was your third. And Pharaoh Brown was awful last year. Like awful. Was not a good blocker. Did not bring what he was supposed to bring, and he's not here anymore, thankfully. Now, I've got this right now as AJ Barner being your number 1 tight end. I'm really curious to see how much he's targeted, how much he becomes a bigger part of the offensive like attack as opposed to just primarily a blocker, he is one of the best contested catchers on this roster. I saw him throughout last year, throughout training camp. The ball generally does not hit the ground when it's thrown to him, and it doesn't matter if he's well covered or not. So I think he has a chance to be a real breakout player. It'll depend a little bit on how they utilize Elijah Arroyo. And Arroyo is this rookie who, by almost all accounts, like everyone's like, my God, he's an amazing athlete, but he struggled with this knee injury. He hasn't played most of the last couple of years. You know, what can you really count on from him? So durability is the big question mark. Blocking is another question, although I've seen a lot of examples of real desire by him to improve as a blocker and willingness to be a blocker. And that's really the most important. And then he has very easy athleticism. This is a guy that catches the ball, plucks it out of the air, catches it outside of his frame, he can stretch his arms over his head, outside his body, catches it just as comfortably as if it was right to the middle of his chest. And he can do that on the run or while standing, from a standing spot. So I think this guy has a chance to really get be a big part of this team. As of now, I predicted him to have the second most receiving yards on this team after JSN. Now, that's a bit of a stretch. It's probably not the most likely outcome, but I think he's going to be a stretch the field kind of guy. I think he's going to be an explosive play kind of guy. I think he's going to be a run after catch kind of guy. And I think he's going to be a matchup problem for defenses. So eager to see what Elijah Arroyo can bring. And then Eric Saubert, who comes from San Francisco last year, but most importantly came from the Broncos a few years back when Clint Kubiak and Rick Dennison were there. He knows this offense. He knows how to block in it. He's a blocking tight end. He's a better receiver than I gave him credit for before I'd seen him play. I think he's a decent athlete, actually, overall. I wouldn't count on that being a big part of the offense, but I do think that in a pinch, he can be one of those guys that, no one expects to get the ball and gets you a big first down every now and then, and has become kind of the veteran leader in that room. So, a lot of people look at that tight end room and they're like, man, I don't see anybody of value. I look at the tight end room and I'm like, this might be one of the best young tight end rooms in the NFL. Between AJ Barner and Elijah Arroyo, I think both of those guys, the arrows are pointing very, very up. So I certainly don't think any of us are going to miss watching Noah Fant. And I, for one, am going to be happy to see AJ Barner run over and through some people as opposed to Noah Fant, fall into the ground. So that's the tight end room. Wide receiver. Now, this is one of the controversial ones, right? So you had DK Metcalf, Jackson Smith-Njigba, and Tyler Lockett last year. And let's be honest, saying those names, there's respect that immediately happens. You're like, all those guys are good players. And that's a really good receiver room. And there was conversations last year about the Seahawks having maybe the best receiver room in the NFL. Now, I don't think a lot of people put them in that stratosphere, but they'd be in the conversation. Now you're talking about Jackson Smith-Njigba, Cooper Kupp, and Tory Horton. And the reality is with Tory Horton, with Tory Horton, I think you get some, if that had been MVS, I think it would have looked even worse, to be honest, because it would have been two veterans in Kupp and MVS that don't have much upside left to them. I think it looks better now that you add a rookie in Tory Horton who has absolutely snagged that third receiver spot and has some juice to his game, who can really complement the skill set of the other guys. He also has some run after catch ability. He has some speed. He's a good route runner. He's good in zone. Like he's a good player. I think he's going to be an impact player in his rookie season. And Jackson Smith-Njigba, one of the lesser told stories about this season, Jackson Smith-Njigba has added some muscle. He's not Marvin Harrison Jr. like Titanic, but he's added some muscle, and he is playing at a very high level right now. So I think Jackson Smith-Njigba is ready to take the next step in his career. I think that Cooper Kupp, I talked about earlier, someone asked in Super Chat about him. I don't know what to expect there. I honestly don't. I think he could end up performing more like a wide receiver 3. He could also end up shocking everybody and being a legit like threat at wide receiver 2. He's not that old. So I don't think and I don't think that Cooper Kupp ever was winning based off of elite athleticism. So even as he ages, I'm not sure that that's going to change that much, but he did struggle last year to win in a lot of his routes. And there are questions about whether his career is kind of going to come to a rapid conclusion. This is going to be a season that really, decides that answer to that. It could be that he's got a few more years and is going to be great. It could be that this might be the final year he plays. That is a possibility. So we don't know that. It's one of the biggest question marks heading into this season. I think the Seahawks are in better position to account for if that goes the wrong direction because of Tory Horton, also because of Jake Bobo and Derick Young, who took big steps this year, also because of Cody White. I think they feel good. I think they feel good about the depth in that receiver room. And the way I'd kind of compare this is going to back to the 2005 Seahawks. If you want like a positive comparison, Joe Jurevicius, Darrell Jackson, DJ Hackett, like that room, Bobby Ingram was, I think, in that room. There were a lot of clever, savvy, good route runner, good hands kind of players. But they weren't explosive. They weren't guys that take the top off the ball. And you heard me talk with Grant Cohn about that, that he hasn't seen that with the 49ers either. So we will see whether or not it really is critical for the Seahawks to have someone that like takes the top off, so to speak. I'm not sure that they need it. I'm not sure that they've got it, and we'll kind of figure out if this team ends up with a receiver room that they feel good about. My guess is you're going to be in a situation where they're going to need to invest in a rookie receiver next year and build more, dynamic aspects. Now, I'm going to keep going. There is a tweet that just came out from Adam Schefter about Micah Parsons. So we'll talk about this. Says several teams have spoken to the Dallas Cowboys about a potential Micah Parsons trade. And for the first time, the Cowboys appear willing to at least listen. Sources tell Todd Archer and Dan Graziano. So it does sound like Micah Parsons is going to be on the trading block, but we'll find out. I still, based on what I know of the perspective in the Seahawks facility, I don't think that the Seahawks are going to be in on Micah Parsons. Adden Dirty, DeMarcus Lawrence, Quentin Bohanna, like there's plenty of guys that have experience with Micah Parsons from the Cowboys. If they were like, yeah, go get this guy, then I think that the Seahawks would potentially be in on him. I don't know if when I asked Mike McDonald the other day about personalities that you want to add when you've worked so hard to craft this specific feeling in the locker room, and he said, great question. I think it's top of mind for them. And I think that I don't believe that they think Micah Parsons is somebody to add to this locker room right now. So you guys might think that's crazy. If you get Micah Parsons, you do it. I get it. I think there's at least a question here. Like, do you really turn away a generational pass rusher who can really push you over the top on the field because you have concerns about how he's going to affect the team off the field? It's a fair question, but I think from a Seahawks perspective, this is the way they're looking at building their team. If it was a TJ Watt, someone who's kind of got impeccable football character, I guess I would say, then I don't think there would be as much question. If it was like Myles Garrett, I don't know if he's quite as perfect, but he's pretty much all football for the most part. I think that would be different. I think Micah Parsons, I think there's questions about how much he's about football and how much he's about other things. And I don't think those are the kinds of guys that the Seahawks are going to go out and get. So that's just my read. I'm not saying that's what I would do personally. I'm just telling you, I do not think the Seahawks are going to be in on Micah Parsons. That's my read. Now, I hope the Rams aren't in on him. I hope the 49ers aren't in on him. I hope the Cardinals are not in on him. But we'll find out. We will find out. All right. So that was the receiver room. Let's talk about the offensive line, which we've done a lot. Last year, Charles Cross, still going to be Charles Cross, left tackle. Charles Cross took a big jump last year. Expect him to take another jump this year. He added some weight. In fact, I'll play an interview I did with him in a little while. Laken Tomlinson, who we talked about, moved on to the Texans. He's replaced by Gray Zabel. This is a huge upgrade in pass protection in particular. But just overall, Gray Zabel is going to be one of the best guards in football, I believe, and a huge personality in the room as well. I just think he is exactly what they needed. And so that is a massive change. The left side of this line between Charles Cross and Gray Zabel, they're not going to be Steve Hutchinson and Walter Jones, but they are going to be clearing a lot of space for Ken Walker and Zach Charbonnet over this year. I think they are going to be a really, really good duo on that side. Now, center, this was Connor Williams for a lot of the year. Then it was Olu Oluwatimi. It is now going to be Jalen Sundell. And I think this is the best case scenario. I talked to you all about this. If you listened before training camp and preseason, the best outcome would be that Jalen Sundell earned this spot because he is a much better athlete than Olu Oluwatimi. So his ceiling is much higher. Now, he was an undrafted free agent. He played at a small school, same school as Gray Zabel. But the idea of him playing next to Gray Zabel, of him being athletic enough, this is a guy that literally was a backup tackle for the Seahawks last year in the NFL. So he's athletic enough that they believe he can hold up on the edge of an offensive line. Now you're putting that athleticism in the middle of your offensive line, ability to really pull, hit some landmarks and make some big plays, both in screen passes as well as in some of these outside zones. Now it's a big question mark too. Olu had a pretty high floor. Olu Oluwatimi was never going to be terrible. He was not going to be the reason you lose, but he also is rarely going to be the reason that you won. Jalen Sundell has the potential to be one of those kind of centers where he's not just a guy that does okay. He has a chance to be one of the better centers in the NFL if things work out. The combination between him and Gray Zabel, who have played together and were roommates in college, only makes it stronger. Next, you had at right guard just a nightmare last year. You had the right side in general was a nightmare last year. You had Anthony Bradford, Christian Haynes rotating for much of the season. Eventually, Satawa Lamea became the starter for the last part of the year. None of them were great. I liked Laumea the best of the bunch, but none of them were great. This year, Anthony Bradford, and you heard the interview I just did with him a little while ago. I think it's a different version of Anthony Bradford. Josh Cashman will tell you that he is going to be terrible. We'll find out who's right, but I think it's in a better position for all the reasons I mentioned before than it was a year ago. And then right tackle, people really don't get this, but like Stone Forsythe was the Seahawks starting tackle for the majority of the year at right tackle. Then Mike Jarrell played some games, and Abe Lucas cleaned up at the end, but as he said, had a still recovery going on, quote, playing with a flat tire. He's fully recovered and he looks better than he ever has. So going into this season, my expectation is the Seahawks have upgraded at every single position on the offensive line. Not only have they upgraded, either the player themselves have gotten better or they have literally put a new player in who has more talent, but they also have a better scheme, better coaching, will be asked to pass protect less often, will be running off the ball all the time. Like there's a ton of things that are very positive here where I think the Seahawks, the expectation for the floor should be that this is a average offensive line. That would be the middle of the road. I think this has the potential to be one of the better offensive lines in football, and it's one of the youngest. I'll tell you about that in a little bit. Before I do, I'll let you know Finn, my dog, is at my feet, and the UPS guy just got here. So Finn is going to start barking his mind out any second. So just a warning on that. Let's get to the defense. It's a good chance while we make this transition. If you haven't already, click like and subscribe. Please do. We're almost 5 hours into this preview. Just takes you a second to click like, click subscribe. And the amazing thing here is, let's see, Instagram, we are 29 followers away from getting to 10,000. Would love to do that on the show. If you can just go to instagram.com/hawkblogger. And subscribers, we're just like 800, about 800 away from getting to 25,000. So I'm going to be giving away tickets to the Seahawks versus the 49ers. There's Finn getting excited. I may mute for a second and get Finn out of here. But when we get to 10,000 followers on Instagram, I will be giving away 2 club level seats to the Seahawks versus 49ers. If we get to 25,000 on YouTube as well, I'll give away more seats to the Seahawks versus 49ers. So take a second, like, subscribe, and people want to see Finn. Come on. Here's Finn. He's kind of a badass. See how he can do with these the sunglasses look. He's looking out the window. There we go. Finn is rocking those sunglasses. Yeah. So like, subscribe, follow on Instagram, all that stuff. Okay. So let's talk about defense. And edge is an interesting one because it depends on how you kind of see the edge group. The Seahawks listed DeMarcus Lawrence as an interior defensive tackle yesterday. So I'm going to stick with this as edge, but we'll kind of talk about the realities there. So last year, you know, depending on how you want to look at it, but it was Boye Mafe, Derick Hall, Draymond Jones, and Trevis Gibson. Remember Trevis Gibson? He's actually on I think the 49ers practice squad, or maybe he's on their 53. I can't remember. I think he's on their practice squad. Draymond Jones, not a beloved figure in Seattle because he didn't really live up to the big contract that he signed, but he did have close to 50 pressures last year. He's somebody that was a productive player as a pass rusher and was asked to kind of play out of position. He was never really an edge player. He's always been an interior player. Now, when you look at it this year, Boye Mafe and Derick Hall are the same. But DeMarcus Lawrence, he's a true edge, and he's going to be a really key part of this team, primarily because one of the challenges for Mike McDonald's defense last year was on first down and especially against the run. So they struggled against the run last year in early downs, and that led to a lot of easier third down yardage situations for them to have to deal with. Now, they still were the number one DVOA, number one EPA per play third down defense in the NFL. But I think DeMarcus Lawrence can be a big part of that first down defense. He's been, if not the best, one of the top 5 run defending edge players in the NFL for the last few years. So while everyone talks about his pass rush has deteriorated, his run defense remains really, really good. So I think he's a sneaky big addition to this team. And then Uchenna Nwosu is a question mark. Now, he's come off PUP, so that means he can play. He's going to play likely within the first 4 weeks of the season, but we don't know when. I think it would be surprising if he plays in the first game, but I think it's not crazy that he could play in the second game. And I think by the third game, you feel pretty good that he'll be available. So Uchenna Nwosu, like if this works out the way this is set up here, I think you feel pretty good about that edge rotation. You've got guys. Uchenna Nwosu is not just a good pass rusher. He was very good against the run, excellent against the run, I would say. He's a leader there as well, brings a lot of like aggression to that room. And so you have 2 young guys and 2 vets, and they all bring special skills. Now, Derick Hall's the guy that I highlight that for me, based off the way that he broke out last year, not just the fact that he went from 0 sacks to 8 sacks. That's one thing. But he is a power rusher. And Boye Mafe is a little bit more of a speed rusher. He's more of a technique, getting around the edge kind of guy. And I just tend to trust power to show up more play in, play out, game in, game out than I do speed and technique rush types of players. So I feel like Derick Hall has more in him than what we saw last year. And he enters this season knowing that. And so, in fact, I'm kind of tempted to play a interview I did with him where we kind of went over this. Let me see if I can find that real quick because all right, hold on. Let me play this for you guys while we were talking about the different teams. And let me put this up for you guys to hear, because this is me talking to Derick Hall about how this is going to go for him this year and his goals. Not quite the warm weather we've had out here at Virginia Mason Athletic Center on day 3 at Seahawks training camp, but my day is brightened right now because we're joined by Derick Hall, the edge rusher for the Seattle Seahawks 3rd year. Derick, man, how you doing?
Man, I'm blessed. I can't complain. Thank you for having me.
Well, you know, I see you're eating your lunch here. You packed up there with some protein. What do we got? What's your go-to meal here at the VMAC?
A go-to meal. What I think they make best is probably a little bit of the barbecue, like the ribs.
They're doing ribs up there, huh?
The steak and onions. Well, that was yesterday. The steak and onions is really good. They have some really good protein. So food's really good. Andrew and them do a good job. And like I said, my diet's been a big thing for me. So being steadfast on that, trying to eat the right things to make sure I take care of my body.
Is your diet the same as it was as a rookie, or is it different?
Completely different, night and day.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Rookie year was kind of like a college deal where it's like, man, I can eat whatever. It's going to burn off. And, year by year, the older you get, you start to feel the difference in how you eat and, how your body takes things and different things like that. So being able to try to eat right and eat clean, man, that was huge for me going into this year. Last year was all about, football-wise, taking care of my body a little more. Now it's adding to that and doing my diet the right way and the way it should be. So it's going really well for me.
Is that something you kind of came onto on your own, or is it something that, a vet or someone else kind of turned you onto?
No, just myself, man. Just like going through my rookie year, knowing what I need to do going to year 2, getting to year 2, my FBI, my football, just being able to game to slow down for me a little bit. Okay, now let's start learning how to take care of my body better. Not that I wasn't doing it, but doing it, in a lot better course. And now, okay, I'm doing those things really well. Okay, now let's add something else, and that's my diet. So,
well, if I'm following you correctly on social, you're a fisherman.
Yep.
So is fish a big part of your meal plan?
Oh yeah, I love fish. When I'm at home, obviously in the off season during the summer, man, I fish a lot. I fish, try to fish 3-4 times a week if I can, and that's not including the truck stuff. So I have to spread it pretty even. But I mean, I go out, I catch the fish, I come back home and I cook it immediately fresh. So it's nothing like, thinking like, man, this fish is just in the water a couple hours ago. Now I'm sitting here eating. It's pretty cool.
Have you done any fishing out here? Or are you mostly back home?
All back home. I haven't done any fishing out here. I want to try to get into it and learn a little bit.
Yeah.
But man, it's just a lot of rules out here. With the when you can fish something one day, when you can't fish it the next. You got to have a 2-pole endorsement to carry 2 fishing rods. Just a lot. So I haven't got into it yet.
We got to get you up to Alaska pulling salmon out of that river. Oh man, it's a crazy experience. And if you love fishing, it's a place to do it. So, you talk about last year, man. Obviously, a big breakout year for you. You and I talked before the season. You came with bad intentions last year. What do you do after a year like that? Coming into this year, what's your focus?
Yeah, man, I think you just stay steadfast. You know, they always say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So continue to do what I did and figure out where can I help my game grow. So right now for me, it's the details, the small things, you know, picking out how can I change my angle here? Okay, what about my hand placement here? Okay, what about grabbing and clamping and fighting the pressure with pressure and, you know, seeing the width of the tight ends and, you know, what that may possibly do, seeing how the tackle does this and playing that game with the tackle and the pass rush. So it's just about all details, man, starting to hone in and, you know, not worried about so much about the game and trying to do everything right. And it's starting to slow down, you know, in year 2 and then year 3 is where you typically hone in on the details, man, and start doing tick-for-tat with your game to try to become a master at it.
All right. I'm going to tell you a stat that you led the entire NFL in last year. I want you to guess before I tell you. If you had to guess, what stat do you think you led all defenders in the NFL in last year? It's a little bit obscure, but it's a pretty good one.
Hit, run,
They
pass.
get hit. It's sack related.
Oh man, sack related.
All right, I'm going to let you off the hook.
Yeah.
You know, like I had you for a second, but fishing wise, I'm going to let you get back to sea. You led the entire NFL in first down sacks.
Okay.
You had five of your 8 sacks last year came on first down.
Mm-hmm.
And Adam Dirty you were talking with him, and he was like, you know, Boye was a really big third down guy. Derick, man, we got to kind of he's just going off every single down. We kind of got to help him, you know, figure out when to have his most effort. Obviously, first down was a big down for you. Any reason you think that was a place you shined?
I think, you know, just looking at breakdowns, a lot of stuff that you see, those are the downs where you steal the opportunities, first and second down. You know, those are where you steal the opportunity of being able to get those sacks. That'd be a lot of play action pass. You know, a lot of different things like that with the personnel. So being able to steal those plays here and there, and again, go back to the details on what you see, and you know, your film study throughout the week and try to find something to steal that niche on first down, I think is huge.
You know, a rookie came in last year for the Rams, Jared Verse, and made a big name with his kind of speed to power game. And I've talked a lot with folks that I see a lot of similarities in your power is a huge calling card for how you get at it. You know, who do you pick up things from around the league? You know, obviously DeMarcus Lawrence is coming to the locker room. Any places you look to add to your game from where you started last year?
I'm a big Von guy. Everybody knows it. Like, who's your pass rusher guy? Is Von Miller. Like the way he plays the game, the way he you know, gets to his power, man, is amazing. He makes it all look the same. So that's the part about me, again, going back to the details of going to my game, trying to make all the rushes look the same. You know, the load and explode in his game and the way he goes about, you know, setting it up, man, is second to none. So I'm a big Von Miller guy, and I've been studying his game for a long time.
So, you know, you got off to a flying start last year. 5 sacks in the first 5 games, 6 games, something like that. After that, you're still productive, but not quite as. Did people start paying more attention to you? What do you attribute to kind of the fast start, and maybe how do you have a faster finish maybe this year?
Right. You know, I think that's what comes with it. You know, it's the ups and downs of the NFL season. You know, coming out of year 1, you know, not doing much, and going into year 2 and having a hot start like that. Obviously, people are going to start paying attention to you, but it's also, you know, taking those plays. You know, you just pay attention to the Atlanta game. I didn't have a sack, but you know, I fed and, you know, help my teammates make plays, and that's the big part of it, man. It's a lot of pressures when you know, within that slump period. But I mean, man, it's nothing like going out, you know, trying to figure out what can I do now. Listen, guys, like, hey, man, like every game you're not gonna have a sack. Every game you're not. So, you know, especially after starting out hot, it's hard to deal with. But at the same time, man, you just gotta stay in it, stay tuned in, you know, stay locked in with the guys, and continue to go out and find ways to get better. It may not always be on the stat sheet, but you know, that effort and love and, you know, support that you get from your teammates is always going to be there.
We're talking to Derick Hall of the Seattle Seahawks. Some of my favorite plays you made last year don't show up on the stat chart. Some of the plays where you just blew up tight ends or tackles trying to set up in the run game. Talk about, like, what do you know, how do you get better as a run defender? Obviously, people always think about edge rushers and they're talking about sacks. How much pride do you take? How much work do you do to kind of get better on the run game as well?
I take plenty of pride in the run game. You can't rush a pass without stopping the run. And I feel like that's always been a backbone for me, you know, just in my life in general. You know what I'm saying, man? Just doing the hard things to make the easier things easy. And I feel like pass rushing is what we do every day. So we're able to go out and stop the run, man, and be able to put your foot down, like, you know, just having a mentality, like, whatever it takes. And like, it's not coming this way, you might as well go somewhere else. And we have a D-line like we do, a whole group of guys like that has that same mentality, man. It's hard to run the ball on. So I think that's the key, man, and just trying to go out every single day and hone in again on the details, footwork, hand placement, continue to knock back. How can I play out my hips a little more to be able to be just that much better in the run game? I think is huge.
All right. You put together your first truck, I think, over the break. Is that right? From scratch?
Not my first one, but my first big one.
Your first big one?
The first one that big. So I've built 2 other trucks, but that's my first one that big. So, yeah.
How did it go?
It was good. Ran into a few problems.
Okay.
Had to get the rear truss. It wasn't the same because it came off a different truck. It came off a 3,500. Mine was a 2,500. So that's the difference between like leaf springs and coil springs. I don't know if anybody on the station knows the difference, but there's a little bit of difference there. So I had to get a rear upper truss cut and sent to me. But once I got that done, man, it was okay. Extended drive shaft, all that stuff that goes with it. But I mean, yeah, man, I enjoyed it. It has a little bit of. I got it back here and took it to my boy Abe. Shout out to Abe and P. Allop. He welds and does all that, so he helped me with a little thing to tweak it out and get it right. But yeah, man, it's been great. Been driving it. It's on air, so it's cool, baby, to let it up and down, lean it side to side, and all that, man. So it's pretty cool. I'm enjoying it.
Is that like a kind of meditative for you? Do you kind of zone out when you're doing it? Like, is that what part of what draws you to it?
Yeah, by far, man. It's just like, everybody had that niche to get away from me. It's fishing and it's trucks. I bought mama house this off season. Instead of buying myself a place, something like that, I bought some land and built a shop. That was my big thing for me. Like, man, I want to shop. So I built myself a shop, and that was my first build in it. Obviously, all my other vehicles in there as well. But yeah, that was my first time doing something at the DH1 shop, man. So I enjoyed it.
All right, a couple more questions for Derick Hall, and then get back to more important things. You said you bought a place for your mom.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be a lifelong dream to do something like that. What was that like?
It was amazing. She's been, she was in the place already, so she moved, and she was like, man, I really, really love this house and whatever. I'm like, do you? She's like, yeah. I'm like, okay. So all last season went by, and got home this off season. I was like, do you really love this place? Like, yeah, I love it. I don't want to move anymore. Like, I love being here. I'm like, okay. So went through the process, ended up purchasing for her, and man, that's a dream. I mean, that's second. To be able to give back to someone who's given so much to you. Like I know my mom says like she'll never be able to repay me, but I'll never be able to pay her for everything she's done for me to help me get to this point. All the travel, all the games, all the money, all the hospital visits, with everything with birth, man, it's crazy. So I'll never be able to pay my mom. So that's pretty special for me to be able to do something like that for her.
That's awesome. Last question for you. So second year with Mike McDonald, second year with a lot of this crew. You got Byron Murphy, now you got your boy Mafe and you. What do you feel like people should know about this defense? What's the identity of this defense going to be this year?
I think, man, just overall, man, we're going to be a hard-nosed team. I think in the early part of last year, it took a minute for us to gel, and as the year went on, we gelled and got coached. And I think people really took heed of that and we started to put that on notice in the last quarter of the season, the way we play ball, man. We had problems with the run. We ended up turning around, being no one-stop defense, that later part of the year, man. And the pass rush is always going to be there with the guys that we have. So just being able to go out and be dominant every single Sunday and get to that point where it's like, again, no matter what, like, we don't care who you are, what you do, we're going to go out and ball, and we're going to do us. And I think that's the mentality we're trying to reach on this defensive unit.
Derick, 10 sacks isn't enough, man. I think you got 15 in the tank. I'd love to see it this year. Good luck, and thank you so much for taking the time.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
Appreciate you. That's Derick Hall, the absolute stud pass rusher for your Seattle. So, yeah, as we're talking about Derick Hall there, this is a guy that I said at the end there, I think he's got so much more in the tank, and I really believe in power pass rushers. But I will say this. If you look at the edge players for the Seahawks last year, and you look at win rate, and if you just look at overall win rate, I'll do the true pass set in a second. If I was to ask you who had the highest pass rush win rate of the edge players on the Seahawks last year, who would you guess is number one? I bet it wouldn't be Draymond Jones, but it is 12.9%. If I asked you who was second place, I bet you would probably guess it was Derick Hall. It wasn't. It was Boye Mafe with an 11% win rate. Derick Hall was at 8.5% with his win rate overall last year. It's not terrible. It's not great, though. And as far as total pressures Draymond Jones and Derick Hall had the same amount of pressures last year, 45. It's just that Derick Hall had more of those pressures turn into sacks. He had more quarterback hits. He had 13. So I think the quality of his pressures was higher in terms of impacting the play. And that's part of why I think I have a higher opinion of the season that he had last year. Boye Mafe had 5 quarterback hits and 6 sacks. So 11 between the two. He had Derick Hall had 13 quarterback hits and 8 sacks. So you're talking about a difference between 11 hits plus sacks for Mafe and 22 for Derick Hall. So, that's part of why I feel a little bit 23, actually, I think, for Derick Hall. So, when you go to true pass sets, and what true pass sets means is that's when you remove screen passes and, quick passes that are, people get rid of the ball way too quickly, all this stuff, then that's not a true pass set. So true pass set is more like literally the quarterback's dropping back and it's thrown within, 2 to 5 seconds, something like that. The win rates there change. The top win rate among the Seahawks edge players in true pass sets was Boye Mafe, and his win rate was 17.6%. So when Boye Mafe knows what is going to happen on those plays, he's pretty good. Now, 17.6% is good, but it's still that ranked 40th in the NFL. And this is part of why the edge position is an issue for the Seahawks. Like, they don't have a guy that's winning. To give you an idea, the top win rate for guys that are in true pass sets in the NFL, Aiden Hutchinson last year was 49.5%. Myles Garrett, 31.5%. Nick Bosa, 30.4%. Jared Verse, 26.8%. Micah Parsons, 26.2%. Trey Hendrickson, 25.7%. Even Von Miller, who the Seahawks really wanted, but he went to Washington, had a 25% win rate in those situations. So the Seahawks are well down that list. Now, there is a guy, Zadarius Smith, who played for Detroit last year, had a 21.6% win rate in those situations. He's still a good pass rusher. But the Seahawks don't necessarily have that guy. Jadeveon Clowney had a 20% win rate. So he had a higher win rate in true pass set pass rushes than Boye Mafe. So I do feel like there is, while I'm excited about the potential of the edge room getting better, there's still this need for an alpha edge rusher, and it's not clear that they've got one on the roster. So, as I said, Boye Mafe had a 17.6% win rate in true pass sets. Draymond Jones was second with 14.6. Derick Hall was third with 13.1. So this is why, as much as, I'm a big Derick Hall guy, I do still think there are real question marks about this part of the Seahawks roster in terms of whether or not they've got enough juice on the edge to rush the passer. Now, everyone's going to always bring up, as they should, that Mike McDonald has been able to get career edge rush seasons out of, different veteran guys. So we'll see if he can do that here. But I think this is probably the upside of this group is probably the biggest question mark on the defense. Next, you get into the defensive tackle room. And last year you had Leonard Williams, Byron Murphy, Jaron Reed. It's the same top three guys this year. After those guys, last year you had Roy Robertson Harris, who I really liked. Super powerful guy, mainly a run defender, but a guy that can eat up double teams. Mike Morris is the guy I've got there right now. I don't know if that's exactly who will be there at the end, but I'm not sure Mike is not Roy Robertson Harris. They are different players. It's going to be interesting to see how Mike Morris figures into the rotation and where they play him. I'm not sure he's going to get a ton of snaps. By the end of last season, Roy Robertson Harris did not get a ton of snaps, but one of the biggest question marks here is Byron Murphy. And now I've done a show on this before, but I'll bring it up again because it's worth knowing that Byron Murphy last year in true pass set situations, he had the highest win rate of any player on the Seahawks interior, 20.3%. In fact, if you look at the best interior lineman in the NFL last year, Byron Murphy ranked 7th in the entire NFL among interior defenders in pass rush win rate in true pass sets. He had the same win rate as DeForest Buckner. He was not that far off of Chris Jones, who had a 24% win rate. Byron Murphy, again, 20.3. He had a higher win rate than Dexter Lawrence, than Jeffrey Simmons, than Quinnen Williams, than Vita Vea, than Aleem McNeil. So the expectation here, everyone's like, Byron Murphy's got to get so much better. Well, part of the reason you didn't feel Byron Murphy as much, he only had 14 true pass set pass rush opportunities the entire year. And so one of the guys you don't see show up on here, but got a lot of volume, was Braden Fisk, who had all these sacks. He only had a 13% win rate in those situations, but he had 41 opportunities where Byron Murphy had 14. So a big story with Byron Murphy this year is, are they going to give him enough reps to be able to, he doesn't have to be better than he was last year. He just needs to get more pass rush opportunities and be able to maintain the productivity that he showed as a pass rusher. Now, the other thing that I think a lot of people don't understand about Byron Murphy is his run defense. And if you look at interior run defenders and you look at stop rate, I think this is the one. Let me see if I can find it. So Byron Murphy had 15 run stops last year and a 7.6% stop rate. Braden Fisk, who got all of that attention, had only a 5.5% run stop rate and had a 40 grade as a run defender, one of the lower grades in the NFL as a player. So everyone's like, oh man, the Seahawks got the wrong defensive tackle. They should have taken Fisk. Not true. In fact, Byron Murphy had a higher run stop rate than Dexter Lawrence last year as a rookie while playing nose tackle a lot of the time. In fact, he is basically equal to Jalen Carter in that regard. So Byron Murphy had a lot of promising advanced metrics. He did not have the counting stats. He did not have as many of the flashy plays. But make no mistake, like if Byron Murphy is not more disruptive and noisy this year than he was last year, then the Seahawks defense is going to be not as good as I think we all hope it will be. If he is able to be like a real disruptor, then this defense could absolutely be one of the best in the NFL. There's just no question. You add him to Leonard Williams, and Jaron Reed's no slouch either. That interior could be among the best in the NFL. But it's a really, really big season for Byron Murphy. And my hope going into it is that what we talk about at the end of the year is, man, that was fun to watch, and not, man, he's going to need to really work on some things this offseason. Like, let's see. I'm really hopeful there, but he's a huge, huge pivot point for this defense. Beyond that, I have nose tackle here. Jonathan Hankins was the nose tackle last year. I've got Quinton Bohanna as the nose tackle this year. Now, he's on the practice squad, but he will be elevated when they want to utilize a nose tackle. Byron Murphy, Jaron Reed, they can all play nose as well. But I think they'll have either Brandon Peeler or Quinton Bohanna on the roster most of the year to play that role. Now, I like Jonathan Hankins. I'm not sure he's going to play a snap for the Seahawks this year. He was okay last year, but I think they absolutely would have loved to have drafted somebody, and the guys that they liked just did not fall to them. So I don't know. I don't think Quinton Bohanna is a huge difference maker. I think that he can be an okay player, and if he just takes some of the reps off of Byron Murphy so that he can play 3 tech and move to other spots, then great. That's fine. Inside linebacker. Ernest Jones, Tyrese Knight, starters last year. Ernest Jones, Tyrese Knight, starters this year. I think Tyrese Knight has a chance to be a much better player in year 2 than he was in year 1. He put in a ton of work this offseason. He's battled late in camp a little bit of an injury issue and a health issue we don't have all the details on, but is expected to be a week 1 starter for them. And, this is a guy that I think it's fair to wonder, like, just how good is Tyrese Knight? I think he's pretty good. I think he played a lot better once he started playing with Ernest Jones next to him. And, this is a guy that showed up in coverage, which is not something that he was known for coming out of college, but had some really nice games in coverage. Started to show up as a pass rusher, actually. Had 10 pressures and 2 sacks last year. Productive player when you're blitzing. And then has always just been a heat-seeking missile as a run defender. So, I think Tyrese Knight's a guy that can be an up-and-coming player. Ernest Jones is a guy who people really forget who Ernest Jones used to be. Everyone's like excited about the Seahawks player that they saw last year. That wasn't the best version of Ernest Jones. He would even tell you that. Just 2 years ago, back in 2023, Ernest Jones was an absolute terror as a blitzer, had 33 pressures and 5 sacks. He also had a 90 run defense grade. In fact, I'm going to look this up right now. Ernest Jones in 2023 was one of the highest graded inside linebackers in football. So let me pull this up. This is back kind of during their Super Bowl era. But this is a guy that was the 8th highest graded inside linebacker in football in 2023, had an 82.1 grade. His run defense grade was the 5th highest, a 90 grade as a run defender. His pass rush was the 9th highest at 78.2. Total pressures, no inside linebacker had more pressures than Ernest Jones did a couple of years ago with the 33. So I think there's a whole nother level that Ernest Jones can reach now that he's in his 2nd year in this defense. And so I think people forget also he's just like 25. Like Ernest Jones is still a young guy. And he'll turn 26 in November, but he's still a young player. And I don't think we've seen the best from him. All right. Rounding it out, cornerback. So I've got cornerback 1, quarterback 2, cornerback 3. How that actually works out, that'll shift. But I've got Riq Woolen, Devin Witherspoon, and Josh Jobe. Well, that is essentially the top 3 this year as well. Witherspoon will be the nickel corner when they go into pure nickel. But they also have added a pretty important piece in Nick Emanwari. And I've got them as a big nickel. So Rayshawn Jenkins was both the 3rd safety and the big nickel last year. And he struggled, man. He really did. I like Rayshawn. He just was not a great fit, had really struggled in tackling, took some bad angles, especially in the 49ers game, and was a liability. This year, you've got Nick Emanwari. And what that could do is when Nick Emanwari's on the field, Josh Jobe will be off the field. And so you'll get Devin Witherspoon sliding outside. He and Woolen will both be outside corners, and Emanwari will play inside. I'll say this. I have been one of Nick Emanwari's biggest proponents back from the combine and on. I was super excited the Seahawks drafted him. He's an unreal athlete. He's been a super hard worker. He made some plays in training camp during practices. Everyone has good things to say about him. He's definitely fitting into that defensive backfield. Like, all the things are positive there. I'll just say that I haven't seen him play instinctually and naturally yet. And so I'm not seeing the traits that make him so special necessarily shine and show up yet when I watch him play. When they do, watch out. Like, this guy can be an absolute impact player. I will say my expectation is it might not be until next year. It might be a rough rookie year for Nicky Manwari. I'm not saying it will be, but I'll just say people that are saying he's Kyle Hamilton's second coming, I think tap the brakes a little bit on that. I don't think that's necessarily a realistic expectation for any rookie, but he's coming in. Remember, Mike Macdonald last year took half a season to be able to install his defense, get his defenders on board. Think about how many of the guys, even Devin Witherspoon, who's so smart and savvy, how much more confident he, Julian Love, other people feel this year than they did last year. And they were veterans learning that defense. Nicky Manwari is a rookie trying to learn that defense. They've tried to give him a small enough role that it's realistic for him to learn it. And he's got a lot of other guys around him to lean on, which the other guys last year did not. But I still think it could be a rougher go. And so take it easy, I guess, is my main, take it easy on Nicky Manwari. Don't call him a bust if things are tough to start with. Give the guy a chance to really adjust to the NFL and adjust to this defense. And if he doesn't work out as much this first season, then I think you'll see Josh Jobe get more reps. You have Shaquille Griffin now. You've got Darian Kendrick. So you've got some other corners that can step in there. The cornerback room all of a sudden looks pretty deep. So you don't necessarily need to rely on the big nickel. But I do think that Nicky Manwari in that position is a pretty big part of what Mike Macdonald and anyone playing this defense wants to do. All right, last piece here before we get to our final guest here at 1:00. Safety. Julian Love, Kobe Bryant, Rayshawn Jenkins were your three safeties last year. And really it started with Rayshawn Jenkins and Julian Love, and then Kobe Bryant took over. So Kobe Bryant just started the last part of last year. This year, you've got Julian Love and Kobe Bryant as your starting safeties, the same way you ended last year. And then your third safety, you could say this Nicky Manwari, but I actually think that they're going to be looking at like D'Anthony Bell and Ty Okada as guys that will actually be the player that they'd slide in there as a third safety if they needed to. We started seeing Nicky Manwari play some back half of the field, like some deep safety toward the end of camp. So he's working on it, and they'll see when they're ready for that to happen. But I think D'Anthony Bell had a really nice camp, was one of the biggest playmakers to start camp, known in Cleveland as a big hitter. Also been really good in run defense as well as in coverage. Now, he has had some issues in coverage during preseason, and there's been a few times coaches have gotten on him about it during training camp. So I'm not saying he's like the next great thing, but he's a pretty interesting player, and I think the coaches like him. He's also a really good special teams guy. Ty Okada, you saw the interception that he got against the Packers. He played a decent amount of snaps for the Seahawks last year. They know what they have in Ty Okada. He's a fine backup safety. And then you've got Jarek Reed on the practice squad, who's also a guy that they feel pretty good about, and they can bring him up if they need to. So a lot of the same, to be honest, on the defensive side of the ball. The big changes are DeMarcus Lawrence, potentially Uchenna Nwosu when he comes back. And then Nicky Manwari. Like, those are the big new names on this defense. The biggest bellwethers of how this season's going to go, that's where it's going to be Byron Murphy, Derek Hall, and Boye Mafe. And I would say Ernest Jones to some extent, depending on how good he goes. And then we've got a real question about Riq Woolen and Devin Witherspoon. Like, Devin Witherspoon is universally respected around the NFL as one of the best, most savvy, most vicious competitors and players in the secondary in the NFL, right? I don't think we've felt as much of his impact last year as I think there's potential for us to feel this year. Can he be a bigger playmaker than he was last year? Riq Woolen, who led the team in interceptions, can he have Like, he had 7 as a rookie. Can he have more than the 3 he had last year? Can he make more plays than he did a year ago? Kobe Bryant, who has just been a ball hawk. The guy, every time he gets into the lineup, finds a way. He led the NFL in forced fumbles his rookie year as a nickel cornerback. He's really good at forcing fumbles. He's really good at ball hawking and picking balls off. Can he make a difference as a full-time starter, spend his whole offseason focused on being a safety? Can he make a difference? So there's some like growth opportunities there, but let's not get it twisted. The pass rush is where you've got to see some change in terms of Amafe, Hall, Murphy. I think the Seahawks are going to blitz more often than they did a year ago. And then I'm really hopeful that DeMarcus Lawrence and potentially Uchenna Nwosu are going to help this team on first down, set up more third and longs to kind of get in a situation where you feel really good about the types of exotic pressures that Mike McDonald's going to be able to set up. So that's a look at the lineup player by player. We're about to talk to another guest and our last guest of the day about the Atlanta Falcons. So let's take a moment to kind of familiarize ourselves with the Falcons lineup. Let me pull this open real quick, and we will get this shared a little bit larger so you guys can see it, and we can kind of talk about this group. This will be, for what it's worth, phone only. We'll be joined in just a little while by Marc Raimondi. So we'll hear from him in just a bit. He'll be phone only. Hopefully that all works out. But looking forward to talking to Marc, because there's a lot of interesting things to me about this Atlanta defense and this Atlanta offense. Obviously, Michael Penix Jr., Bijan Robinson, super interesting. And then you've got Drake London, who is very good. Darnell Mooney, who's, I think, good. I don't know if I'd say very good. Kyle Pitts, who super talented, but never actually that productive. And then you've got an offensive line that's pretty good, but they lost Drew Dahlman at center, and they've got a new guy playing center. And then they lost their right tackle, Caleb McGarry, just recently, probably for the season. So they're searching for it at right tackle. We'll see what happens there. I do like one of their draft picks. Jack Sawyer is a guy that I liked out of Wisconsin. I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up taking. They also did trade for Mike Jarrell recently. So we will talk to Marc Raimondi about this, and he has just joined us. Let me add him to the stage. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, man. Appreciate you taking the time to join us. And for folks not familiar with your background, tell them about how you got started doing this and how long you've been covering the Falcons.
I've only been covering the Falcons for about a year and a half. This is my second season in Atlanta. Before that, I covered the UFC primarily for 11 years. So combat sports reporter for a very long time, and now covering the NFL.
Awesome. That's a fun transition. I love that. So Falcons, as we talk about this team, some big changes, right? You got Michael Penix Jr. Going to start the season as the starter. You've got an offensive line that, you lost Drew Dahlman, and then just recently had an injury at right tackle. What's the kind of feeling about how this offense is going to perform coming into the season?
They have been very confident about their offense, really going back to last season when Penix was named the starter in Week 16. I do think that some of the injuries to the offensive line, and you mentioned Dahlman not being there any longer, I think that will certainly affect things. I don't know if it'll be as smooth as they wanted it to be, especially on the ground, because Dahlman is known for being a really good run blocker, as is Caleb McGarry, who's now out for the season at right tackle. And those are big keys to Bijan Robinson's game, Tyler Allgeier's game, and, to broaden that to Michael Penix's game, because he's a left-handed quarterback and the right tackle covers his blind side. And, McGarry was going to be asked to do that, and he's a veteran. He's been their starter since day one when he was drafted in 2019. And to make...
Did we lose you there, Marc? Marc is on the road, so we may have lost him. Marc, I'm going to keep talking. Let me know when you can hear us, and we'll keep this going. Always challenging to do these live, but hopefully that works out. For what folks did not hear, Marc, they basically lost their right tackle. And one of the things he was mentioning is because Michael Penix Jr. is left-handed, their right tackle is kind of like the left tackle for every other team. He's the blindside protector. And to lose the right tackle is a very big deal. So that changes things quite a bit. And I think the Falcons are probably trying to figure out how to hold up. So Marc, there we go. Marc, you back?
I am back.
Awesome. So who do they think is going to actually take over from McGrary? Is there a chance that like their rookie Jack Sawyer or someone else, Jack Nelson, excuse me, will step into that spot?
Right now, the front runner seems to be Elijah Wilkinson, who played a bunch of right tackle in Denver a few years ago. He also played left guard for the Falcons in 2022, started about 9 games for them. So he's probably the front runner. Jack Nelson is a guy who I guess who's in the running for the job, and so is Brandon Parker. And then Jarrell is a guy that's in the mix, I guess, as soon as he gets up to speed in the offense. I don't think he'll be ready for week 1 to start, but possibly after that. And then they also signed 2 other guys to the practice squad the other day, Carter Warren and Brian Hayes. So it's kind of like almost a 6-man competition right now for that starting right tackle position.
Yeah, well, if you have any questions about Mike Jarrell, always happy to answer. He's a good guy, and I think a good prospect. It might be a little much to ask him to be a starting right tackle right now, but he could be your guy down the road. So we'll come back to a second. Well, actually, before we do it, like Michael Penix Jr. is obviously of real interest for folks up here in the Northwest who watched him at University of Washington. How much confidence is there that this guy is going to be a difference-making quarterback in the league?
They are very confident in him, and they have been since day one. Otherwise, they would not have drafted him number 8 overall when they had just signed Kirk Cousins a few weeks before to a $100 million guaranteed contract, right? So they really fell in love with Penix from the beginning, and nothing that he has done since he's been here has deterred them from that. In fact, it's only reinforced that they think they made the right decision because obviously he's starting over Kirk Cousins now in year 2 for Penix. And I just think they love his arm talent. They love, Zach Robinson is a guy, he's the offensive coordinator, and he was with McVay and those folks in Los Angeles. He's part of the McVay coaching tree, and he's compared him to a guy like a Stafford, a guy like that, with the arm talent, with the ability to make plays down the field. I think they really like him a lot. I think that you guys saw him a lot, of course, in Seattle, of course, but I think he probably still needs to work on his touch passes a little bit, especially the intermediate and the stuff that's in the flat. Some of that is a little bit inconsistent, but I think Michael Penix throws as good of a deep ball as almost anyone in the NFL.
I think you're right about that. My expectations certainly are high for Michael Penix as well. So curious, you mentioned Kirk Cousins, and there's some folks that are just surprised that he's still on the Falcons. Do you think with this right tackle situation or some of the other holes that they've got that they might try to move Kirk Cousins still and patch some of these other holes?
Look, the entire offseason, that was the big story in Atlanta, was what was going to happen with Kirk Cousins. Are they going to trade him? Are they going to cut him? And the answer really, and I think it was the answer in January, and it's the same answer now, they really are very comfortable with him being the backup quarterback because they've already kind of budgeted in his guaranteed money, which is $27.5 million this year. They've already factored that into the quarterback room. Yes, he's not the starter as they thought he would be, a year ago, but they've already kind of budgeted that number, and they think that he's a good insurance policy if anything happens to Michael Penix Jr. And they were if there was any indication recently that they are very comfortable with Kirk Cousins as their backup, it's that they released Easton Stick, who was their third quarterback in training camp, and they did re-sign him back to the practice squad, but they're only carrying 2 quarterbacks on the 53-man roster. That's Penix and Cousins, and I really feel like it's certainly an upset, but I really feel like they're gonna keep Kirk Cousins the rest of the season, and he's gonna be the backup, and then we'll see what happens next season. He has $10 million guaranteed in the roster bonus in 2026, so they could release him, they could try to trade him then. Who knows? But I think he's gonna be their guy on the bench, and we'll see what happens. Penix has, as we know, he does have an injury history, so we'll see.
And then I'm kind of curious. You flip to the defensive side of the ball. We're talking to Marc Raimondi, covers the Falcons, and the Falcons kind of like wowed everybody in the draft when not only did they get Jalen Walker, but then they trade up to get James Pierce and gave the Rams an extra first-round pick next year. So how have those two players looked so far in camp?
Well, yeah, that was a bit of a controversial move, but basically that was the Falcons responding to the biggest need on the team, right? The pass rush. And they have had, an abysmal pass rush for an extended period of time. I believe the number is that since 2019, they have 30 fewer sacks than any other team in the NFL. It has been woeful. They just cannot get to the quarterback, and it's been different regimes, different coaching staffs, different personnel. So it's just one of those things that they have not had here in a while. And I think that was they didn't have a lot of cap room. We talked about Kirk Cousins; he was taking up a lot of their cap room this offseason. So they had to be aggressive in the draft if they were going to try to address that issue. And they were aggressive, and they got James Pierce Jr. at number 26, and he's been fantastic this entire summer. He was good in the preseason games. He was great in practice. He played his butt off. He was kind of at the center of a couple of training camp practice fights because he was getting under the skin of offensive linemen. He was beating them at times, if not most of the time, and really was impressive. Very impressive. He seems like he's a dude at edge rusher. Unfortunately, Jalen Walker, who was a guy that, they could not pass him up at number 15. They wanted Pierce. They were going to take Pierce at 15, but then when Walker dropped to them at 15, they were like, we have to take Walker. He's too good to not take at this spot. But he's had a little bit of an injury riddled training camp. He had a hamstring injury, then a groin injury. So we have not seen a ton of him, but apparently he will be ready for week 1. And they do like him. They like his football IQ, but he just hasn't been out on the field enough just yet to really tell for sure.
So the general storylines for this Atlanta team, Marc, has been, it looks like they could be a pretty good offense and not so sure if that defense can be better than bad. Like, can it be average even? And based on what you've seen so far, what's your expectation for how that's going to work out?
I think the defense can definitely be average, and I think that a lot of that, if it happens, will have to do with the coaching changes they made this offseason. They hired Jeff Ulbrich and fired Jimmy Lake as a defensive coordinator, and then Ulbrich is an established guy. He's had very good defenses, of course, with the New York Jets. Robert Saleh guy, and you could say maybe that's Robert Saleh, but Ulbrich is a pretty respected guy on that side of the ball. And they also hired a guy that I think is probably going to be a defensive coordinator at some point, and his name is Nate Ollie. He was the defensive line coach in Houston, and he's now the D-line coach in Atlanta, and he was with Ulbrich and with the Jets. So he's a guy that everyone loves a lot, and the intensity that they played with in training camp this summer is a complete night and day difference compared to last summer, where it was not a very intense defense. And these guys, it really feels like this defense has like a chip on their shoulder. And with the additions that they've made, because they're gonna probably start 4 rookies. We mentioned Walker and Pierce. They're gonna spend a lot of time on the field this year, but so are Xavier Watts at safety and Billy Bowman at nickel corner. They're both gonna start. So it's a revamped defense with a new defensive coordinator, and I do think that the personnel has upgraded slightly, but I do think the coaching has definitely upgraded to a degree that you can make a case that they will at least be an average defense this year.
Last question as we wrap up here with Marc Raimondi, who covers the Falcons. What are the kind of, if you're to say the storylines from camp, players that have overperformed, players that there are high hopes for that maybe have not reached them? Who kind of has stood out one way or another during camp?
Offense or defense doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
I think a guy that, and I know that there's probably fantasy folks listening, I think that Casey Washington is a guy that is going to be a pretty darn solid NFL wide receiver. He was a rookie last year, only a 6th-round pick, not a guy that got a ton of headlines coming out of Illinois or even last year as a rookie, but he really played his butt off in training camp, and he had some of the best catches on the entire team all through training camp. And I think as a guy that, he was on the second team last year with Penix. He was on the scout team, and he was Penix's favorite target on the scout team. And I think that that's going to carry over now into both of them being potentially starters on this offense. I think there's a chance that Casey Washington could be the number 3 wide receiver. He's gonna be number 4 right off the bat, but Ray McLeod is there at number 3. But I do think we're gonna see a lot more than people thought of Washington, and he's earned it. He really has. He's played great. He's got great hands, and Penix, dude throws 100 miles an hour, and it's a different spin. He's a lefty, but Casey Washington has no problem catching his balls, and I think that's a big advantage for him in this offense.
So, Marc, I lied. One more. So you look at this team. What are the range of outcomes for this team? How many wins is realistic if things go right? How many wins is realistic if things go wrong?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think this team actually has. It could be any number of records. Honestly, I think there's probably a low floor and a high ceiling for this team, and the low floor is going to be maybe 6-11, something like that. I think that's probably the floor for this team. That's if the defense does not play well. That's if they really, really miss Caleb McGarry at right tackle, and the guys replacing him are not that great. And then and also Penix maybe not being as good in his second year as they thought. And then the ceiling is 11 wins, 12 wins maybe. I mean, again, that's if everything goes right. If Ulbrich is a master, defensive coordinator, if Penix is lights out, if Bijan Robinson has, a similar or better year than he had last year, if Drake London has the same, I think that all those things are possible. But I would say that's probably the ceiling and the floor.
Marc, really appreciate you taking some time with us. Get to wherever you're going safely, and we will see you. I'll see you in Atlanta when the Seahawks come visit.
Yeah, sorry. I have a 45 to 50 mile drive home from the Falcons facility. They practice in the middle of nowhere in Georgia. So it's always a struggle getting home in Atlanta traffic. So I apologize.
You do not need to apologize. I really, really appreciate it. And it's great to get a little bit of insight. So we'll meet in person then. Until then, have a great season.
Thanks, man. You too.
All right. That is Marc Raimondi, who covers the Falcons for ESPN and really good stuff there. Really interested in how that team's going to play out. That's one of the question mark teams for the Seahawks on their schedule. And we've heard it from the Minnesota with Arif. We've heard it from Grant, honestly, Cohn on the 49ers. We've heard it from Marc about, the Falcons. There's a number of these teams that they could be good. They could be pretty bad. So we're going to have to find out how that all works out. Now, that's the last interview. That's the last interview I had scheduled for today. We are nearly 6 hours into the show. I definitely got to wrap up and take care of dog and family. But hopefully this, if you haven't already, man, hopefully you got something out of this to kind of get you ready for this season, get you a little bit more. This isn't all just, I feel like a lot of season previews, it's just, a lot of stuff you don't care about. I wanted to bring some fresh stuff that we haven't yet heard. Let's learn about these teams we're going to face. What are they actually doing? So hopefully you got some insights into what's going on for the Seahawks schedule. Hopefully revisiting something like not everyone gets to see all these interviews. So hopefully you got to see some of these interviews that you hadn't, got more familiar with the team, went through the entire roster. So you kind of know who's playing where and what the storylines are. I've got a bunch more, but I'm not going to keep doing it because I do have other things I got to get to. And then I'm going to head over to the VMAC in a bit to cover Mike McDonald's press conference. But this is a fascinating season, ahead for the Seahawks. The second year of Mike McDonald's tenure. The second year of John Schneider being the big honcho. And I think that they're trying to build a type of team that a lot of Seahawks fans would love to cheer for. And that is a physical, hard-nosed, run first, pound the ball at you, and then play great suffocating defense. Like, I think they're going to be trying to be a blue collar team. And I think that that's the type of team that Northwest fans love. For years, they have loved that kind of football team. And so let's see. I mean, I am much higher on the offensive line than the average person. I'm much higher on this offense than the average person. I'm much higher on the run game. And I've been telling you guys the whole offseason that I think the formula for the Seahawks to be great is a top 5 defense and a top 10 running offense. If they can do both of those things, your Seahawks are going to win at least 12 games, period. Like, those are the two things that I think matter the most. If they're not able to do one of those two things, you can have a top 10 defense and still be really good as long as you have a top 10 rushing offense. I don't think there's any formula where this Seahawks team is great. And great to me is winning more than 10 games. I don't think there's any formula where you win more than 10 games where you're not one of the best running offenses in football. To me, that is the most important thing to pay attention to evaluate whether this season is going according to plan. And make no mistake, the Seahawks were one of the worst rushing offenses, both in volume and in efficiency last year. So a lot has to change, and change a pretty big amount, for the Seahawks to be one of the best running offenses in the NFL. I didn't even talk about Jalen Milroe, who's someone who could factor into short yardage, could factor into red zone and some other places where the Seahawks struggled at times last year. The reason they lost to the Rams in the first game, among a million other small things, was they couldn't get a 3rd and short and a 4th and an inch in overtime, deep in Rams territory. They were charging towards a touchdown to win that game. Couldn't do it. So I think there's opportunity for this team to be significantly different than it was a year ago. I think this could be a really fun experience of us all knowing something that the rest of the world doesn't. But they got to do it. They got to put it out on the field, and it's going to start with that first game against the 49ers. And we're just a few days away from that actually being right in front of us. So we'll get into that. Appreciate everybody who's tuned in, the thousands and thousands of folks that have tuned in and hung out. Hopefully you enjoyed it. If you haven't already given the show a like and click subscribe, please do. Let me check Instagram one more time. We are at, oh my gosh, we need 15 more followers on Instagram to reach our goal of 10,000. So 15 more followers on Instagram, instagram.com/hawkblogger, and I'll be giving away club level seats for the Seahawks versus 49ers. Let's get there. We're also making progress on YouTube. We just need to get to 25,000 subscribers, and I will give away more tickets to that 49ers game. So let's make progress there too. If you haven't given us a review on Apple Podcasts lately, would appreciate it. 5 stars. If you're going to give us less than a 5-star review, please just let me know. I'm going to have to figure out how to edit 6 hours of audio in order to figure out how to make this a audio podcast available as well. So that's going to take a while. But appreciate all of you tuning in. Until next time, I am Brian Emhauser. This has been a heck of an episode of Hawk Blogger Mornings. Take care, y'all.